Pretty sure we're live. It's gonna be a long day. Definitely gonna be a long day. Let me go ahead. While we're waiting for this, we can get some Masteries pushing. Let me connect real quick. Let's see.
On point.
This up. Turn this down. Alright, alright. We can get this tossed up here. Stream up. Dang, where we at? Let me switch. No. Should be live. Yo, Rico, what up? What up? Trying to pull up stream real quick. Can't find it. There we go. There we go. Okay. Got this up so I can see chat. But let me go ahead, pull over. Get some games playing real quick. While we're waiting for game go ahead start. Let's do this. Do this. Currently just showing in solo showdown. Easiest way these masteries rolling. Staying away from that Lumi. No thanks. Whoa, whoa. Chill out. All we care about is top 4. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Put the cat in the stream? What's up, man? What's up? Alright, top 4. Let's go. I don't care if we die. There we go. Just take me, Lumi. Just take me. Sushi, what's up? What's up? Currently grinding Masters while we're waiting for this to start. Let me get this up. Let me refresh, see what we got going on. Is it up yet? No, not yet, not yet. Should be going live any minute though. Sushi, I saw you change your name. Big dubs.
Here we go, damage on SK Gaming safe though. Yoshi's still going to work. My goodness, he shoulders a pickaxe and he's getting at it here. Yoshi has to try and burst this safe down. Backs up a little bit now, it's getting a bit heavy though on the SK side of the map. They're getting a little bit low. 25% for SK. Yoshi's trying to go for it, charging on in.
Starts in 1 hour. The display is weird. Oh, I thought it started in. My bad, my bad. For some reason I thought it started in like 2 minutes. Got my times mixed up. Yeah, here, if it doesn't start for another hour, I'm gonna mess with the display. I'll get fixed up. I rushed into it because I thought it was running a little late.
Well, it's the strategy there that really shines through for me from Toxic Lotus. That is exactly what you do.
I should dodge better.
Isn't it like 5 a.m. for you, Sushi? When do you sleep?
Go on the aggressive. The melody for those DPS onto the stage of the berry to ensure it. The Carl just gets stuck in that bottom right-hand side corner. Be a menace. Survive, heal up, and remain.
Stupid, what's up? What's up? Yeah. Alright, then I messed up. I messed up. Get me out of here. Get me out.
I should dodge better.
Time all the plays for base races.
No, it doesn't work out for them here. Ironically,
Alright, let me mess with this then.
That has the most safe damage on Toxic Lotus because he's able just to get that ticking ice cream field going and going.
Alright, top 4. Don't care if we die.
From the Charlie, someone who's going to be the lion's share of good damage. Because they don't really do enough about getting the berry off the map.
Just a scratch.
Rocks pinch.
Perfect game plan. They must have tested that against the truck. They realized they could actually do it well. I mean, there's a white knuckle finish for both teams either way. Hideout is up next. Coming out bouncing now.
Very honestly in Boom Academy either, so it's really nice ideas around off the top.
There we go. Easy dubs. Alright, here, let me fix stream then real quick. We got an hour to chill before go ahead and get into it. Here, I'm gonna switch off the phone then.
A really great draft, no doubt. Star Dragon at the helm of such plays. Lovely stuff. All tied up now.
We switch to the iPad.
Hideout and bounty map that certainly, you know, if you're able to break the mid, can have some much longer line of sight. So, or remain it, keep it there. Use some throwers, maybe even a hank to get stuck into that corner. For SK Gaming. Certainly a map that I think can cater to their playstyle. They've got to go back to where they were in that first set to get a bit more control.
Switch it
a little bit slower.
here.
See when they try to match against that. And try to sail into the wind and go their way.
Yeah, that's why I'm almost surprised about the pick of Chuck earlier, because SK like to play in such a way where they have maximum agency. To kind of throwing caution to the winds.
Sorry, a little behind the scenes going on for you guys.
Here on Bounty, though, they can control the parameters of the round a lot more. They can play that slower style. Good Joker on a sharpshooter. Yoshi on, you know, probably a brawler that has to fight a losing matchup in some lane and still find a way to win it. I've seen a couple of odd picks on this map lately. I think like just the gene is going to be looked at in general. Toxic Lotus, though, respect the bell to such a degree as to take it off the map.
Gus first pick for SK Gaming. And a solid one at that.
I think the Leon ban is crazy here for SK.
Yeah, we'll let that run.
Well, the lollipop drop can get some good value, you know, with that coverage. So I don't necessarily mind it. Can definitely be.
Yeah, make sure you guys get your predictions in. Alright, we should be able to follow
Remain
this
just a little bit more in control
until
of
we
that
get back
mid side.
into it.
Byron available here, Ollie
This works
as
for
well.
me.
Angelo, of course, being a very prominent SK Gaming pick. We've seen that throughout the course of the season thus far. And they might be considering, depending on what Toxic Lotus, of course, do first when it comes back around to them. But you know, for me, yeah, Byron.
Alright,
idea.
we're balling.
Flexibility,
We in this thing.
draft to pair it with some potential.
Yeah, currently just pushing Mastery right now.
But for me, I think
Colonel
the
Jack, what's up? What's up?
here, the more control game,
By the way, the gadget is
a little bit
the
better.
gadget is bugged.
The Gina might be less of a tantalizing prospect, but
It's up at like 11:30 p.m. Still 1 hour 4 seconds. No worries. You have art class in 30 minutes. What's up? Oh, are we in Brawl Ball? Whoa, where'd the game go? Hold on. Hold on. Ruin. That's what I get for not coming prepared. I just got the times right. We wouldn't have had any problems. NFC Frog, what up? What up? Here, let me disconnect it real quick.
Oh, nice. That'd be OP on the bust of
For some reason, disconnected the
That's kind of
iPad.
ideal brawler to combine with the Byron. It's like, honestly, SK Gaming is just taking away picks at this point. As not Toxic Lotus, but Angelo was definitely one for SK Gaming. Oh, my word.
okay.
Oh, this is great drafting. This
Alright.
really is great drafting. Because SK was the Angelo. I think that Byron would have been great to go with that buster as
Forgive my
well.
intrusion. I
Great.
mean no
There's a
harm.
dangerous thing here on this map.
Here we go.
Combination. Having that little ladder up
Sorry to my team. Definitely throwing real quick.
Time for my beauty
Turning the stream fix.
gadget.
Why am I streaming so late? Yeah, they're about to have the monthly finals for the Asia region. I'm currently in Asia, so it's just good timing for me. This is kind of like my main region right now. RT. Try to squeeze that in there.
slow-mo replay used to account for the hatred. The Blue Star was taken by Toxic Lotus here. But
World Finals, yeah,
very early on in the game.
You think Zeta's gonna take it again?
He's playing the slow and steady game. Ideally, OU wants to try to land. We've only touched in there, but another slow-mo replay coming forward then.
Miss.
It is a dangerous
Monthly,
one.
yeah. No worries, no worries.
DPS can really slow it down.
Right idea, right idea.
Toxic Lotus can go
Stay
down.
back, stay back. Definitely just wasted hype. We're trying to make something happen.
Very wrong if SK do not play this well and defend accordingly. OP from the hyper charge there.
This. Just take this. There we go. Let's go, baby. We in there.
It was a nasty one thrown out by Tolkien to just cash onto an SK player. That's devastating. Now they're down by 2 stars, and they know they need to take a bit of map control. Develop a plan for this hyper.
Alright, there we go. Little Mastery 3.
Thrown out, still not using that super just yet. Tok could be a problem. He has to use it defensively to back away. And Tok knows this. Blood is in the water. And he wants some of SK
Not going my way.
OU's forced to catch it away from Yoshi, who looks scared.
Sorry, we got plenty of stream. What do I think about the name? What's the new name in game, Sushi? I know you sent me a picture of it. I just don't remember.
He is the healer behind this tank that is causing the problem, and now that could be very much what Joker is feeling on this top right-hand side of the map. Going with the TP, trying to get behind it. They know that the Byron is susceptible to the grey. There is still little time, and that is a takedown that they cannot avoid on the side of SK Gaming. OP fully supported there as well, and Yoshi in 1v3. But there's only going one way. Toxic Lotus is calling on foul in the best possible way.
Joker goes on a dangerous mission. Dimensional door teleporting behind the front line of Toxic Lotus. He's looking for the Byron. But SK Gaming, the rest of them are too
It's cool.
slow to
Yeah,
respond.
I like it, Sushi. I like it.
Like Ope's just watched his captain head across the map and just dumbfounded. Too slow to get involved and take attention away.
What made you want to change your name?
Ultimately, the
Like,
greatest
alright,
gives
it's
up on
time.
3 kills behind enemy lines.
Nice tap there from Tok onto OPE. Starting to try to flank down the left-hand side now.
It's like NT. What's the NT stand for?
So far,
Whoa,
so
whoa.
and just get that a little bit of
what I
spray,
get.
that little bit of
That's what I
poison
get.
to affect both Joker and OPE. Now they're starting to try to separate the Hank from the Byron. It's kind of not a bad shout for me. Joker, though, does need to get that utility up. They need him. He's a key player to be able to topple this strategy of Toxic Lotus.
SK Gaming. Good combo.
Ray, what's up? How you doing?
The healing though from the Byron. I think that's something that SK just really have not accounted adequately for on this map. Engine is doing far too much.
I wanted to put Twitch TV in front of it, but you don't stream. I mean, hey, you could always start.
Eats the damage. Tok goes back up the map now. Where is the DPS supposed to originate from?
All it takes is starting, and the next thing you know, people start watching.
It's probably from OPE really in a nice catch. Nice walking cane there from Joker. Just already opened up that right-hand side. Good stuff from him. Hypercharge is available to 2 of SK Gaming's members now, which is a solid sign. But again, time is ticking. And they do need to time this
Why stop this dog?
perfection as we approach the 30-second mark. SK Gaming are looking for a one-man pushing thing, and if that's the trouble, then Toxic Lotus up in the set.
They've got the perfect composition, SK Gaming, to make that last-minute gambit at the end of the round. OU gadgets away. Tok with the gadget of his own, the damage reduction allows him to stave off most of that damage, and Ope is lucky to be standing still. The damage to cut through the healing just doesn't seem to be there.
What's your guys' prediction? So you guys got the video you're watching is playing in the background?
So here we come once more. Montage used for that map control. Toxic Lotus
What
forced
video?
into the back corner of the map. There's 7 seconds left. And SK
Oh, hold up.
super now. Pops the
Yeah.
gadget. Miss.
My bad, my bad. There we go.
You were missed. Oh, forget that.
Just like NT. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Crazy Raccoon's gonna win. They've been struggling. They need to get something on the board. 'Cause now I'm pretty sure if they win monthlies, they get double points towards like who's going to Worlds. Could be nice to try. Or like nighttime. Yeah.
Forgive me. I'm not used to violence.
No, Zeta on top. Honestly, Zeta's looking kind of unstoppable. Melty, brother. It's not down bad for Melty. Is it confirmed? Is Melty a dude? I know people have said like back and forth. I can't tell. Can't tell. You don't know? I don't think anybody knows. Just taking it, you're top 4. We take it. We just want the mastery. Brother Leon, he has the clone gadget. What do you mean? Oh, you talking about multi?
Now you've got my attention.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Alright, smoke. Just want the mastery. I'm cooked. Come on. I don't know how we won that. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'll super and take you both down. I did not mean to actually super. No.
One strong, one brawler.
I insist. No need to apologize.
Alright, top 4. All that matters. You got it. There you go. You have 500% today? Yeah. I think we need 500. How close are we right now? Not far. What's after that? Legendary? Then 1,000. Yeah, 1,000's gonna go crazy. I don't know if we're gonna reach 2,000, but 1,000's gonna go crazy. I'm gonna be abusing it. It's probably gonna be when I start getting into like gold 3. You got 50 billion yesterday? Yo. And that was a Friday. You gotta think Saturday. Probably gonna be a lot of people playing. Good with 2K? Yeah. I'm good with 1K too. I ain't gonna lie. Shoot, I'm happy with the 500. Pearl, I don't want it. Don't gotta be like this. 24th of June it ends? Okay, so we got 10 days left.
Your fear feeds my blade.
Happy that Kenji knows where he stands. Whoa, whoa, not the rat! The rat! Get me out of here. Okay, we top 4, it doesn't matter.
I'll recover quickly.
10 more days? Yeah. Should go crazy.
Or should I? On point.
Haven't been meaning to, but trophies just been going through the roof too through this event. Don't forget Siege during monthlies? Yeah. See, Rat OP? Rat is not OP. Love the rat. You know what? I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna say it's because I don't have it maxed out. And I also don't know how to play it. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Brother, no! No! Wait, that's top 4. It's okay. Spin your BP and max him out. Yeah. Love for the rat. I'm pretty sure I got one power 9 right now.
Today.
Let me see. Yeah.
See you in the underworld.
I'll work on him in a bit. I'm starting to work on the legendaries. I'm starting to go by like ultra legendary, legendary. Before I was just playing whoever. It was fun to play. Holy Power 11s, working on it, working on it. You're going in a row? Yeah. I'm starting to. Got them sorted out by Mastery. Yeah, I just did the thing in the Discord. What's it called? The spotlight stuff. And I was like, dang, I need to catch up. Some of you guys got a ton of them done. I'm starting to get these resources, and I saw Kaze was gonna get the most, so I was like, you know what? It's time.
My mistake. I should dodge better.
You're making this fun. You got me. Well played.
Did you look at your graph? Yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now. You went up like 13K in like a year. Oh no, that was just in a month. My bad. 250K? I thought you were gonna hit 50K last night. What happened? Had to go to sleep?
So much chaos. So little calm.
The Masteries finished so quick. Can we get
Struggle, but my
30 for brawlers? Yeah, yeah. At May of last year, you had 5K. I'm pretty sure I didn't have 1,000 in May of last year. Oh, I'm cooked. I'm so cooked. Watching some Sword 4000. Word?
Cute, but ineffective.
My mistake.
Just
I
run.
should dodge better. Wait, like a whispered secret.
Ooh. Alright, for the stream, do we just want to watch the normal monthlies that Brawl Stars puts out, or do we want to watch like another streamers, like Goated Craft Creator? I'll look into it. So I know I've asked before if you wanted to pull up like Genie's stream or some shit like that, but I know you guys don't like that he crashes out. Kaze, come on. We can just be friends. Okay, we're not gonna be friends.
No worries. I'll recover
Normal?
quickly.
Okay, I'm for it. Let me see.
Graceful entrance.
But 2 streamers has been annoying, for sure. RT back to the lobby. See ya. We got Colt, and then I think it's a Surge, if I'm not mistaken. All good, all good. We just got top 4, that's all that matters. The only streamer that makes you sit 7 hours in a Brawl stream, nobody else can do it. Hey man, I'm just chilling. I'm just here for a good time. You make the stream. It's you guys that are talking to each other and stuff, you know? Or talking to me. You just be friends. You just be friends.
You got me. Well played.
You gotta look into Twitch. Streaming on Twitch. Yeah, yeah. I made an account for Twitch. I just haven't set it up so it streams. It's way better than YouTube. Yeah, that's what you guys have been saying.
Graceful entrance.
Do we clap the meeple? I'm blocked in here. No! I think we can take on this Juju too. There we go. Like in Twitch, mods can manage the stream so good. Okay, I'll look into it. I'm about it. You know how to do it there because you got a couple people in there too. For sure. I'm about it. Ooh, ooh. Let me switch forms. I like the hypercharge in this form better.
I expected warriors, not clowns. A worthy challenger.
I get 2 for 1 with that one. He went straight into the cord. Let's go. That's what I'm saying.
I killed
It's
time
by far the better
harder
mode
than
for the
this.
super. Unless you're playing like control. Easy word. Dude, what's up? What's up? How you doing?
I will cherish this moment. What?
Currently just pushing some Masteries until monthly final starts, then we'll throw it on. Probably push some Masteries in between too.
So much chaos. So little.
You got bored of your old name? I feel that. I feel that. But I got winning monthlies. Currently got these are my picks. Let me throw it up. Go capture.
You wrinkled a lady. Never
It's alright.
leaving.
We died. We died. Let me throw this up here. This is who I got winning monthlies right now. I got Zeta beating FG. I got Rival beating AK. RC beating Frenzy. Crazy Raccoon beating Navi. Zeta beating Rival. RC beating Crazy Raccoon. And Zeta versus RC. Humble didn't make monthlies? Yeah, I saw that. But yeah, I definitely went Zeta. Oh, did this not pop up? Hold on. Hold on. Got the wrong thing up. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, this is what I picked. I wouldn't mind seeing Crazy Raccoon actually doing something though. It's been a minute since they popped out. Happy Marcos team won? Yeah, big Marcos fan actually. Cool dude. Okay, Humble on top. I mean, when it comes down to it, I think Humble's gonna put in some work. I could honestly see Toxic Lotus kind of put in some work too for Worlds, but we'll see. I think Foot is supposed to be real good now too. I don't know. I mean, they've always been solid. I'm not the biggest fan of Foot, but I can see Foot doing really well. CR don't got the drafts. Yeah. I want to see some of the US teams actually start putting some work that's not Tribe, but EU has such a like hold. EU and APAC are so much better. It's insane. How big the skill difference is.
Unfortunate. I still fatigue, literally.
Toxic Lotus underrated? Yeah. Yeah. See, I didn't think they were gonna be solid. Navi versus Crazy Raccoon gonna be good? Yeah. Yeah, that could easily be up there for match of the day. There's a few of them. Who's I haven't heard of FG or AK. Are they supposed to be decent, or are they just like a random team that made it through monthlies? Silver 1, we take that. People don't even play the same game that we do. I'm saying they play a whole different game. They still came in after like a few days of practice. Still ran the stuff. Cause I was watching Super Lab playing on like some of the Chinese Brawl Stars. It looks cool. They got some different features than we do, but it also looks like a little bit more clunky. Try Surge. I know you don't want the smoke. Doesn't China have their own monthly finals? Yeah. They have their own basically everything. But I wouldn't even know where to watch it because I think a different company kind of owns it. It's weird how they have their stuff set up.
You will regret that.
Can you really throwing your turret down for this? What are you doing? Whoa, whoa. Rosa. You got someone added who got Kevu, Vegeta, Super Lab, Potato BS. Bro got connections. What? Doesn't Wozeba have a bunch of people added? They go in APAC category. China does? I'm gonna die right here, but it's fine.
Wrinkles fading like
I got a mastery. That's all that matters. Tencent Yuzu owns Chinese Brawl Stars. Yeah, but my guy's 50k and a kid. Word? I think China goes APAC. I'll look. Because I know as far as the like the monthlies that they just did, or not monthlies, but the cup, they were in their own thing, I think, for like spots that were selected. You look up his YouTube, Huddy FTW Bros Ballin'. I got you. I'll pull it up. But Chinese team haven't played the other Asian team, mostly Japanese. Yeah. I don't know. Nobody's gonna mess with me. We'll be fine. What did you say his name was? Huddy?
This is most unbecoming.
What? I don't want it. I don't want it. Supremo's down here somewhere too. Alright, goodbye. I was gonna say, no way I get that kill. Alright. And you gonna go to art class? Hope you have a good art class, man. Appreciate you hopping in while you could. We'll be live basically all day because we got the 2v2 tournament, some other stuff going on if you got time to hop in. So they gotta have their own monthly finals. I'm pretty sure they do. Because they're not playing the same game.
I mean no harm.
Well, see Toxic Lotus versus Crazy Raccoon. Yeah. Bro, you got ghosted for the 2v2? What do you mean? Like your partner didn't answer you? He streamed last night? For sure, for sure. That Chester distracted Riff. Get me over here.
Oh my, excellent move. Well done.
Lotus Loki will win because of draft. Maybe.
Time for my beauty sleep.
Oh, he's got to work? I mean, you can't be mad at somebody for needing to work. I understand that. Let me see real quick. Let me pull up. You said Huddy? Yo, he does pretty solid. Drop him a little subscribe. Got him. No reason not to. You gotta support everybody, you know? If Toxic Lotus can outdraft Tribe, they would definitely outdraft Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, yeah. The Asian team's got some weird stuff they pick. Did you hear Genie Big Tensai for him to be a drafter? I saw something about that. And the thing is, I feel like if he did draft for him though, they'd be so good. Because Genie definitely knows what he's talking about. But I noticed weird drafts even just playing ranked over here in Asia. I don't know what it is. They love Byron over here. Which is fine. Like, I mean, he's not bad. It's just not who I would pick in some of the situations we got. Ooh, I don't like this. I don't like this scene a little bit. I'm gonna push Gene though. Give me out, give me out, give me out. Not the Nani.
Makes me stronger.
Tensai said we'd be down, but you don't have Japanese. Genie started crashing out. I mean, it's just how Genie is, though. It's like, that's his thing that like pulls viewers in. It's crashing out. Eve build or Kaze build? What are you playing? It depends on the mode, cause I mean Eve's definitely solid, depending like what the game mode is. And Kaze's cool and all, but I can't see myself drafting Kaze in something besides like maybe Brawl Ball. Just because she has the speed to be able to score so quick with how fast her reload is. Any mode? I got you. I got you. I just get. I should have gone with range. Have you rank push? Brother, I struggle in ranked by myself. To be honest, Kaze's so much draft dependent, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just ripping Masteries. I usually don't grind ranked on stream just because I don't know. I don't play as good like sitting up, and
Turn on, everyone.
I gotta like get comfortable. It's weird to play at my best. Bro, please. What rank are you currently in? What are you trying to get to?
You are making this fun.
We have 9 max out brawler and reach mythic. Yo, shout out. No! I got stuck by the sign. What rank you trying to push to?
My, such rude company.
Need those PowerPoints. Need those coins too, to be honest. You're gold 2 to pro? Brother, I can't help you get past mythic, but I can. Here, I got a second account that's gold 2 right now. Hold on. But I don't have anybody to draft. I can help you get a diamond real quick.
Today.
Using the stunt show trios for ranked. Huh? Please rank push. I can only do it for like 20 minutes. Let me finish this one, then I'll switch over and I'll help. I'll help you. But I'm not gonna have any brawlers on the account besides the ones that they give you, so
Literally.
I can try to help you get a diamond real quick.
This is most
It's also gonna depend on region. What region are you in? Because I'm probably gonna. You can host, and I'll probably be lagging a bit, but that's fine.
You will regret that.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be able to get you pro. I can't even get myself to Masters.
no need to apologize.
I'm surprised we won that. Whoa! Whoa! I didn't even know Lolo did that.
I will
That's tough.
regret that.
My, such rude company today.
Yo, I do have my second account. I'll help you push on that.
Graceful entrance.
So I'm gold 2 on this one right now. But I also have no brawlers. It's my free to play. I think I'm 5 games or less to reach legendary on your mini account. Yo, shout out. Yeah, I got tilted. I got up to like 56, 5700, and then I got tilted back. I said it's time to put down ranked for a bit. I'll hit legendary for end of season. That's just I couldn't do it right now. Yeah, it looks like he's not here. Okay, just gonna keep pushing then. We got 20 minutes till we can start. What's the first match? Is it should be Zeta first match?
My, such rude company today.
Season felt way easier to push. Than last season, yeah. Yeah, I'll say that. The first season I thought was the easiest season though. I think it's just because so many people were playing it. The randoms getting ranked definitely trying to rage bait me. Yeah, I got some pictures that are insane. I got some games where I think I went like 15-2 and still just got clapped. No, I'm messing with that shade. Don't mess with this Clancy. A slow reload speed.
My mistake.
Oh, he had super. Woo! You been getting good randoms? Must be nice. I get them occasionally, not too often. But I get carried every once in a while. Shade, leave me alone. I don't want it. I don't want it. Waste your gadget. And she's coming.
Excellent move. I must.
Come on, man. I'm just trying to get my mastery. Kaze is so mid, to be honest. So sad for 5.5k, honestly. Just made when Nita on bridge too far and went 1 for 21. I feel like I've had that exact same thing happen. Of all people, why you gotta pick a Nita on bridge too far? What are you doing? Or I hate it when we're playing heist and like, trust me, I've seen Piper can do good in heist, but the people that pick Piper for heist sometimes are just should not be picking Piper. Like, I get it. Piper can be solid, but if you can't hit a sniper shot, don't take a sniper. You know? Jae Young, crazy. I underrated Jae Young so much. I just got him power level 11, started playing him. He's a dog. Whoa, whoa. I'm cooked. I'm
A
cooked.
worthy challenger.
Let me get my gadget back. Yeah, this slow got me.
Well played.
Teammate went Nita and didn't get a bear the whole game. What are you doing? I gotta switch off Kaze.
Company today.
Playing her too long. Let's go rarity. No, it's legendary. I need to start pushing. Draco, but I don't even want to touch Draco. Leon, we can do Leon real quick. Jae Young's very good. Yeah, no question about it. Meow meow. Not the cat. Yup bots. Play the meow meow? I will. I'll play it just for you, Sushi. Without versing bots, most kills you've gotten in a ranked game? Maybe in the 20s? I don't know off the top of my head. I think I got a picture somewhere. Something in the 20s. When we play the cat, I'll play the cat.
You've got a face for failure. Try to get
Joke, he went 15-3 on Shade and was with Karo, we lost. Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Suna?
Alright, we got the cat. So the screenshot of me going 34-5 with Griffin. Blah, blah. Griff is severely underrated, I feel like. I got teammates that won't ban him sometimes. I'm like, come on, come on. Griff is that dog. Here,
Mark my claws. You'll remember this moment.
no!
Finally, some rest.
That's why I don't like solo showdown. It's so hard to like stay interested after like a few games. Kind of start just messing around. But it's definitely the easiest way to grind.
Try to get
The Mastery event. What's the most trophies you have with any brawler? Bro, you're an embarrassment for the no-skill army? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I don't play kit. Don't talk, I don't touch grass. I think I got 1038 on Miko right now. Yeah. The monthly finals are live. They're gonna be live in like 14 minutes.
crying.
Oh, wasn't even paying attention. My bad. Pushing prestige this month. What brawler? Oh, Lily. What's Lily looking like right now on the leaderboards?
Try to get over it.
Yacht. Oh, you there? Yeah, you're not far off. You might actually be on there. Yeah. You should be like right there. 1637. Sheesh. Yeah, currently I got Miko 1037. Want to go ban for ban with prestiges? Sushi, you dog.
Don't start believing.
Top 176? No worries, no worries. I'm like top 30 global Otis. You can find me. Yeah, I'll look it up after this game, Quentin. I got you. I still haven't committed to a mastery push or prestige, but I will. I will.
Laws of love.
W chat is pushing? Yeah, honestly. Ooh, this ain't cool. You just hold off so I get super. Try to get out of here. Get that rat away from me. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Hate the rat. Good teammates. How do you guys push so high? Yeah, yeah. Also need more prestigious so you're on top.
Crying
Push.
cat. What a catastrophe.
Try to push every brawler silver 2, but it takes way too long. Yeah, I've been working on it, and now I'm starting to just focus on like the legendary ones.
Wow, I'm a cat.
Been taking L's the last few games, but eh. You said Otis? Quentin top 30. Let's see. Yeah.
Let's go get him.
You already got one prestige? Who's your prestige? You want to push Bonnie to prestige but don't have no one to push with? I mean, Sushi's solid. Before the mastery event, you had 260k mastery points on Poco. Yacht. You grinding the wasabi thing with Poco? 1609 right now, you tilted? No worries, no worries. Still up there, you should be good. Charlie Prestige. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, 250. Let's see if they're starting to get these streams up for monthlies. Still offline. Alright. Trying Shelly in solo showdown. He have 1500 right now, but the prestige is too high. Yeah, Charlie's so bad in this meta. Bro's goated. Honestly. I mean, Charlie's had her moments. Not jumping on that. Got me messed up. Oh, whoa, whoa, Surge, come on, come on. I like to push Bonnie to 1500 or 1550 because nobody plays Bonnie. See, that's how it was, but I feel like Bonnie's getting solid now. Like, she's definitely got a spot in the highest where she's good in highest. And I can see her sometimes in, like, knockout or something. Can push Mo to 1400 and it's prestige. It's because it's a rat. Nobody likes a rat. Rat is underrated. I'll let you keep thinking that, Sushi. I'll let you keep thinking that. Don't let your Bonnie gets your hypercharge? Yeah. Yeah, it's wraps then. Surge, you seen a jump? Yep. You got her top. I'm cooked. Mo's a GOAT. Bonnie Hypercharge releases June 24th at 4 AM. Did they already drop what the new Hypercharge is going to be? Nah, Mo's D tier. I agree with you. Sushi's been trying to convince me that Mo's a dog. Play this one, and then we should go get the monthlies get rolling. Still offline. What are they doing? You're predicting? Okay, okay. I can see it. I was thinking the other day about one of them that's still missing their hypercharge. I was just thinking how they're gonna do because I feel like it's gonna break the game. Of the brawlers who don't have their hypercharge yet, who do you guys think, like, if they get one, it's gonna be Raps? Is Hardy in the leaderboard or stay in the leaderboard for the end of the season? That was 5 seasons ago. Alright, they just started going live with the monthlies, so we're gonna finish this one out and then we'll hop into it. Got a prestige, you know how it works. Shade Mo. You think she's gonna be his wasabi power? If that was his hyper, that's gonna be insane. His wasabi power was broken. The only one that was worse was Angelo's. Still got our mastery. All we care about. Still don't really care about the W. Alright, let me go ahead and get this linked up for the stream. Should I watch it? Is Twitch usually ahead? Oh, it's still starting soon. Still got 5 minutes. Alright. I'm predicting J Young Hypercharge is gonna be all his supers combined. That'd be nuts. Especially with his gadget that lets him the damage gadget. Sheesh. How are you, 10-year-old editor, and I edit all day. You mind showing edits on stream? Yeah, if you got some, shoot them over to me. I'll show a couple of them. Why not? I got you. Is it on your YouTube channel, or do you have a different way to view them? Yeah, I have an editor right now, but I'll still show what you got. Just, you know, give a kid a chance. Why not?
Claws are out. Free face it.
Yeah, channel? Okay, cool. Let me finish this one, then I'll hop on. I'll show something you got. What do you edit mainly?
Personal.
My best is second oldest. Short? Okay. I got you. I got you.
Mark my claws. You'll remember this moment. Live, love,
Cars? Okay.
lick.
Why not? See, Kit is just no fun. I don't get it. The car edits? Okay. I'll pop one up. One time for the one time. Go to channel. I'll show the one with the most views you got. Here, let me do this. Go here. Capture here. This. No. It's Discord. Alright. We'll watch one of them real quick. Not bad. What made you want to get into editing? Not bad at all. Alright. Twitch streams up. Do this. Pop this full screen. Mess with this. Hold up. Hold up. Moving some things around. Give it a second. Let's do this here. Let me. Oh, turn this off. Alright. Move this stuff up here. Get this smaller. Who's my main? I'd say main would probably be. I like Carl a lot. I think Carl's cool. Starting to become a Griff stan. Alright. That's close enough. We'll roll with that. Is this okay spot for it, or is it gonna be in the It's gonna be in the way. Alright, let's go here. Wait, that your girl at the photos on the iPad? Maybe. Maybe. Main Poco, it's so funny. Cancel and lose whole super with a single button. Yeah. Main Bonnie. I'm about it. I feel that. Alright, we get into it first. It's gonna be Zetaverse. I think this team's called. It's gonna block the gyms? Okay. Let me move it around then. Where should we go then? Don't want to go in that corner. Honestly, I can just get rid of the face cam. You guys cool with that? Do you guys still want to see the chats and stuff? What are we thinking? Put it a bit lower so we can see the gyms. Remove the chat. Okay. I'll get rid of the chat. I can move the face cam too. The face cam doesn't need to stay. I'll still, yeah, don't worry. And then can you guys hear? Or is it not doing the audio? Hold up.
Those answers. So lock in, dial up, let's brawl.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars fan. After the action of the Brawl Cup, we're diving straight into the next high-stakes chapter.
Need face cam?
For the
Just
double
remove the chat?
point split
Okay.
and the June
I got you.
Monthly Finals. We're starting
Work in
with
progress.
East
We're getting
Asia,
there.
where Zeta Division clinched
Move
an
this down.
additional LCQ slot for their region with a strong third-place finish in Dallas. And of course,
Be able to see when the
on
gyms and
another
everything
important
pops up.
ride Today,
Should be
joining
good.
me are a sharp-minded casters ready to dissect every clutch play we have
Can't hear?
in store
Alright,
for
let me
you.
listen,
Let's
let me
bring them in. It's Spoo, Trav,
Turn
and
that up.
Mark waiting in the wings. And Spoo, what an honor to have you here today. Zeta made waves at the Brawl Cup, as I just mentioned. Do you think their momentum gives them an edge heading into today's matches?
Let me
Absolutely,
know.
coming back from
What
such a
do you think,
high
James?
like Brawl Cup, competing against the best of the best teams in the world, they managed to clinch a gift to East Asia, that additional
That's good.
LCQ spot. That's going to allow teams like Rival and Frenzy to now compete for that fifth potential spot at LCQ. It's really going to shake up the stakes of this tournament and make every point count even more.
Yeah, I'm sure it's kind of sadly a little bit below par.
They just
bit
give to
below what they
Asia
wanted. I'm
third
sure they would
place.
have wanted to get a bit
Extra
further forward,
LCQ
get towards
spot.
those kind of clinching the world final spot for the region rather than that LCQ spot. But I'm sure they're going to be happy nonetheless, and Rival Esports are going to be pretty happy at the moment. And as you mentioned, those teams a little bit further down going to be competing for that extra spot now as well. But Zeta Division do still sit up top along with rejecting those world final spots as we stand. But with double points being reintroduced, there's so much
the
kind
Game
of
Boys can't hear?
area and
Okay,
time for teams not even on this leaderboard to get to the LCQ and get to the world final spots.
The story certainly isn't over yet. With every single monthly final, we still have
Let me know if
the
that's
pressure
good.
built for those coveted world final tickets. And as we just looked at, we had some pretty strong top 8 teams in the East Asian region, but now we have a few newcomers coming in. We had to say goodbye to Niwa, Genji, and Effort Result, and Feasible Gaming and Ace King are in, Spoo.
Out of the old and with the new is the title of the story. Yeah, Feasible Gaming and Ace King knocked out, sent these teams to the Shadow Realm.
All right, good now?
Trash can,
All right,
so
let's
to
go.
speak,
Let's go.
metaphorically. Really goes to show that in East Asia, the 5th to 8th place is really not a stable
The
place.
old and
Any
the new.
newcomer can just really show up, show that
wild.
they can play good Brawl Stars, and just take over. It's only the top 4 in East Asia that remain relatively.
Who plays for Ace King in them?
Yeah, well, Feasible Gaming might have got into the monthly finals, but they're definitely being thrown in at the deep end. Going to be starting things off against Zeta Division in quarterfinal number 1. So not the easiest matchup for them to kind of get their entry into the monthly finals. Rival Esports versus Ace King will be up shortly after that in quarterfinal number 2. Reject versus Frenzy Gaming
Go to
in
sleep after the
3.
first match ends. No worries. I appreciate you just being here, dude.
Absolute banger.
No worries.
So influential in the grand scheme as well. As we mentioned, with double points coming in, Crazy Raccoon is going to be make or break for a couple of those teams, as one of them is going to get a big boost ahead of the other.
As you just mentioned, Trev,
Feasible
especially
Gaming
the
and Ace
quarterfinal number
King.
4 had me
Where are these
rolling in
teams?
bed at night. I just didn't know what to predict. And of course, the 4 of us had to hand in our predictions once again, and we seem to be pretty on the same page here, apart from that quarterfinal number 4. At least, Spoo, you and me seem to think the same way.
Yeah, no biases about that. Love you, Sonny. Not voting just because of that. My love today just really just goes out to Navi.
CR last
I love
game?
them
Yeah,
more
yeah,
than
yeah.
Crazy
CR versus
Raccoon. It's a
Navi.
really tough choice for me, but I just have a good feeling.
I think the
about
rival
it.
Ace game might be good.
They could
3-1 Zeta moves
banish
on.
Crazy
Yeah,
Raccoon
yeah, yeah.
out in the quarterfinals, but Trav, you seem to have a different opinion.
Yeah, I kind of just went with the opposite, and I was like, kind of questioning it a little bit, because I feel like it's 50-50, and for the most part, we usually do agree on the first 4 games in the monthly finals, but we're split 50-50, which I think shows
Bro, they're
how
still
this
flaunting
shapes
around
up.
the kit
I like
0-11.
Crazy Raccoon, but I do
Say
think
Zeta
it's gonna
sweep.
go either way.
Before we head into the action of
They might
today,
sweep round one.
you
They might
at
sweep.
home still have some time to get your predictions in as well. Make sure to head over to event.brawlstars.com. You can earn Pro Pass XP.
I can see Rival losing.
Answering some trivia questions, voting for the MVP, and of course, voting for the team that you think will make it out of the quarterfinals. And now it's time, and we're starting with no one other than Zeta Division versus Feasible Gaming. Also, we have a newcomer against the team that went to Brawl Cup for the region. They got third. They earned that extra LCQ slot for East Asia Spook.
Feasible Gaming.
Melty retiring? You think Melty's retiring? I feel like Melty's just now getting big.
Time here in the monthly finals for all three of these players, and they have to go up against Zeta Division. Levi just looking so casual, scrolling through probably social media, looking through all the tweets about what people are saying about him. Yeah, he's just looking way too chill for us, and I think that goes to show how confident Zeta Division are in this match.
We heard their voices at the Brawl Cup. Now we want to hear Levy once again. They want to maintain their dominance this summer.
No, Melty never leaving. Banana, what's up? What's up? To be honest, I've never heard of any of these people on Feasible Gaming.
全部ちゃんと勝って優勝して世界大会につなげたいと思います。ブロールカップはゼータの3人の初の世界大会の
Just woke up.
ということで
I'm doing great. Doing great. Woke up, got the day started, and then I was like, you know what? Let's get after it. Monthlies are on. 2v2 tournament later. It's gonna be a good day.
東アジアのチームは
I think East Asia teams can hold their own both in Worlds and LCQ. Yeah, 100%.
と思います。
Levi speaking
3
facts.
つ目の枠、3つ目の LCQ の枠の人たちは
Don't know which teams will get the first or third LCQ spot. I mean, surely it's Zeta, Crazy Raccoon, Melty's team.
Zeta Division themselves are certainly still in the race for that monthly final slot in their region. They got third place.
Promising performance.
At Brawl Cup.
I forgot
That
they
was
lost to
certainly
SK
below
and to
their
Humble.
expectations, Boo, but it's still a strong finish.
Indeed, they only fell to the mighty SK and Humble, kings of the world at the moment, the strongest region. They managed to beat out Elevate twice and Toxic Lotus to clinch that third place finish, and as you mentioned, that additional LCQ spot for the region.
And then on the other side, we have a very strong opponent. They are showing up for the very first time in the monthly finals, but Trev, they still have a lot to show for.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't think anybody's really
Fairly,
too familiar with this roster
Yukimi,
of players on it, whether
Isana.
that's us or the public as well. Yukimi, Fairly, and Isana are going to be this Feasible Gaming roster. As he said, you know, they're going to be pretty strong. They've made it through the qualifiers, and they can be very cutthroat no matter what region you're in. But yeah, they are against Zeta Division, so I'm not sure how much I like the chances. But you know, if they show up in this first month of double points, get some real numbers on that board, and defeat Zeta Division, it'd be an absolute dream story for them.
They're looking fairly relaxed. I think Asana's looking a little bit nervous here coming into this matchup, just looking at the player cams. And I think that's kind of what you have to expect, right? If you're going
Getting into it?
against a
All right,
team
2
like
minutes,
Zeta
2 minutes.
Division, you have to have basically no expectations. You have to put yourself in the absolute best mental state going in and just assume that you take things one step at a time and try to win every game that you can.
Some new faces in
Is it Asana the
region,
15
definitely a
KB?
team worth to
Is he?
watch. And, watch
52
out for
KB?
potential upsets as well. They
Sheesh.
did knock out Gen G in the qualifiers, for example, so they did.
Hard Rock Mine,
Some
Safe Zone,
monthly
Triple Dribble,
finalists
Bells Rock, Dueling
already
Beetles.
in this monthly qualifier, but
Alright,
now they
so
go
are the
against
balance
team
changes in here? So like, is Kenji's hyper nerfed?
to finals. So not an easy target here, Trev. You feel like any of those maps are a bit more newcomer friendly, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I feel like both teams should be, you know, pretty familiar with the
52
maps and
KB is
drafts by
insane.
now if you're making it to monthly finals. You're going to have been playing enough ranked, enough scrims to be able to be very familiar with what to draft. So I don't necessarily think the maps are going to give an advantage to either team. I just think it's going to come down to draft massively to start with. But even then, we know Zeta Division can pick up the slack that lies in their draft.
What we didn't really talk about so far, we did have some balance changes last Thursday, so just 2 days ago. And now Spoo, Lumi and Kenji could finally show up to
He's German? Huh?
Yeah, possible, completely possible. Those two.
Oh, okay.
Pretty
Close.
substantial nerf.
Close to the same
Lumi
name,
losing
different
that
names.
1 second extra on the slow. It's gonna make it a little bit easier.
Is it
to deal
52K
with. She's
Mo
gonna
and
wind down
Rico?
on the outset, and just immediately just dominate the lane. East Asia though, as a
People are
region, if I'm gonna be
different
real with
level.
you, I don't expect too many fancy sort of draft traps whereby they try to bait out these brawlers. They're nonetheless prepared for sure, and I think most likely the eyes are gonna be on that new Kaze pick instead. I know Tensai tweeted out straight up saying that he feels this brawler is 100 times more.
What did they
fun
change at
than
Kenji's hyper?
Max.
They made the
You know,
pull
in the hands
distance.
of these mechanically skilled
The
teams,
pull
I think
distance
Kaze
is as
is
much, and then
perfect
also
for East Asia.
I mean, Spooder did show
Smaller
up with
range,
some
yeah.
signature
And now you need to
brawlers
get 4
that we
supers
pulled
instead
them
of
later
3
on in the
to
month
charge
with
it
that shade pick. Maybe
for the
Kaze
hyper.
is going to be that new brawler now. Lumi and Kenji both had the highest ban rates in the
Hard
Brawl
Rock
Stars,
Mine.
so that nerf
Who we
definitely
picking?
warranted Trev.
Do you think they're gonna be
So
banning
finally
Kaze?
see Lumi, we saw her once last month. She had a 99% ban rate. Brawl Cup still a 50% ban rate.
Big
Now
nerf
on the
still
season
broken?
today.
Yeah.
And we see the predictions here.
Yeah,
the
I watched the
votes
video,
public.
made it seem like it was still almost the exact same
It's
thing.
disgraceful.
They're like
95
same
to 5
results.
is just absolutely huge. I don't think it's the most one-sided thing we've seen all year long, but definitely towards that way. But as the draft does start, bans should be coming in shortly as we get underway on Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grabber.
5%? Honestly, I'm surprised they got 5% against Zeta.
They've played it time and time and time again because it's just been in the map pool.
Should we vote for them? It's their
Stage is set
families.
now for our first match of the day. The June
It's gotta be
Monthly
more than the
Finals
families, that's a lot of
East
people
Asia,
still.
Sector Division versus Feasible Gaming, and the stakes are pretty high. We're now in the
Alright, we're
top
drafting.
point
We're
split,
drafting.
so
Who
every
we
single
banning?
Monthly final is
Hard Rock
giving
Mine.
you a bit more
Alright, we
points,
got
and we have
Kaze
bans now.
banned,
Kaze's
Jay Young
gonna be
banned,
immediately
Lumi banned,
by both
Chester,
of those teams, so Spoo,
and
sadly,
Hank.
your wish won't be
Okay.
granted.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but as you'd mentioned though, Kenji did make it through. It looks like Lumi is still being highly respected by both teams. In this case, Zeta Division did ban it out, but that leaves Kenji in the pool, and wow, Feasible Gaming 0, they're not even gonna lead with it. I think they recognize
Gus
that it might
first
be a
pick?
trap to go
Okay.
for Kenji this weekend's version too early. They opt for the Gus pickup instead. Let's see if Zeta Division opt to develop a strategy around this nerfed Kenji or pivot in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they could leave it a little bit later on in the draft as well. They are going to have this last pick, and I don't know if it's something that Feasible Gaming will want to be picking up along the way. But with
Always
the
pick B
shield
here?
on
Yeah.
an aggressive brawler, it can definitely work quite well. But
B, and then
I'm
if you can
surprised
get
to see
somebody to
this
break
Kaze
them
banned
out.
as
Fink's
well.
first pick?
Double
Okay.
banned especially.
Their second pick for
Hasn't
Zeta.
been seeming massively strong, not awful by any means, but surprising to see it double ban. Fink's going to come in then for Zeta Division, something they might have picked up from Humble over at the Brawl Cup, considering that's one of their kind of go-to picks, and it has seeming to be working.
Free B,
And then
Gene,
from that as well.
Finks.
Yeah, I guess when you get humbled by Humble and get destroyed by EMEA, you just bring it back to East Asia, you know, wrap it up in a nice package and just use the poison, the tricks that you learned abroad back at home. A difficult prospect, I think, to go up against. Interesting choice on the Gene, though, I think. You know, as a mid here in Hard Rock Mine,
Zeta
at
bit
this
going
point, it's
B.
pretty common knowledge that if you pick up this Gene,
100% they
you're
got
opting to
Finks and
really just
Gene.
play quite a slow
Kenji,
game, develop
okay.
a pull, and then try and win off that. It's going to be sort of a weakened early game unless you can somehow dodge up in the mid and play hyper aggressive. Now though, Feasible Gaming.
What
the
Finks gadget are you
is
playing here? Are you
the
playing the one where you can
house
teleport
down
back
for
in time, or are you
majority
doing the
of
one where you
last
can
month,
stun?
Finally, now slipping through. Is this a trap laid by Zeta Division, or have Feasible Gaming capitalized on an opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, with Zeta Division having this last pick, there's still some opportunities to kind of pick against it, and I'm very aware that's been incredibly hard to pick anything that's
Penny!
Kenji as of late, but obviously thanks to those nerfs to the hypercharge especially, it has become, you know, just that little bit worse. The pulling power of that hypercharge has been less.
You take a tank into
as
this?
strong as it once was, still absolutely capable of
Did
making
B also
big
get
things
nerfed? I don't
happen.
think so.
Zeta Division do have an answer to that for their last pick.
Bro, Feasible went Buster B, they win.
Zeta Division,
Yeah.
they've changed sets. They're not playing together as usual on the couch. They're playing on the floor, just so chill and so relaxed. Levy now gonna have in that final selection now of the Ash pickup. The tank selection is there, and it's a pretty decent lane matchup, I think, into both this Kenji and the Penny. That seems to be the goal here, to just try and win out the side lanes, develop maybe a bit of a stronger presence in the mid to get the Gene, maybe stall it out, and just try and find a rundown opportunity.
Yeah, Ash. It's a good pick.
It's gonna be a big test.
Hope NA Monthly Finals doesn't delay the Hypercharge release again. Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. Alright, we're getting into it. Sight with the gold Finks. Sheesh. And the gold Ash.
But as we start things off, some good peppering shots from Levi, and Shitampo just beelining towards the Kenji.
Okay, so he's using TP.
But Yukimi getting the first pick there on City.
Can't kill Ash.
A little bit
Yeah.
overzealous there. The gadget not really saving him. Nonetheless, 3 gems in pockets of Levi. Now in the backline, Shizuku falls to Aisana, which is gonna feed up that crucial penny turret.
Yeah, huge moves being made early on by Feasible Gaming. A good start from Yukimi, especially being able to take down Suzuki.
They have no damage into Ash. Yeah, big
Like
facts,
Gus to
big
keep
facts.
Suzuki nice and low and back in the spawns. Shitampo not having a
Holy
good time
aggro
on the
things.
right side either. Good pull coming in, but really
I mean,
not getting a lot from it at the moment. Suzuki
I feel like you gotta be. This Kenji's kind of
He maybe missed a shot in there. Suzuki used the chill pill as well.
Missed the
and another
pull.
pull comes out, but is missed this time. Regardless, though, the teammates clean up the scraps, and that's going to be 9 gems now for Zeta. And a big
This should be
turnaround.
over. I mean, what can they do? Unless they get a Kenji hyper.
Just landing that max range pull with absolute confidence. Now 10 gems in the pocket. Shizuku just needs to take down this Kenji. Shizutampo.
Yeah, Zeta was selling straight off rip, but they got it. They got it.
Completely boxing in the Feasible Gaming roster. We can't even see Levi on
It's
the
over.
map.
There's
He's
nothing they can
just
do about
flagging
it.
out that Zeta flag, chilling in the back, knowing his team have secured game
FG
1
didn't look
in the
bad
bag.
though.
Really nice
I just
showing
think
there
there's
from
not much
Zeta
you can do
Vision.
against
The
Ash.
results at the start that they had wasn't great. They had an early mortar
Gus
against
wasted
some
super.
Kenji
Yeah,
with some
yeah.
good positioning. They just calm, composed, know they can bring things back. They kind of very aware that they are the superior team in this matchup, so kind of didn't let that make their
Cyberbullying?
waver at all. But as we get into the second game, Feasible Gaming got some work to do because the second half of that game was very Zeta Division sided.
If you're playing
Yeah,
Zeta,
they're gonna try it with a little tactical move.
you gotta
here,
know
double
you're
up
going
on the
into
left
something
side, but
tough.
Kind of the wrong target. I think they were trying to bait out City.
You got no
there,
DPS,
running into
yeah.
Shizuku now. That gamble not really paying off. Looking at that left flank, Shizuku already with
There
the
you go,
rats, now
basically
diving
pinching the
in
corner.
onto
Ash,
fairly
Rat's going
Levi's
crazy.
gonna be coming in, gets the pinch.
I mean,
a
this
kill
is over.
Falling. Feasible Gaming 0 now boxed inside the base, nowhere to go, and 4 gems in favor of Zeta Division.
Stuck in spawn off
Real
rip.
nice stuff from Zeta Vision here.
Is he trying to go around, though?
1v2ing his lane, and that's kind of good enough for them to get this 7th gem going in here. A very aggressive turret used by Asana. Suzuki can clean that up nicely. But
Ash hypercharge already
aggression
too.
there from Yukimi coming through. Hypercharge being used. Does pick
Missed
up
the
Rats,
hypercharge
not in
Rats,
time
but
to get
still
along with
come
the hypercharge,
turret.
almost taking down Asana, but Yukimi still sat in this back.
Ash was nailing the coffin 100%.
Yeah, they're trying to go for this flanking maneuver. Levi now a little bit in a vulnerable spot. Yukimi tried for it, but no. Levi
G
with
needs
the
to
gadget,
heal.
pushing him back. And Shitampo in the
Yeah,
mid,
it's
secondary
over.
gem carrier in the house. Now picking up the last 3 gems that they need, and a pull to
Good
add
pull.
insult to injury. Zeta Division continue to capitalize. Feasible Gaming 0. They've only got 7 seconds left on the clock. They have to try to make this one count. Yukimi seems so far from the super. No offense. being
There's nothing they
taken
can do.
here. Zeta Division,
They all had
they
supers.
close out an extremely clean set number 1, and City's already on the phone.
Zeta Vision definitely sweating a bit there towards the end. We're pinned in the spawn with about 10 seconds
Is
left.
he
It looks
using
like it's on the
thumb
Feasible
things
Gaming
for
at
Melty's
all.
team?
So a nice first set there from Zeta Vision.
Do you see that? He was using the what are they?
Start of the
what's
first
Melty's
game,
team's
kind of
name?
towards the end of the last one where they got a bit of control, but overall, just not really on the same level of Zeta Division in that first set. Still, obviously, a couple more to go. A bit of time to gather their thoughts and possibly.
You got 3 gems the whole game.
Bad, but they
Yeah.
do need to heavily
Yeah,
outdraft
that was
Zeta
rough.
Vision if they're going to stand a chance.
The draft was an interesting one here. Both Gus and Finks were the most picked brawler in the Brawl Cup, and now it seems like East Asia wants to follow that trend to stick to the true and tried. You feel like, Spirit, that's going to be a trend that we see all day today?
I think Gus'
it
first
is the
pick was kind of
opening
throw.
match, and this perhaps is just a Zeta Division flair. They did bring home that present, and Shitampo now piloting that things with absolute precision. I think taking, as you said, a book out of Humble's page. Wow, that was an interesting phrase. Book out of Humble's page there from the Brawl Cup, and it seems to be working fairly well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely...
Here, I'm gonna mute the mic real quick. I'm gonna call my girlfriend just real
so
quick.
far. But as I said, there were a few hiccups. You know, I'm not writing off Feasible Gaming just yet, but Zeta Vision, you know, they know they're the better team. They seemed in control for the most part of it, and didn't really have any hiccups where they're dropping massive amounts of gems and really risking too much. So as we kind of move on, we expect them to continue this dominance, continue with these 2-0s, but, you know, you got to feel for Feasible at this point. They're not out of it just yet, but, yeah, a lot of work to be done if they're going to stand a chance.
it is possible that this could end a 3-0, but we want to see a bit more of Feasible Gaming. We want to see those newcomers shine. We all have a heart for the underdog, so hopefully that next map is gonna do a bit better for them. And Spoo, we talked about it before a little bit. I feel like some of those maps do favor the newcomers a bit more if they're a bit more mechanical sided, like Safe Zone, for example, is a little less on strategy, just like pure mechanics. And I'm sure Feasible Gaming has that down.
Yeah, I mean, they are going up against the literal best mechanical players in the world. I think another possible angle that they could go for is to just try and outdraft Zeta Division as much as possible. If they've been paying attention to the Brawl Cup, they'll know that Zeta Division, they only fell short in the draft there at the Brawl Cup, and that's really sort of the Achilles heel for them, the only real weakness that they have. So now in the draft, I think that's what Feasible Gaming are going to go for, try and find some kind of a cheese strategy to go into this.
All right, I'm back, just in time for the draft. Who we going?
Here together with the Chuck and Lumi, we see Feasible Gaming has first pick here, so it makes it
Carl,
Zeta Division ban out the 3
Colette,
probably best or at least very strong brawlers on this
Lumi,
map.
Chuck.
Looks
like Kaze's getting banned every time.
And then something aggressive down the lane. So what we usually see is a Daryl, for example, could be a
highest on
that
safe
could be
zone.
incoming. Carl usually
Didn't see. I'm sorry.
well is going to be banned out.
Just gonna show her to you guys real quick. Bell first pick.
It's going to be a mixed brawler here, Trev. It's Bell.
Yeah, the Bell comes through. I love Bell. It's one of those kind of very versatile picks. You can't really go wrong with it. Not going to be, the most explosive brawler ever. It's not going to be bad at any points. But I really like
Angelo
banning this Chuck out. It's one of the brawlers that can make this map a bit more up in the air and kind of allow, lesser teams for them to have a chance. So I like that ban. Get it out of the way. And I'm also very surprised to see how much they're respecting Kaze as well, which I'm not sure if I'd like to see or don't like to see, because I want to see how it fares in competitive. Kind of like to see it played as well. But surprising to see
Bonnie.
Safe Zone wouldn't have been the kind of
Bonnie's good pick
that I would have expected it to be banned out. But Bonnie's going to come in. Also have that rework where you can kind of get straight back into that long
melody
form after a jump, which made it slightly better and a little bit more versatile, but still a little bit surprising to see it come in.
Yeah, it's a quick pickup here. I think looking at the Colette ban as well, that's one of the sort of main
Colette is possible. Yeah, they got a ban though.
The new Bonnie has decent matchups into that, but
Side tempo and melody.
At this Carl and this Charlie
Barry.
ban, it almost feels like Zeta Division, they're using Feasible Gaming's bans against them. Now they're gonna develop this Barry pickup, which is just an insane amount of sustain, and I think it's in direct answer to the fact that Bell is not a brawler traditionally is associated with.
No.
Having a lot of damage. So if it's offense, they're gonna just run over the Feasible Gaming safe.
I like the Bonnie. Yeah,
the Barry is very.
Barry's kind of crazy.
Obviously, you get a couple of shots.
Barry's good on safe.
Burn down damage over time. We'll see what Feasible Gaming do bounce back.
Miko.
Obviously, they've got the Bell to start things off. But
what is this?
Will follow. They're going with the Miko.
Just base race.
Yeah, it's been one that's kind of very, very solid for a while and flown under the radar until pretty recently. But yeah, going to be pretty good. Obviously, going aggressive, straight towards the safe. Star power is going to be absolutely ripping through it.
Yeah, they're borrowing Toxic.
I think it's funny that they're claiming it as Toxic Lotus
piloting this
now.
at the Brawl Cup to a fantastic
First go
success
Eve
here.
Brock,
This Miko is going to be a big problem in terms of the damage dealer. He feels like the new version of Chuck almost, because it's an inevitable form of damage that really.
Miko's good. Yeah, Miko's so
Feasible
good.
Gaming, they're doubling down on that structure. Go for 2 defensive brawlers and just let Miko shred open the safe. Now there is a glaring weakness.
His star power does 7% one shot.
Can mount a 1 push, maybe with the likes of a Melody or Daryl, that could spell doom for Feasible Gaming.
How do you go into this?
Yeah, well, I do like this Feasible Gaming comp so far. As you say, it has kind of left itself a bit
Single Carl.
A bit more aggression.
Not that big.
See what Zeta Division do come down with.
Lily.
As you mentioned, the Daryl with a Lily instead. A bit more of an assassin route. Guess they're kind of just going to play for not kind of like the 1 push levels, but
what is this draft?
Here and there,
this is crazy.
For the other brawlers to come through and deal some damage.
I love it. I absolutely love it. They're adapting it to their own playstyle. They prefer the Lily. It's something that it was used by NA mainly, by Elevate to a great degree in the Brawl Cup as well in these heist maps. And I think I might be wrong on this, but it actually has one of the better matchups against Miko. So let's see if Zeta Division can bring this home.
I think FG is a decent draft.
Feasible Gaming 0 strike back into set number 2.
Stampo sends himself to the realm instantly and leaving Suzuki to defend on his
Bonnie
own.
trying to handle the Miko.
Stay alive here. And round the back comes the
Lily straight back.
He'll just retreat straight past this corner and come back for another peek every now and again.
Yes, Suzuku now cycling out.
This might be a close one. Barry's weird, but I feel like
I
like their draft. Yeah. I mean, Bonnie can just hop straight onto it.
One layer of that shield now shredded away, and Zeta Division, the all-in has begun. They're sending in Cite Tampo. They're sending in Levy as well.
I think Zeta can win in the base race, even with the Miko.
Shielding at 50%. Second layer now teared open.
Cord possible-ish. Cord would be good to defend. Jeez, Zeta just destroyed their shit. They got a lot of pressure. Yeah, cat walking your keyboard, not kidding. My cat's gonna do that too. Yeah, Cord would be good to defend.
It should be very close, 1% and 0. It does just
Jeez,
tick it down.
that was like a minute long.
Yet again, so heavily in control.
They're looking so pleased with each other as well. Levy, after throwing out that last shot, you can imagine he just puts the iPad down. He says, I got this, guys. Just send the AFK, just chill for a bit. It's a pretty easy set number 2. Feasible Gaming 0, what do they have to do, Trap, in order to even have a chance in this set?
Tampo, yeah, coming forwards. I don't know what Feasible can do, to be honest with you. It's going to be very, very difficult. And the Miko really hasn't.
All right, back into it.
Either is the main damage dealer. We've got about 28%.
Cord is a demon at top right.
Game, so not really what the Miko should be doing. Should be seeing far more than that. But Stampo on the defense, defending it well. Doesn't pick it up just yet.
Lily on the Miko down low is good play.
Pretty much equal damage on the other side and actually taking over the lead now for Zeta Division.
It's crazy to think about the fact Feasible Gaming 0, they drafted such a defensive, sort of defending lineup here in the back. Aisana now going to be taken down by Cite Tampo. This is just really that mechanical diff coming out by Zeta Division. Now in game number 2, playing even better than game number 1. The all-in has begun. All 3 members of Zeta Division just barreling down, pummeling at the safe. Only 1 layer left, and Shizuku with 1 final jump lays his trap and detonates it.
It's over.
The Feasible Gaming safe.
Well, I mean, that's about as convincing as it can get for a game of Safe Zone, really, and especially if you're base racing at the end, and they still only managed to have 30% total, and I think maybe about 60% overall across the 2 games, but Zeta Division just absolutely dominating Feasible here. No, I don't think Feasible's draft...
Side tempo dodging was crazy.
Yeah. They're just getting completely outskilled, completely outmatched.
I'm surprised they're not banning Shade from that man.
Can't say we didn't expect
that sight get on Shade, it's over.
This one is a relatively unknown team, and they're faced off against Zeta Division. It's not really going to go their way out.
Want to do some Siege now? Yeah, brother, we're still in the middle of it. We're on round 1.
There, I said mechanical maps could be a map where maybe
while we watch this,
the strategies, the experience,
I don't know how to have it pulled up while I'm playing.
As in other maps, but
it's the only thing.
They got outskilled. Their draft is phenomenal. They are showing us a Toxic Lotus special with that Miko. The Miko not usually one to go for kills. We see it also reflected in the stats here. He just wants to go into save.
Uno reverse here would be crazy.
Save damage, but he's still just out damaged by that Lily on the other side.
You're gonna play? Alright, sounds good. I'll hop on in a bit. Gotta figure it out how I'm gonna do it.
I've got to say, you can copy someone's homework, but if you don't understand the thought process behind it, then it won't really work out for you. The way that Toxic Lotus generally plays the Miko is they don't draft 2 defensive brawlers with it. They always make sure that there's a hybrid of attack and defense, because that's the only way that you can sort of take pressure off the defense. Just constantly cycle between your attackers.
Triple dribble next. Surely the Shade's banned. Really did no damage safe. Yeah.
I just love to be back at the desk with you, just to really dive into the analytical stats here with you. It's wonderful. Next map is going to be Triple Dribble.
You get to the Banyo real quick.
That's a map that you casted quite a bit in recent times, so I'm sure you can tell us exactly what Feasible Gaming has to do to turn things around here. Still, it could be the last map we're seeing.
Yeah, Dab, you put me on the spot like that. I don't know exactly what they're going to be able to do, to be honest with you. No matter how they draft, no matter how they play, Zeta Division always seems to be the team on top and always the team with the better draft anyway. So, yeah, Feasible Gaming, they've got a lot of work to do here. Triple Dribble, obviously, is going to be their last chance to get something done in this monthly final. You know, they're new, they're fresh to esports in general. So, you know, coming in and having a game against Zeta Division, you know, their mentality is going to be a bit down after that, but you've just got to kind of watch it, learn from these.
Ban Pam.
You can't count them out just.
Did I record?
In the first 2 sets, but who knows?
Record what? Oh, are you talking about some clips? Not yet. I'm sorry. I meant to. I didn't get around to it because I was rushing. I thought this started an hour earlier than it did.
Feasible Gaming. I'm sure they can still show us something. Maybe they have some ace up their sleeves. Miko on Triple Dribble.
Shade banned 100% of their loss.
Show us a
Joke about Pam, but she has 100% win rate in Brawl Cup.
Feed them their own medicine. I don't know what they have to do, Spoo, but I want to see them win at least a set. I really have a heart for the underdogs here.
Yeah, I feel for them. I really, really do. They are going perhaps against the best team in the entire region, potentially one of the best teams in the entire world as their debut match. And now on a map of Triple Dragon,
we got
I
banned.
just want to point out, this was the famous fabled map that Zeta Division drafted triple tank 2 times in a row against EMEA and made it work. That to me is completely wild and just goes to show that Zeta Division, they really understand the limits
Zeta
of
going
what
triple
mechanics
tank.
can pull on this map. So Feasible Gaming,
Jae Young
I don't know
ban,
what kind of
Hank
magic they
ban,
have to pull in this
Kaze,
game, but they need to find
Lumi.
it now. Bans coming in. We're seeing Kaze banned out again by Zeta Division. They
Shade's
just
open.
did not want to deal with this
They take B first pick?
Trav Kenji technically
Okay.
left open. We just mentioned how they love to play triple tank. It's not going to be triple. B is going to be their first pick, but...
Now, if you're Feasible, do you take Shade so they can't have it? Because obviously the B, they're going to try to open up map.
Yeah, I mean, start off with a B as well. It kind of shows that Zeta Division are very aware that's what Feasible Gaming probably wanted to do, and you know, you kind of expect that considering.
Yeah, but if you're Zeta and you got B, if you take Shade, they're kind of like
require massive amounts of mechanical.
they kind of screw each other over.
Probably would have been what they were going to be
Juju?
reaching for
Okay.
if Zeta Division left that opportunity open for them, but they kind of shut that off nice and early with the ban phase, with this early B pick, and Feasible kind of have to maybe pivot and go for this Juju.
I like it. I think it's a decent idea. You pick up one of the most
If I'm Zeta, I'm breaking open the map as much as possible, using the B.
That does leave the other throwers like Bali,
Maybe a
and Willow
tank.
relatively
Then you
open.
can't do anything with the Juju.
Followed up with an Ashe, one of the most aggressive tanks. Now that you can see this tank has kind of been banned out, so it's kind of the next premium tank. So Feasible Gaming, a pretty logical draft so far. I don't see many big weaknesses here. Zeta Division though, they're going to be trying to develop threats of their own. Let's see if they opt to go for a wall break strategy or just double down on the tanks, like, you know, typical Zeta.
They still took the Shade?
Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna say
the shade, and honestly,
Griff.
Yeah, I don't know if I like Feasible's chances
Daryl.
as much now. Not that I like them too much regardless, but Shade is an absolute Zeta Division special on this map and many others. They make it work time and time again, and kind of allowing them to have that brawler is not going to bode too well for Feasible Gaming, I'd say, and especially when they've got this next pick still to come
Amber,
as well.
maybe?
Having a B, having a
Jackie?
Shade,
What
you know,
is this
it's great
draft?
for them. Jackie's going to come in as well, and they're going to double down on that aggression, so I really like this.
Zeta's going to score in 30 seconds.
Really smart drafting as well from Zeta Division. The only real counter pick to Shade, the hate pick, so to speak, at that level is the Jackie. They pick it up themselves, and now they've trapped Feasible Gaming in a position where there may be no clean counter.
Shade in the
to
Ashe
Shade.
is
They
so
have to
dumb.
find weaknesses in
Yeah,
other
but completely
places. But
counters
Feasible Gaming,
Juju,
as a
and then you
last
got the
pick, I can't
B
even
for the
predict
Ashe.
what they might go. Are they gonna maybe opt for something like a Draco and double down on tanks themselves, or maybe just go for another control pick, maybe like a Griff, maybe play
Draco?
Okay.
Okay.
Early game. Nah, they are gonna go for that Draco. Try and compete in the tank front.
2 tanks, but
Yeah, I mean, it's a good shout from them, about as good as it could get.
I think this
against
B's about to
Zeta
eat.
Division have got,
whoever's playing B is about to go
So,
crazy.
like this,
Or they
Draco,
need
good
to.
shout as the last one, can survive a good amount of onslaught from the Jackie and the Shade, being those aggressive 2 brawlers from the Zeta Division side. But as we said, this is Feasible's last chance. Probably going to be a sweep for Zeta Division, but I really hope we see something Feasible, get a couple of sets back, put up a fight against this absolute titan of Zeta Division.
Well, it all comes down to this, and right now,
Already
running it down.
Sheesh.
They managed to stop this offense.
The
but
pressure's
Singapore is
crazy.
already deep
Sight
inside
with the
wing.
Shade
Gets taken
super,
down,
but
though.
at least
Feasible
Ashe.
Gaming, they stay alive.
A little bit of overconfidence.
That would've been
there
insane
from
to
Zeta
score in the
Division,
first
went
20
very aggressive
seconds.
off the start, and I think Levy had a bit too much kind of faith and hope in that Jackie to be able to walk that one in, but Suzuki going to be over this left-hand side, using the gadget now, trying to find Yukini. Can't get anything too potent just yet onto him. Super going to be thrown down, but he is taken out. A bit of a waste there as Levi will just slide over to the left-hand side and clean that up for Suzuki. Slow comes in as well, and
Go up,
Shade going
supers.
forward to Sana. Not sure what he can do about this. Pass comes forward,
It's a
Chitampa
goal.
doesn't drop the ball by going over those walls. And real nice stuff from Zeta Division. Calm, composed, and got from a defensive position to an offensive one. Very
B
fast.
hyper.
Hyper charge now from Suzuki and Site flanking on that right side. A
Good
two-sided
slow.
offense here.
It's
Pinching
over.
through the walls, through every
It's
single
over.
person. Levy
Oh.
now with a super of his own.
Trying to
They're
keep it
almost
alive.
able to break through Feasible Gaming, but Aisana, nice in the form of the dragon, managing to stabilize the
I think if they
game.
didn't have the
High time for
Juju
Feasible
super,
Gaming to
it would have been
return.
over. That Juju super
High
exploded
charge
just enough.
From the Ashe here. Chitampa
Sight,
going forward,
chain
should be able to clean up
supers.
this Juju, and does. Yukini trying to make a move down the right-hand side, but Levi cuts that off nicely for now. Gadget gonna
No, FG's not playing too bad. I just think they're
Levi pulling back in. Should go down and does. Leaves them a bit susceptible on defense here. Stampo's a bit out of position, having to swing back. Asana gets hit hard though.
Yo, Gadget. Should have gave him ball. Oh, they scored.
Slide the ball in. Great answer.
Oh, we got a game.
Great coordination there, great heads-up play to pass the ball backwards. Aisana leading the charge, but resetting the tempo now. Zeta Division, City Tempo at large once again.
Shade just doing too much damage up front.
Oh! But no, not being able to pop the super in time and pass the ball in. Zeta Division, they remain undeterred though. City tries to go for the ball, but sniped down by Yukimi.
Keeping alive, shading the Ash, just tough.
Play, I feel, from Zeta Division, like they can make these miraculous things happen. Really leaning into it, but they do have B if this goes to overtime, which is going to be pretty good. Pulled straight in. Asana can't even get a gadget.
Zeta
I'm not sure he
100%
had one available
OT.
at that point either, though. Hypercharge comes in. Yukimi trying to make a move before overtime kicks in because they're not going to have the best time in it. Levi clean quite a lot of that up, but does go down as well. And now they're getting pinned a bit further back, which is going to be uncomfortable as these walls drop.
Alright, B's about to go crazy. Hypercharge coming in.
Nonetheless, Suzuku opens up with the hypercharge. Sitatampo on the left side already diving in to Fairly. Aisana now having to play on 1 HP, not getting the dragon form off in time. Suzuku now very, very near the ball. The shots continue to pummel into the Feasible Gaming lineup here, and this overtime, they're at a massive disadvantage.
Well, this Grigri providing some real issues as well. Survived for a long period of time. Now those rats come in, should be able to be
rats on the B's a problem.
By the B though, trying to get some work done. Fairly gets brought back in by Levi and will be cleaned up. Slows there as well, but Asana coming in the dragon form, trying to make the moves. Levi
this can be it.
Suzuki grabs it off the line, but two of them fall. And Feasible finally.
I don't know how they won that.
Incredible coordination, incredible overtime play there by Feasible Gaming. They had the ball control towards the end, and they knew that they just needed to dodge a little bit more shots from this 1B, and they had it in the bag. They kept it composed, defended the entire game, and I think they may have found themselves a way to beat the chink in the armor from Zeta Division.
No way. Yeah, that was insane. Ooh, FG off the rips with a goal.
Defense and Feasible Game will take
first B hyper shimming goal. Yeah.
Super availed from Stampo, and Zeta seems to be the one needing to do work now.
An uncharacteristic make from
FG just needs to get
Division,
not too cocky.
Trying to go for a hail.
Oh, we got a game. Yeah, I think the shade pick. I don't know. I know he's good on shade, but I think he was kind of.
Shots from Suzuki are there. Stampo will find a connection as well and get the super. Might want to go for a nice aggressive play. Oh, almost snuck it just past him. But a good defense from Yukimi again.
Zeta's heated,
Stampo
so they're not going out that easy.
Avoid, but getting hit pretty hard. He goes behind,
Rads.
trying to find some shots, but will fall down. Levy very
keeping him alive.
He will also be sent back to spawn. Now all these robotic rats coming in from the hypercharge. He will get connected on one of them. Hypercharge is there. Slows all round. 3 of them slow down.
They all have hyper slash super.
Zeta's
Zeta's gonna score right here, I think.
Hypercharge ready,
oh!
Forward, but he's surely able to slot this one in anyway. Turns back, thinks better of it as he doesn't believe he can get this goal in.
Respect given to the Feasible Gaming defense there. Zeta Division, they look so confident in their plays, but now a small weakness in their plans. Shidetampo, no super. That is the critical weakness that they have at the moment. Now he got it. Going straight for Fairly.
Juju's Dunzo, yeah.
Now left with the 2 tank Levy. He needs to stop this ball from going
good
through.
pull.
Excellent play by him. 2 pulls back to
Rats.
back, but Yukimi remains at large. Corners the ball.
I think
Nowhere
he
to
could
go.
have pushed that a little bit harder.
To that hypercharge shot from
if you had the Draco coming in, if you have, yeah, his gadget.
Division.
Yeah, real close stuff here. Feasible Gaming seem a lot better in Brawl Ball than they are in other game modes. Asada trying to find Dragon Form use now. Suzuki having going forwards. Might be able to walk this one on his own. Levy will use the hypercharge as well. Secure this goal and secure the match point for Zeta Division.
What a round.
Through all that chaos, Zeta Division, they just go to show that they're the ones that bring the chaos. They're the ones that control the chaos, and they take advantage of it so well. A slight misposition there from Feasible Gaming is pretty much just what cost them the game. Nonetheless, 1 more to go. Will Zeta Division bring this home, or will Feasible Gaming start a comeback? It's not looking good, though, from the start.
Yeah, no gadget used there as well. And Shitampo
it's in there.
Forward, should be able to slot this one in and does. Surprising to see the Draco not use a gadget there to survive on a bit longer. And was punished for that as well. Dragon form available at Shitampo. Back in this aggressive position once more, searching for another super.
Hey, FG got their round, but I think they're going home.
Controlling it so well. Now slow onto Isana. Shidampo dives in, but a little bit of uncharacteristic mistake, wasting that first shot to pick up the ball. Now, one member down. Feasible Gaming, they have the ball control in their pocket. They're gonna claim another kill in the form of Levy, and now spawn trapping Zeta Division in the base.
Tempo in a bit of a tough position now as this Grigri comes forward. Good shots. And a good land there from Suzuki's gadget. Levi pull fairly back. Not going to get the kill just yet, though, and still not. Shtampo going forward. Super wasted by Asana. Really unfortunate for him. Shtampo pops out of the wall there, but still does get the kill.
No way, this Juju gets sent.
Shtampo leans in for the kill and doesn't get it. But Grigu will be cleaned up, and this should be a Zeta start.
Not over till it ends. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong.
Yeah, the tempo shifts back into Zeta Division's favor. Levy has a hypercharge at the ready, so does Suzuki. Anytime that they pop that purple button could be it for Feasible Gaming. Look out for Shititampo. Now the hypercharge from Suzuki. It's good, lands onto Fairly, creates
Jackie goes in, are they having damage?
Going to walk it
it's over.
Zeta Division exude confidence, and 3-0 Feasible Gaming off the face of the earth.
I mean, brilliant stuff there from Zeta Division. A little bit sketchy. I'm so glad we actually saw Feasible Gaming's kind of potential in that set. We saw them win a game. They had potential of winning a second there as well. Could have got a set for themselves. And I'm so glad that didn't end in 3-2-0s because I'd have been a little bit upset that Feasible Gaming didn't get to show what they have to offer.
They managed to do something nobody managed to do in the APAC Monthly Finals.
Zeta Sweet
ran through with a clean 9-0, winning every single one of their matches without dropping a single set. So Feasible Gaming, a great showing, even though it's only a single game. And honestly, that Ash, the stats speak for themselves, boo.
Yukimi, the standout for us all. 11 kills to his name. Fantastically, 3 goals as well. He's the one who is the playmaker, spotting out all these weaknesses and going for pretty sneaky plays, I would say. That one game that they won was really carried on his back.
They certainly did well picking up a tank themselves. Maybe don't let Zeta Division have their shades. Still, in 3 months' time, it seems like nothing has changed, and Zeta Division still likes to pick that brawler and does so well with it, Trev.
Yeah, I'm so surprised that teams aren't kind of clocking onto it and banning it out in maps like Triple Dribble, to be honest with you. It was more the same in Hard Rock Mine, so they could have used it there as well. So 2 real great shade maps that were available for Zeta Division. So I'm definitely surprised teams aren't starting to ban it out because it just seems a brawler that they're inevitably going to be able to win with.
They did ban out some tanks, had to ban out Kaze, for example. Once again, Hank was banned, so leaving the shade open, it almost worked out for Feasible Gaming. So they had a great showing. Let's have a look at who else is coming up next.
Rival is king.
Feasible Gaming is only one of the newcomers.
I'm excited to see this new team
against Rival Esports.
Yeah, 1 match down, 3 more remain in the quarterfinals. Rival Esports against Ace King. This is an interesting one because we haven't really seen the likes of Ace King just yet. 3 players that I think just kind of was assembled together and just, you know, they're making casual runs in the qualifiers and they casually qualify here. So, gonna be an interesting match to watch.
Kenji comes back after a year of playing. That's certainly going to be a match I'm looking forward to as well, to see his comeback. And now, first up there, we have the public voting one more time. On event.brawlstars.com, you can gain Pro Pass XP by voting, amongst other things.
Cypher MVP, bro. It's
MVP. And of course,
1:43 a.m. Alex J, what's up? What's up? Yeah, it's 3:42 p.m. for me. Cause I'm over I'm in Japan, so this is actually like my region that looks out the best for me to watch. But welcome. How you doing? Just watched the Zeta Division sweep.
He definitely is the MVP.
Feasible's gaming.
For most people, he also got the most drawings, I think, in our Brawl Art fan contest. So yeah, let's see if he will be MVP once again in the semi-finals. If Zeta Division can get into the finals in the end, first up though, Rival versus Ace King, a match I'm looking forward to, and you get your predictions in the meantime. We're heading into a very quick break.
Zeta sweep? Yep. Zeta sweep.
Welcome back. We are in the East Asia June Monthly Finals. We are in the double point season, and Ark, I'm sure you have some big opinions about that. The double point season is the point where teams can turn things around. For Feasible Gaming, they almost turned things around. At least that game number 1 in Brawl Ball looked kind of good.
A game's a game, you know, that's what I say. But yes, certainly double points for the season. I mean, scary stuff, right? You've got a massive opportunity ahead of yourselves to really catapult your way forwards, or drop the ball and you're going to get left behind quite literally. And that's
I'm out of the video for me. Sounds good, Banana. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
I think reply toast from this month can go from like 8th to potentially 2nd place, which is crazy when you think about that in the whole grand scheme of things. So very much teams are going to be on the ball this month.
And especially for teams that are sitting in 5th spot, for example. Rival Esports is going to be up next, sitting in 5th right now. Double points are going to come in handy if they manage to win against the newcomers, Trev, Ace King.
Kenji,
from this point of view,
Sanikama,
the teams who are just below them, they're not really in this multi-final, so this is a huge opportunity to make sure they're guaranteeing themselves, this not only this 5th place, but moving up as well, higher towards those 4ths, those 3rds. So yeah, Rival Esports have got a lot lying on this game. Ace King not so much, but definitely going to be a bang.
And the man that we just see here in the camera, we talked to him for a little bit about their expectations for this summer split.
チームの状態が最初の2月からだんだん良くなっていっているんで、今順位が確か5位なんですけど、もっと上の順位を目指せるように頑張りたいと思います。上位5チームの中では今ポイント一番低いんですけど、やっぱダブルポイントでって中でなってくると、優勝2回とかできたらチャンスはあるんじゃないかなって思ってるんで、期待はしてます。
Keep in mind that thanks to Zeta's success at the Brawl Cup, we now have an additional LCQ slot in this region. Means Rival Esports can still make it to that tournament, Ark.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, I feel like certainly at this stage of the season, any team that can really rise to the plate can get to LCQ and beyond. I mean, it's really quite a realistic prospect. It just comes down to adaptation. That's the thing for me. How quickly can you kind of keep up with the meta and bring something out of the back pocket which you've been keeping to yourselves?
Mameshi did say they've been looking better with every single month they played. In this monthly qualifier, they upset Navi to even make it into the monthly finals 3-2 in the end. And Navi is looking mighty strong. So Rival, definitely a team to look out for. Not an easy opponent for Ace King. 3 new players on the scene. Trev, one of them is fairly familiar though.
Yeah, I mean, definitely kind of Kenji is a huge name in Brawl Stars, hasn't really been around much recently, and the same with Wahochi as well, another big name. Sanikama is kind of a new name to me, and honestly he does look quite young, so I'm not sure if he's kind of just turned 16 or something, but yeah, this is 2 very recognizable names and a bit of a newcomer, at least to my eyes. So Ace King, they've definitely got potential. Rival Esports at the moment just seem to be the team to look out for in this matchup.
We don't only know Kenji coming back after a year of not playing Ark, we also know Wahoshi. He played in Effort Result. They did qualify for 2 monthly finals, so he brings some experience with himself as well, in addition to that team that will certainly help them prevail even against Rival Esports.
Yeah, tough appearances, losing to Navi and Crazy Raccoon in the quarterfinal stages with Effort Result, but nonetheless, I mean, qualifying in itself is something which you've got to give a hand to teams to be able to do in this region. It's so competitive, so tough to break through, and for a team like Ace King, of course, they haven't qualified for a monthly final yet, so this is the first appearance for this team, for this squad. Obviously, Wayochi has qualified himself, but as a team, as a unit, this is their first monthly final. Kenji, of course, from a relatively modest roster back in 2022 of Zeta Division 1. Don't know whether you've already heard of them at all.
No, not really, but what were those predictions? Yes, we know Kenji, but still, it was 57% for the side of Ace King here. The people at home have decided, they've spoken, and Trev, they seem to think that those newcomers can actually beat Rival Esports in the quarterfinals.
I mean, that's really surprising to me, you know. People who have been watching the competitions all year long know Rival Esports are an incredibly capable roster.
All right, we back. We drafting. What do we got? What we got? Heist, Bridge Too Far.
Kind of maybe just throwing a bit of a
Chucky, Bell, Bo, Amber, Melody,
Band.
Band.
They've got some extremely capable players as
Bridge
we've
Too
already touched
Far.
on, but
Who we
yeah,
going?
I think your money's kind
Gonna
of
see the Miko
gonna
pick
Rival,
again?
in my opinion. The Chuck, the Eve, and the Bell going to be banned out for Rival. Ace King, get rid of the Bow, the Amber, and the Melody as well. They do have the first selection though, and Sadakama just chilling here with his Nita Bear and having a good time.
I'm looking for brawlers like Bonnie here. Yeah, first pick
Bonnie.
is very much the first pick brawler of this region.
Bonnie meta now?
It's kind of interesting to see how that kind of shift has taken place. Good bans for me all round so far. I mean, Bell is definitely not the biggest of bans for me, and that's why Lumi's going to escape through.
Charlie.
Quite a scary prospect. Charlie as well, as we've seen value so highly in this region.
Lily.
Much for more defensive purposes though. So combining
They're
it with the Bonnie
rapid
makes a lot of sense
drafting.
to take that away
Colt.
from Ace King. Draft flying through now as well. Colt going through. Scary stuff. Leaving that brawler on the safe. You can't do that. And of course, Lily as well. A brawler which can just use the round to scoot forwards and if left untouched, can literally just shred through the safe. And most importantly, those safe stages now as well.
I mean, this was one of the fastest drafts I've ever seen up to this point, but I mean, yeah, I like both sides so far. Obviously, Lumi took a little bit of a nerf in terms of that star power, which was, you know, one of the main reasons she was really, really good. And not to say she's
Honestly,
not good now, she's still very, very capable.
I don't mind Ace
Star
King's
power
draft.
helped her out quite a lot. Didn't really get to catch that last brawler there, but Ace
Who's
King
the last?
overall have a pretty good composition here. You see it going to be the, well, obviously we still can't even see what the other brawler is, but Kenji off to a wild start. It's
Miko?
Miko up top, and honestly, I think we could have expected that.
Yeah, I think a little bit of a mistake to leave Lumi open. I think Lumi's still very, very strong. I mean, the star power you're referring to is half-time. It's just down from 2 seconds of slow down to 1 second of slow. That's still enough to get the job done. And of course, for a map like this as well, Lumi's got great
Charlie hyper already. Yo, Rival's going crazy with the Charlie.
This defense there from Terry, nice stuff from him. 22% on both sides. The safe is even. You know, Lumi's still a threat. You've got to ban it still, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, Terry just pivoting to the mid, ready to defend against the Lily once more. Can't really super in on Terry here, as he would be able to drop. Oh, that was a little bit of a super waste there. I'm not sure if he auto-aimed it towards the safe or
Miko doing his
maybe
thing.
thought he
Miko
was gonna be
base
able to
race.
teleport onto it. But Wahochi not having the best of times defending IC here, and now Rival Esports gaining a quite a substantial lead, and especially with Kenji coming back to defend and hitting nothing.
And they got the Charlie pushed up.
Now Rival Esports in a fantastic
It's over.
spot to get this final
That's round
shred
one.
done. Terry then bringing out the spiders as well. Meshi from the right-hand side has got the piercing ability.
can't give him Lumi
That's-
and
we'll see
Miko.
the save handled nicely there by Rival Esports, because it was looking pretty close. Again, a team like, you know, Ace King, despite having not qualified for a monthly final, you gotta take them seriously. They've got a lot of credible players on their roster, but a bit of a close call for that first game nonetheless. Rival Esports do come forward and they do claim that first game. Sets, of course, still up for grabs. Helps a lot with that Charlie on the defense for sure, but it's the one reservation that I have for this region. Is very much an East Asia pick.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was kind of just they were on a lockdown offense, and then the Lily wasted super, and that kind of just lost them all control. So maybe they're going to be able to play things a little bit differently. Jump comes in from Wahochi here, gets a good bit of damage, actually. Doesn't last long.
And Miko's
Still manages to
gone,
secure,
unless Colt can
17%.
defend.
Regardless of that, though, Ace King are still behind. Rival Esports defending well, and Terry, obviously, against this Lily on Sanakama, just does so well on the defense. Mameshi not having the same look though, but still doesn't get him, and he dies anyway. Incredible there from Sanakama, but we now see that Miko just running straight back up. Good damage from the Colt and the Bonnie, but pretty much evened out just a few jumps on save.
Really, really impressive Lily plays. I've got to be honest now, hypercharged well to Terry.
Lily's gone.
Crazy on this bottom left, and now on the safe as well. Now that second stage will fall. The 49% mark, so a little bit of delay now until the damage can continue to rain down, but Kenji is in place, and again,
Good
it's been
Lumi
such
super.
a long time that I've forgotten just how good and how dangerous Kenji is on that Colt. But it is actually Rival Esports that have just managed to gain a little bit of a lead on the top right-hand side in the meanwhile. So neck and neck now, just about 6% differential. But it is the aggressiveness here of Ace King going forwards, and that is the last safe stage. Kenji
Can Nicole do it? Can Nicole do it? Oh, it's over.
He's still there. Finally, it's clear.
Oh, the Bonnie's gonna get there in time. Just Bonnie super.
Can Rival Esports get the final
It's
shot
over.
damage before
Oh,
this shot comes
1%.
in? Oh no! Oh, 1% was the differential, and Ace King tie it up.
Yeah, really nice from Ace King there. A great defense overall, and just you saw the Miko almost having that ammo back to finish it off, but couldn't quite get it done as all members of Ace King were respawning. And then the body jump's obviously going to be able to get to the safe faster than a Lumi running. So nice stuff from Ace King, and as I said, they're one to watch out for. Huge names on this roster like Kenji and Sanakama playing phenomenally as a player I haven't really heard of. His
And Miko's already there.
Yeah,
Bonnie
I'm
has
with you
super
on
though.
that, by the way. You know, for plays like he's been able to demonstrate so far, I would have expected to hear a bit more about him from the scene, but it's just beautiful work, and I can see now that they've got that Charlie for the defensiveness as a necessity, really, but is it enough? That's the question. A good start, offensive-wise, for Rival Esports, but the damage is raining.
76, 72, yeah, that's a close one.
Now, 76% now, but Kenji comes in. That's the thing with the safe now, is that immunity is going to take away a great amount of the aggressiveness of what she was bringing there. So good, nice, clean defense by Rival Esports.
Yeah, Hypercharge ready to go for Terry as well here. Mameshi just going to drop that ice. Nice positioning on that actually as well. Kind of just dropped on himself with the gadget. Terry's going to go in. Well, I mean, Terry's going to be taken down, sorry, by Sanakama, and the shield will pop
all
just
three
in
on
time.
save.
Delay quite a lot actually for them together.
Miko's
this
gone,
defense.
but...
Terry's running straight out at Kenji. Nice stop there as well from Lumi, and Sanakama should be cleaned up. Really nice defense, and now 3 of them going to be on the offense for the remaining 19%.
Oh, look at Mameshi now, able to get to the safe as well. Terry here as well, straight into the cocoon as well. Good damage into her. She's still
super,
staying
but
alive on such low HP.
Lumi's just too strong.
To get it done for Rival Esports, they'll take the set, but something tells me this one is far from done. Ace King had a really, really good showing in that set, to be completely honest.
Got to be a bit scared if you're Rival here, I feel, because they have won it, but so close. And you know, coming into this, you can't. I'm sure Rival will have expected to come into this, not walk it, but feel a bit more confident in how close that game was. Ace King, huge one to watch out for. 2 big names and a player who surprising me massively.
I'm loving the closeness of these matches, especially that set number 2 or game number 2. Ace King actually takes it, but he could not get any closer in Heist. We see a lot of kills here going down on both sides.
The Colt kind of sold.
Completely focused on the save for Haji as well. Bonnie coming back big time, Ark. It's the second time we see her picked up here on a Heist map.
Yeah, it's just a brawler which is catapulted into the forefront of the first pick brawlers. It's not really on the bans.
Got your ace
it's not there in
stolen.
the most picked. I mean, statistically, I'm looking at here on my side of things about 143 appearances in scrims across the the teams that are competing this month over the past 2 weeks. Up there as the top pick of 50%. So it's just one of those brawlers which is not really in the banning phase, it seems, but is a first pick brawler to have. And again, with Charlie being so much of a brawler which is picked up here in this region as well, then you know they're not banning for that reason, because if they pick Bonnie, they're just going to pick Charlie on the other side of the field. So it just seems to be that kind of way.
Talking about scrims here, the scrim rates for Ace King weren't the best, but this first set looked very promising from them. I do want to see them pick up a bit more games, maybe even more sets. It could be very close here on the next one. Trev, you feel like they have a chance to
Shooting
maybe
Star?
make it a set, not
Let's
only
go.
a game?
Yeah, they absolutely have a chance. I think Shooting Stars probably not the ideal map for them to come to have coming up next. It's one of the maps where a more polished team is probably going to come out on top most of the time. Last one was definitely more of a scrappy map, and even at that, it was scrappy draft as well in terms of having those brawlers who were just running aggressive time and time again. The Miko, the Lily, very different vibe to how this one's going to be played, and I do feel like this maybe plays into Rival's hands a little bit more.
Rival is playing for the LCQ slot, still double point season incoming, and now every single monthly
Downey
final
Shooting Star.
counts double as much. They want those points towards those tickets. Fans coming in now. Ark, we have RT, Jean, and Bell on the side of Ace King. First pick is on the side of Rival Esports, yet still they do ban out Jay Young, a brawler that we haven't seen today so far. One of the new brawlers that could be coming in handy if he's ever not banned out.
Lumi's open too.
Pam here.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say the obvious right now for the get-go. I mean, it's a brawler which I don't think is necessarily the best on this particular map, but it's certainly a dangerous one. Bray as well, definitely gonna be open here. Kaze, just gonna put it out there. Could see something crazy. She's an ninja after all.
Maybe some Mandy.
Can go into that form. But Nani, Piper, those kind of
Nani
brawlers
for sure.
still
Byron.
open in this kind of situation. Byron as well, so that could be spelling something of a supporting role. He has to push someone forwards like an Ollie. So I like the approach from Ace King, but it also against the range and the Nani
too big.
Piper here as well for absolute danger.
Yeah, I think that Nani was kind of expected. It's competent
Ollie.
at the short range, big burst damage when the Ollie comes forward onto him. And, you know, the same at long range as well to be able to deal with them when they're not so pushed up. Piper, it wouldn't be a bad shout. I do just think it'll obviously suffer at that short range when Ollie comes forwards. It gives him a target that he's actually going to be capable against. Whether if they go something else, then maybe wouldn't be able to come forwards. But yeah, I do still think Piper pretty valid. So the home mid recipe is a dangerous thing to have on your side. So they do select in just a second. Not coming through, but yeah, you kind of expect it to be long range or just an all-out tank count to get rid of. It's going to be the Lumi. And you know, you did mention the Lumi being a very good brawler. It's just not necessarily a shooting star brawler. So we'll see how that fares.
Ironic, really, considering that she has morning stars, isn't it? But this just doesn't feel like a great map for her, in my opinion. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the very map where we saw her come in and then actually lost in the BSC, but I could be wrong. It was definitely down in South America, but it's just not really catered to her. She can lock down a little bit of the lane side with the freeze, but not really too much.
Piper.
The final pick was a Piper, and I was going to say they can't really pick a Piper into a Nani. So a really bit of an interesting decision there by Ace King. They have got the advantage of having the Byron for the heals, so that there is that option available to them. But yeah, a bit of a surprising brawler pick. I mean, Nani is a terrible matchup for a Piper to play into.
Yeah, well, the Peep coming forwards now. We'll see if that makes a connection. Looping round, going for Kenji here.
Nani super
find
missed.
him. A little unfortunate there, and I thought that would have been kind of a tied on hit, but not the case, clearly. Wahochi just getting his super now. Morningstar still laying on the floor, covering that pathway. Now recalled, and IC will go down. Hypnotized and brought to his knees by Sanikama.
Ooh, the break wasn't quite there for Kenji. Just very rare that you ever see that left-hand side broken half there.
Holly?
But
Yeah.
did connect nicely to Ice before. That homemade recipe was not
I mean, Holly with
Gadget,
Gadget, or Holly with Gadget and
the
Super is
aggressiveness
not.
of Rivalries was paying
not
off.
bad
A
move
nice
here.
flying hook in by Icy on the left-hand side. We're actually going to throw the splash down as well. And that protected pirouette should see that Icy does not diminish down. So nice place from him. Brings Rivalries, however, back into the mid. With Hypercharge from Kenji might be choosing to knock Mameshi out. There's it gets him taken down and jumps away in just
Hyper
the nick
sniped.
of time. Lovely stuff from Kenji.
Yeah, well, no return to sender was a little bit surprising for me. Just that one kill's going to bring it back, and they don't deserve this win at all if they get it, because Ace King have been the better team in this matchup, but they get the kill, 3 stars.
I mean, Ollie super,
of
the
Ace
Byron
King.
super
Now they are in the lead
should
with
be able to
20
get a kill with
seconds left,
that.
and this is a
I feel
composition
like
that they can be very aggressive with. This Byron Ollie composition is this is the position they want to be in, going towards the opposition.
10 seconds.
You gotta go in now. You don't got time. What is that super? You get it? Oh, it's over. They had another second though. Carl's gonna get that kill on the Byron.
Great stuff. The game goes their way. This set, though, again, still continues to battle on. Probably the 50-50 match of this quarterfinals, in my opinion, now we're seeing unfold, and that was not my opinion coming in. Certainly, I was not underestimating Wochi and Kenji because of their experience, but I wasn't expecting quite this much of a back and forth, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good position for Ace King to be in. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure they prefer to be in the lead more, but with this composition, you want to be going into the opposition in those aggressive positions, and thankfully for them, they have that capability of turning it round. Blue Star goes this way again, and
Carl with the
as
snipe.
well as IC.
Nani got Piper low.
Shots from the mesh as well, getting Piper low and forcing Byron's.
Rivals having a much better start.
I see, dangerous. Claims a star and should be able to escape away. But great taps from where she got to be said. And
Oh
Icy might fall
my.
here, and he does. Lovely stuff from that.
AK
Byron,
with the blue
because
star
that
now,
is
though.
Not an easy brawler to really kind of target against the Carl. So brings the
Nani
much
coming
needed
in,
stars over to receive as
smacking
quickly as
that
that. Yeah,
Viper.
return the other way.
Rival
So
should
he
have
finds
this.
Kenji and that Nani pick, and now he's the one with 4 stars above his head.
Yeah, such an anticlimactic kill though, isn't it, really, when you see Pete just one-shot Piper. That's more like it. Kenji will get that kill on the
We got a
right
game.
side.
I don't know how I feel about the Ollie. I think Ollie's good for like the last 30 seconds of the game, but other than that, he's kind of just...
stay aggressive, but not being allowed now. Peep comes in, will have to loop it around if he wants to be able to bring down Kenji. Choosing to pivot and go for Byron, gets
They
the
just
hit,
need the Nani
but not
kill.
the kill, as he's a little bit more healthy than Piper.
well, Meshi does need to heal up as the highest stars. Oh, that freeze.
Oh, Nani going in. Yeah.
Back and the stun as well. Does find the pickup there of Wochi. There's Hypnosis though. An immediate response.
Oh, he should have swooped around trying to get the Nani kill.
But it will not find Kenji. And actually, Wochi is going to.
Carl's going to get the Piper.
Just above him. I see trades 16 now for Rival Esports, the 9 of Ace King. They have the blue.
Rival will win. Maybe.
Push, but it's going to be tight.
Much more like it from Rival Esports, but still.
What's up, Crowd? How you doing? Yo, Rival just
and cleaned up by
put on a show.
And I see with a
Why spoil? It's not spoiled yet. We're live.
Really nice stuff from Rival Esports and a phenomenal shooting star set we've got on our hands here.
Really solid. Really solid. I mean, such an exciting showing. I would like to see a little bit more of a back and forth in terms of the set, so I wouldn't go against a bit of a bias here. Go on, Ace King, get us one on the board, bring it to a fifth and final, no less. This kind of deserves it for me so far. Again, in the draft, I wasn't too.
I still feel like Ollie's not the best pick here.
But I'm definitely convinced of the scoreline so far. It deserves to be as even as it is.
Yeah, well, Hochi caught wandering here and surely will be taken down.
Oh, he's trying to be a lot more aggressive this time, though.
Now, though, can't get back as Kenji was cutting off that avenue. Almost clipped by Mameshi there as well. Sanakama in a very aggressive position, and once again, a homemade recipe will come out, but trading shots.
Carl flying hook's kind of a
quite low.
dog.
Will heal him up. In a good aggressive position for Ace King now.
Again, another good freeze. Kenji really out of position and relying on these Byron heals. There's a nice connection there from the people as well. Tanakawa in a dangerous spot, but juking wondrously well. But there is the stun. No escape. 5 stars in the blue now for Rival Esports.
This might be Raps.
Solid showing on this defense. Realistically here, the Byron is the only thing keeping Kenji able to go on the aggressive. A nice their return to send a pop from Mameshi is going to turn the shots of Kenji. And another freeze cycling forwards, but the Ollie is dangerous. And again, the Hypnosis cannot be overstated now. Going to be seeking forwards as well, trying to find a target. It's going to be Icy.
Try to come back and help, but Carl's going to get 2 still. They need a team wipe.
And it would be punished by Rival Esports.
I mean, that is huge from Icy again. He's been the real star man in the shooting star set. Peep coming out. Mike of Kenji gets the kill as well. 13-0. And from the first game to the last 2, it's night and day for Rival Esports. Completely ironed out the issues in this composition that they had in the first. Sanakama will go down as well, and that's just got to be defeat for Ace King. There's still time. There's still enough stuff for them to be able to bring it back. But yeah, it's getting further and further away from them as the seconds go by.
I feel like I may have jinxed this one, not gonna lie.
I think so too.
Because, yeah, until this point in time, okay, they got 5 stars, but I mean, it was still
that was tough.
Dominance, sheer dominance of a showing there from Rival Esports, and that's a really tough way to enter a third set, isn't it? When you've had a back and forth, neck and neck all the way, and then you get absolutely stopped to be 2 sets down. That feels bad, isn't it?
It really does, and both times they at least take a game, but it still isn't enough to take the set in the end. Trev, you mentioned it. It was night and day between that first set and the third.
That's what I'm saying. Ollie, 1 kill, 59 damage per second.
Job at that, but then both times he goes down immediately. The Blue Star switches sides, and there was an opening for Ace King to get at least the first game. The second game, they still had everything under control. I see Mameshi on 8 and 7 kills here. Arc, beautiful.
Yeah, just, I mean, the synergy that you were seeing there between the Lumi and the Carl, and everything was just so together, wasn't it, in that final game by Rival Esports? And they just capitalized on so many moments where, you know, Ace King was just out of position, separated, segregated. You kind of need to do that with the Byron on the field, and you see there, I see just beautiful Carl play there with the hypercharge as well. He was unstoppable and had the sport most importantly. So really deservingly so for Rival Esports. Can they seal it now? Can we see some back and forth again? Ace King has certainly got the roster, they've certainly got the tech, but have they got the composure? Because these are 2-1 scorelines every step of the way so far.
Draft-wise, I saw the vision on the side of Ace King with the Ollie and the Byron. In the end, it didn't really work out. Ollie didn't really close the gap between himself and his opponents. On the other side, we had that Lumi as last pick. She was left open, and yes, she did get nerfed, but it was only her 1 star power that received a little tiny nerf. Her star power
open business
is now
what are we drafting in open business?
From 2 to 1 second of a slow duration, so it didn't hurt her too much, and they still chose to play the star power. So she's definitely still good, even with that SP. So yeah, I don't know why she was picked up a bit earlier. Let's see if she's going to be open here as well. Bot zone, open business, certainly a map that I would expect her as well, Trev.
Yeah, I hope she is banned out here, to be honest with you. I think this is one of the maps where she would be extremely good. And, you know, kind of, we were questioning a little bit whether or not she was going to be capable in the last one, but obviously, when you're playing up against an Ollie, you're going to be completely fine at getting your super when he's coming aggressive and doing a good job against it. Bans are here, and she remains in
Lou,
play.
first pick.
Lou is going to be the first pick there for Ace King. And the
Griff, Binks, Hank, Kaze, first time being picked today.
We get to see her for the first time now, along with a Lou. Oh, that is disgraceful.
I was going to say, are you going to ban Gray?
Incredible. Obviously with the Griff, the Finks and Hank band on the other side, and it was a Lou selection, but Rival, really good composition so far.
Draco, Barry, I mean, they're still around. Frank, big, hefty tank.
Kaze Lumi. That's tough.
Frank, in my opinion. Let's see how Ace King are feeling, but already, I mean, Lumi, Kaze, I mean, disgusting brawlers.
Okay.
I'm still a bit unsold on Kaze, gotta be honest. I find it quite underwhelming, to be frank. Let's see. Draco's a great start for Ace King. I would not mind the heals, and Barry is the best brawler to be able to combine with it, in my opinion. But let's see how they're feeling. Finks as well, being banned out. It's a smart choice. Jae Young, I don't mind it. Good speed, good heals. Work hard, play hard. Love it. Good to see him come through.
Yeah, I feel like Jae Young hasn't really been sold to us that much. I haven't seen him enough in competitive to be like, oh, okay, you know, he's absolutely incredible. Off the start, when he first came out, it was playing
Cordelius.
Now it's kind of just like, shows up here and there. Cordelia is going to be the last one for Rival Esports, and you know, I have to agree with you. I haven't seen enough from Kaze. Having played her a little bit, I'm not massively convinced, but obviously that's in my hands, and I have more faith in Rival Esports making it work than me.
It's a weird draft.
Well, this will be the debut of Kaze, first ultra legendary brawler in the game. So I'd love to see it just demonstrated wondrously well. It's, you know, again, it's a very, very challenging brawler to get your thumbs around. You've got the geisha mode, the ninja mode, which you can then also tap one green button to go between as well, depending on what you're running, and immediately there is what we're seeing with IC now. So ninja mode with the ability to go invisible as well. So those shots.
See, this Lou can slow him down enough.
Shots at longer range, of course, and IC going straight onto Kenji, middle now as well. And that more still means that you're going to take damage if you leave it as well. So.
Sanakama will be picked up here, and it was pretty even until that point. Terry quite low, but I see in a great position. Hypercharge used there as well, and now going forward, just dashing in, getting some damage. Terry will just slide straight onto here because you know, Wahochi really isn't finding any shots, so he's not in too much pressure in that situation. Wahochi just going to stay alive. Meshi gets the super onto him, but he did survive regardless. Sanakama stood right in front of Mesh as he comes out of this zone and just cycling this. I don't know if there's ever, since he got the first one, not been a Kaze super on the map.
Yeah, it's
maybe Kaze's her.
It really is. And I'm loving this Cordelius, by the way. I mean, you know, Draco was a notorious for being able to stay on the mid, and with the last stand as well, Gadget being able to just survive on, and then just immediately eradicating it from the mix with Terry. I think it's really smart drafting here from Rival Esports.
I mean, this is ridiculous. Yeah, the Cordelius is crazy. Locked down there as well, and Mameshi and IC will pick that one up. More ice on the map, and Sanakama coming back in, but I don't know how long he's going to be living for. Relmed, but did get the gadget off just in time. We hope she's going to fall low, and Kenji just coming on the map, and yeah, I can't be losing hope in Ace King a little bit here. IC just going to dash straight in, get some damage. Kaze hypercharge again, dashing forwards, getting 2 more kills, and
Wide chat dead. I mean, there's only 2 people in here.
Yeah,
no worries.
I mean, I'm starting to think maybe it was me.
We're also streaming pretty early compared to normal.
Kind of the brawler.
Yeah, possibly, possibly. But having spoken to a lot of the pros, they are saying that it is a bit underwhelming. You know, I kind of take that kind of side of things, but it makes sense to be played on this mode. It really does. You know, when you've got the Fanstorm as well, you can remove ammo as well. 34% of the ammo from Brawlers initially.
Yeah, Rival went absolutely bananas.
Really
Kaze, Lumi, and Cord.
And you can't defend yourselves whilst you're doing it.
I was thinking that Jae Young and Draco would have good synergy and then have the Ludus flow, but I think Lu's just too hard to hit because Kaze can move so quick.
Sanakama will fall as well. Used the gadget, but really didn't get too much back from it as Terry kind of just held off and then finished him off when he came out of it. I see. Does have a super.
And the Lumi supers are just nuts.
That should be cleaned up. Sanakama doesn't have a gadget at the moment either, as he used it just before dying last time. And we'll see IC swoop in and get that kill. Mameshi might be able to get Wahochi here in the back lines, but they're just ignoring him like he's doing nothing. They are just leaving him.
Actually dangerous here. Gonna get the stun though, and then gets the flank around. As
I mean,
you can't really tell him.
Draco's doing nothing. This is insane. This is over. Ace King.
At 70% now on the objective to only
Back to the lobby.
Ace King. You gotta feel like it's now or never for a push because Ace King have not been in this game.
It's the first Lou super.
Yeah, Kenji on the zone, finally gadget popped as well. Can find a shot onto IC. Nothing more. Terry realming Sanakama and having that one-on-one fight. He couldn't use gadget whilst in there, but Terry still didn't get the kill. We're up to 80% now, and Sanakama finally getting some work done. Good damage.
I mean,
used, not really.
They're getting some time, but not enough that I think it's gonna matter.
Oh, I see there as well. Another fan storm onto the mid, and again aggressing Hoshi forced out there.
Blue
as well.
super.
Side throws down, freeze of his own.
They're trying to fight back. I think it's just too late.
A bit more fuel left in the tank for Ace King. But it is dwindling, and now straight into the round for Sanakama. And again, that Draco just can't do anything at all. Can't bring in the objective, can't put out any damage. That Dragon mode is just completely wasted in that regard there as well. Hypercharge from Woji does go up the top left-hand side. A bit of hope.
There's hope.
Still for Ace King.
There's hope. Not a lot of it. Discord's gonna come in and get there some time. Yeah. Kaze should be able to wrap it up here. Just so good.
Yeah, cycle that as well, and a 2v1 whilst on 1 HP is not going to go your way. Almost frozen out, but that percentage is going to tick all the way up to 100. And an anticlimactic ending to a very close series overall. No sets go Ace King's way, and Rival Esports will sweep it 3.
All right, who's next? Melty coming up.
Deserves to go to the fourth or maybe even a 50 final set in my opinion, but nonetheless, Rival Esports gain that back into their hands and fully deserving the semi-finals in my opinion.
You know, I don't want to be like that, but I kind of called it. You need to ban Lumi or pick her up yourself, otherwise you're going to lose this set. She's kind of the better Lu.
Reject Frenzy Gaming coming up.
Yeah,
let's get something that's not a 3-0. It's been sweeps all day.
A lot of area control, and Hot Zone is all about area control. 13 kills on that Cordelius. I read in chat that people were really not a fan of this brawler. I hope your mind is changed now.
Yeah, I mean, Terry with 13 kills is really, really solid. I mean, he's pretty much just controlling Sanakama all the way through, which is very unfortunate for him, but really nice stuff from Terry Mameshi as well, most DPS. All members of Rival doing their part, doing exactly what they need to do. So many Kaze supers were coming out, and, you know, even if the brawl's underwhelming, some players will be able to make it work inevitably anyway.
Ace King had more votes from the public, 57% it was in the end, but they didn't take a single set. Came close a couple of times, but it just wasn't meant to be. And then also, remember, Rival is still fighting for that LCQ slot. It's not going to be an easy run for them today. Up next is Zeta Division Arc.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly looking like a pretty stacked bracket, isn't it? I mean, you don't really want to go against State Division, but Rival Esports, I mean, this is a great show.
That Draco did nothing.
Up next, we've got Reject versus Frenzy Gaming as well. Crazy Raccoon versus
honestly, the Lou didn't do very much either.
Absolute
definitely could have had a lot more
of the day, but I mean, it could have easily been the last one that we just saw because it was so close, it could have gone all the way.
We had 2 3-0s so far. Let's see if the next one is going to be a little closer. It's going to be Reject versus Frenzy Gaming. Both of them had already have some monthly final showing, so it should be a little closer. First up, though, is the MVP vote once again. And Trev, who's it going to be?
Reject by 100.
Quick.
I'm just going to wait until it says it so I don't get it wrong. Mameshi is going to be the MVP. Knew it all the way through. Was 100% sure it was going to be him. Real nice stuff then from Mameshi and all the guys on Rival Esports as well. I feel like that could have gone to anybody, to be honest. It's really hard to predict.
Is there 2 days for this? No. This is 1 day. This is all going to be done today.
Doing their part. And a well-earned semi-finals for them.
He's the team captain after all. He did also do the interview, so it makes a lot of sense that he's the MVP arc.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, he's just got aura, hasn't he? I mean, this region's got a lot of that going around, and you know, he was, again, a really solid star for his team today. In the semi-finals, really good stuff from Rival here today.
We give you a little bit of time to lock your predictions in for quarterfinal number 3 and 4, and also go grab a snack. We're going to be back in a second.
Yeah, it'll be done today. We're about to have next match, Reject, Frenzy Gaming, Crazy Raccoon, Navi, and then we're gonna see Zeta and Rival. And then my guess is Reject and Crazy Raccoon, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Don't want to play CG anymore, you're gonna watch? Alright, bet. Sounds good.
We're back with the East Asia Monthly Finals. We're in June already. Brawl Cup is gone and done. And yeah, we have one more LCQ slot in this region. And there's still a couple of teams that can claim it. One of them is Frenzy Gaming. They have a strong opponent though. It's Reject. And Spoo, we get you back. We get Trev out of
Shoe
the
Melty
way.
Battleman
What do you have to
versus
tell us about those
Frenzy
teams?
Gaming. Let's go.
Well, I've got something to say, and it's that Frenzy Gaming made some bold statements when we asked them some questions. Dan Shari looking mighty confident coming into this. Not sure if he's trolling here, but he did say that he would destroy Reject. Which is once again just looking so confident. We're seeing Shu and Melty just chilling there. Melty rocking a new hairstyle.
They got 'em mixed
single
up.
Month.
You're saying Shoes Melty.
How fitting that we have a beautiful graphic just made for Melty as well. We have the wrong hair color, I think, but that's not that important. They came second twice. They definitely underperformed in the spring split arc, but they still sit in that second slot.
Always
They
a
have the World
bridesmaid?
Finals
What does that
slot as
mean?
well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, just to explain it, just in case. Always the bridesmaid is a phrase, right? We saw it actually in the grand finals of the Wild Finals in 2022. Ubers Fraser, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. It's a second place reference there. But I mean, he looks fantastic. It looks great in a dress. I would know. I've worn
Yo, that's
it
wild that they
myself.
put him in a dress. I'd be
Yeah,
upset.
this team is dangerous. Let's just get down to brass tacks here. Reject have had 2 grand final appearances this year in monthly finals. Yes, they did lose both. Well, one to Zeta, one to Crazy Raccoon, but certainly to be able to make
Always
consistently
second, yeah.
is what is going to be said there.
I have a little request now. Either I want to see an arc picture with a dress, or
Or
I
just
want
be
to
turned on
see
monthly finals
production,
wearing one, eh?
or that, or I want to see
Your wardrobe, I'm down.
Whoever made that
such a
graphic,
beautiful graphic
I'd throw
also
hands with
done
them.
by production about
They did that
art.
for
I'd
me.
like to see you in a bridesmaid's dress, please. Yeah, one team, Reject, a very strong team, is sitting in that second spot at the moment in the leaderboard in East Asia. On the other team, we have a fierce opponent. It's Frenzy Gaming sitting in 5th right now, and Spoo, they still have a chance, still fighting.
You think
for
he
the
likes it?
LCQ slot.
He might.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm
They
just
are
saying
2
personally,
points behind
I'd be ready to throw
rival
hands.
Esports, and they've already made it through that qualifier. They're still in the race. They're currently now at 115 points. The 2 main candidates to claim that coveted additional 1 LCQ spot. So let's see if Frenzy Gaming can survive the quarterfinals against this monstrous opponent.
First up, we spoke to Betterman. We wanted to hear what he has to say about his opponents. We also talked to Dunjari,
Last LCQ
asking
spot?
him the same question.
I think Crazy Raccoon needs to show up or they're not going to Worlds.
レジンゲームはいいチームだと思うんですけど、僕たちがしっかり母校します。
僕が思うリジェクトの強みはやっぱ個人技、各々の PS が高いところにあると思っていて、また、弱点もそこにあると思ってて、各々の PS が高いがゆえにスクリムで編成不利が気づけてないのではないかと、全部編成有利で片付けてしまっているのではないかと思うんで、ピックが下手くそなのかなと思ってます、リジェクトは。
Point out Reject that they can't draft.
Frenzy Gaming and Rival are both still fighting for the LCQ slot. Sorry. Frenzy Gaming is hoping that Rival doesn't make it too far. They already won their quarterfinals, so there's that. And they're also hoping that they can win their quarterfinal match right now to gain some points. Now, Ark, we all said Reject is gonna win this one. Why is that?
Because they've always made at least the semis, and that can't be said for Frenzy. That's the thing for me here. You know, if they are to do the unthinkable in this quarterfinals, it'll be Reject's worst performance to date. That's a big thing to bet on, I would say, when it comes to predictions. I personally don't think that it's going to happen. It could happen, and if it does, it's double points. You know, again, we're talking a lot about kind of teams and their road to the LCQ spot, but let's not forget that any of these teams can really kind of battle past and even make it to Worlds as a result of this second half of the season. So this is the time for upsets. If Frenzy are down to do it, I'm down to see it. I just don't think it's likely.
Little bounty action. Let's go. Let's go.
And Spoo, I think we also have a lot to talk about that tomorrow. before we head into the next region though, still in East Asia, we're looking at the predictions, and this time around, the team that we put in as favorites is also favorited by the public.
9% for Frenzy?
This is probably one of the more one-sided, but then again, you know, all
it's
of us
more than I
here
would think.
at the panel all 100% chose Reject as well. That is true. They've made every single semi-final. They are the second-seeded team in the region. According to Frenzy, they have pretty trash picks, but let's see if that actually happens here in the draft.
We have the bans in already. The two most picked brawlers in the Brawl Cup are banned out by Frenzy Gaming. It's Gus and Finks. They're going to be picking up Nanny as their first pick. We are in hideout, so range is certainly something you want to have on your team.
Nani first pick.
Yeah, I mean,
good pick, good
the
pick.
range game is, you know, where a lot of
Finks, Bell, Gus,
well,
Jay Young,
so,
Jean,
stuff
Kaze,
so far seeing
banned.
that, and as wise again, it's escaping through a bit too much for me at the moment. I'm not feeling that is a positive sign. It's again about the maps and modes, whether it's the best ones for them, but I still feel like it's going to be heavily considered here. Yeah, I don't think that the nerf was as substantial, like as maybe some were thinking it was. I sort of heard mixed reviews from the pro scene as to kind of like how that nerf has been kind of felt. I think it's still strong. I think you've still got to consider it. But Andrew coming through now as well, which is a really good pick here as well as the RT2. So good brawlers being shown for so far. But what are your thoughts on that Lumi not being banned, Spear, and kind of how are you feeling around the current nerf situation? Is she still as dangerous as she seems to be?
Angelo,
right?
RT,
Yeah, I think 100%. You're
Nani.
actually on the dot for that. The damage output is really the main reason that I think Lumi is being picked up. That gadget still remains untouched. They did sort of nerf the cooldown right before Brawl Cup, but as we saw in Brawl Cup, didn't really make a difference, didn't it? It still was one of the most menacing picks, and now it could be a selection for Frenzy.
You can play,
Gaming.
man. You don't gotta have the stream up.
The trap, though. I think they're kind of wanting to bait out this Lumi. They recognize that one of the key weaknesses of that brawler is that at range, it is pretty vulnerable. Reject double downing on that double range comp is a
Mandy Piper
comfort pick for them. Frenzy, though, they're opting to develop this
Gray,
I'm
Nani,
wondering what they might pair it up with in that last selection.
RT, Angelo.
Let's see. I mean, the Grey is definitely a big deterrent of.
Do you go aggressive here?
So gonna be no Juju potentially on the map. Looking to break open the map as well. Play the real long ranged approach.
Leon,
to come through. Definitely bold. Not my favorite brawler, to be completely honest. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes some sense. They can't really go Kenji into the RT. That's the kind of thing here for me. So they can't really kind of tank it down and
no Lumi.
Try and go on the super aggressive. So, but Leon's not really a very meta brawler. I mean, it's not even kind of in my sort of top 20 most big brawlers on this map. So I'm not kind of feeling too confident about it.
Back from our class. What's up? What's up? How was it? Charlie.
Going through again.
Whoa.
I'm not a big fan of. I mean, outside of Heist, I don't think she's really got much.
I'm surprised there's no Lumi pick or banned.
It's a deterrent of the.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna be back before it starts.
Into pick here. That's the only reason that you'd ever see Charlie in hideout here. So it's very much a response to what Frenzy have drafted. I'm not that much of a fan of either. I mean, you know, it's all well and good that Leon's creeping forward within bits, right? And you're there and you're not out of, you know, the mix. But if you're spawning back in, then the very point of drafting that brawler is useless.
All right, Ark. That is quite a lot of bold statements, but nonetheless, it is a comfort pick there from the side of Reject. Mira already going to be flunking the first walking chain of the game. He would have really liked to get that wall break there, maybe trying to get an early pick. But if I'm going to be honest with you, Ark, I don't know if shredding open the map is in Reject's favor or Frenzy Gaming's
Got Melty
favor,
playing. Melty's on what, RT?
Have the range advantage here.
On the Nani.
Yeah, exactly that. One star on just the blue. No takedowns yet. Marked up is Shara on the right hand side. The missed walking cane there by Mira in the mid. Spiders not going to be any.
Wild that Angelo's picking back,
pushing back Leon on this top side. Torrides, who's very low here. Now everyone on Frenzy pinches the right hand side. Now the damage rains in for Reject. A nice finding there of Danshari. Mira survives there somehow, some way. I'm surprised, to be honest.
It's okay. I was finishing drawing the stunt show. Yo. Yeah, when you're done with it, you want to send it to me? I'd like to see a picture of it. No judgment. If not, it's okay.
Shu is trying to tank it out. Nice gadget.
Bro, fumbling
Just
Leon,
breaking it.
honestly.
Toridasu goes on the hunt. Now in the backline, trying to go for Shu, but anticipated by him. Now completely boxed in. He's gonna be an easy pick for Reject, who just need to fall back now and capitalize on this 5-0 lead.
He's an embarrassment. You gotta show him how it's done.
Well, there's still time for a push, but we need to see a bit more so far from Fenzi. Good taps there from Melty in the mid.
Need sushi in the monthlies.
Is on the
Greg and
smoked.
smoked.
Well, but that's not great.
You haven't finished? No worries. When you're done with it, you should shoot it over though.
Then a Frenzy back into the spawn side, and now so much to be done here. They've got to find Melty and Batman. The two is feasible here. Batman with the hypercharge, more maneuverability, and the HP buff as well. Then as well, Melty staying firm.
Why Charlie?
Yeah, it's just looking so easy.
I'm gonna lie, the Charlie's kind of going crazy.
And
good pick into the Leon.
Smoothly. Yeah, good stuff.
Banoman just flexing it out there. I think he knows it's like, yeah, that's a great warm-up. We didn't play like it was anything special. This is
why does he push Charlie? That's a great question.
Cool,
I mean,
calm and collected, execute methodically.
I would have pushed Angelo personally.
Precision land every single shot. Snatching up that blue star now. Batoman almost falling there to Mira. A very, very dangerous position as friends.
Oh, they're coming out strong this time though. Got them pushed back this time instead. Leon, don't push Charlie, bro. Yeah, I'm saying.
Again,
should not.
Finding Toridasu has not been too much of an issue, seemingly so far. Lovely tap from Batman. Can Shu close the gap though? And Shara is
at least Melty winning.
You simp. Available at the time that he was hoping.
Oh, Gray with a good pull.
Team there by Mira and Toridasu just found a very important pickup. The first time that Frenzy Gaming have really had any leads so far in this first set. So the question now is, can they hold on to it?
If I'm Gray, I'm breaking that wall open by pulling the Angelo or Charlie.
In the game, Frenzy Gaming, they now have the dimensional doors online as well. If they
bro,
want to
just push Harteen, save it away.
Yeah,
that too.
It's gonna be going on the hunt, going in on Melty though. Now with that walking cane miss, it's gonna be an opportunity for Reject to punish. Mira can use dimensional doors at any time to get out, but too late. Somehow teleport not going through. The shots connected, just
Reject's just better.
And Reject walked away with 2 kills, maybe 1 more to
Skill
follow.
diff.
Mira just feeding himself to the wolves here. Reject walk away with 7 stars.
Good connection from the peep, but it's a substantial lead. Hypercharge available for Shu as well, and they found the lane on the right hand side. A beautiful tap from Batman does then show up. Toridasu walking cane as well. Batman's in a bit of a perilous position here on the left hand side, dueling and dancing there. Shu comes out on top.
Leon's cooked.
Not connected with the cocoon, but the spiders will show up.
Battleman's a good Angelo.
12 stars to 2 is looking bleak in this first set for Frenzy Gaming.
Only 15 seconds left on the clock, and they have to break through. Battleman's hypercharge. He's just playing so hyper aggressive. Manages to hit the walking kid. Danshari so close. Can't land the shot. Finally does. Still 7 stars behind. Toridasu has to make a play. 1 more kill. As long as they can't get Shu, this game is done and dusted.
Yeah,
Reject
that's insane.
Set number
just
1.
Nothing.
And a very convincing one of that, honestly. Really, really solid drafts. They didn't seem to break a sweat. I mean, the only sign of weakness was dropping that lead in that second game. But other than that, I mean, Reject look like this is already a dominant showing.
Very dominant indeed. The Nani was the first pick from the side of Frenzy Gaming. Didn't really help them too much, though. It is a great counter to long-range brawlers such as the Angelo and also the RT, but it still wasn't enough. Those 2 kills on the side of Frenzy Gaming for Danshari's book.
It just looks like such a big mechanical
Graded nothing
between these 2 teams. I also think it cannot be understated that Reject.
You run the other gadget here for what? Charlie or RT? Or are you talking about Leon?
Shu and Melty, with their long career of being together on Rival Esports last year, now adding in Batoman into the mix. It's just every single move that they make is so logical. And Frenzy Gaming, they just seem to be falling apart at the seams.
No synergy.
Yeah, Leon.
Togetherness was there. It was just all a little bit all over the place with Frenzy Gaming, and just yeah, the stats kind of say very much the same story there. Just very miserable. The Leon pick again. I wasn't a fan of it coming in. Wasn't a fan of it
got you,
coming
Sushi.
out.
I got you.
It comes down to draft for me so far. And I wasn't a fan of what they were bringing in that regard.
it's a draft, it's the mechanics, like Spoo said, it's a lot of things. And we were talking about this might be one of the closer matches, but yes, Reject is looking very, very strong. They're definitely in race for the grand finals for today, and maybe they're about to win their very first monthly finals. Always second, or even worse, last
Ring of Fire next. All right.
the grand finals thanks to Navi.
I'm banning Gray
sweeping them
and
in
Hank.
3-2 in the end. That hurt. Now they're.
The guy to
coming
use
back
that clone
in
for a
race
hit and
to
kill
come back
Angelo.
even stronger.
Yeah.
They are sitting on that
That
world
makes
final
sense.
slot right now, but they're only, for example, 11 points ahead.
Yeah,
of
first thing I'm banning is
Gray.
Gray.
They need to keep heading into the grand finals arc, otherwise it's going to be another team claiming that spot.
Into Ring of Fire as well. Yeah, it's the competition's heating up. What can we say? That's the whole point of this part of the season now. So, bans coming in shortly in for Ring of Fire, but certainly,
One game off, 3,000 coins for my Kaze.
I want to see as a ban.
Gonna bust this out just real quick.
Here's a very
While we're
worthy
drafting.
ban here. Pretty much as well. I think it's
Or
a
Lumi?
safe bet to
Yeah,
ban
Lumi's
Kaze
good ban.
as we have seen,
Amber,
especially
Draco,
in Hot
Kaze,
Zone, kind of thrive
Kenji,
in this
Lumi,
region, but,
Griff. So they
to
did
be
not
safe
ban
than
Gray.
sorry when it comes to newer brawlers into the mix. Definitely the big tanky brawlers like the Hanks and the Franks as well. Yeah, so we're seeing
Finks first pick?
the Lumi on the right hand side there, Finks first pick. Yeah, if it's not banned, it's gonna get picked first on this map mode. So Kaze, Draco,
No Hank ban.
Amber's an interesting ban here.
You take
Griff
Hank,
as well as
Hank Gray.
ban, as well as the Lumi and
Good
the
ban Lou. That's a good ban.
Finally, all of those brawlers that we mentioned so often today are banned out. The Kenji, the Lumi, and Kaze as well. Finks is going to be picked up first. I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a Gus now on the other side, or some tankiness again. We still
Free
have
Grey
Hank
Lou.
open, Draco. We've seen a fair bit of those brawlers come into this region already. Bo is going to be there.
Barley.
First pick.
Stu's insane
He's a
here.
brawler that can do well in hot zone Spoo, but as first pick, I'm not sure if that was the
Bo.
pick here.
I'm not sure.
I don't hate the
Frenzy
bow.
Gaming 2-3 bow.
I don't hate it.
Now looking probably to develop some kind of a side laner. Ash is still definitely in contention, but it's very early to develop
Hank,
that kind
bow
of attack.
Hank.
It creates more weaknesses.
They go Hank,
they're
other
gonna
team
go
goes
for
Draco, they
instead.
lose.
A little bit
Draco's
more of a common
banned.
selection here.
Yeah, Draco's
I'm
banned.
really surprised by this bow with Gus and Byron still in the mix. Two East Asia favorites. They opt to go for sort of a pick
Chester's
from another
open, though.
region, so to speak here. That bow selection, it really puzzles me. I think it's actually leaving a lot of vulnerability for Reject to capitalize on.
Yeah, Bo's kind of wild. I mean, especially when you got the
Bo,
Lou open,
8-bit
like,
Draco?
Lou's like, Bo's a poor man's Lou.
Yeah,
B's a good pick.
It's a poor man's
We watched,
Lou. B gonna be coming in, so the tank deterrent.
I think it was Toxic
is,
Lotus that went
on
crazy
their
with B on
minds,
this map.
Sure. But I mean, certainly, you know, Jaeyoung available here, Lou available here. Certainly, brawlers which could be
Do 8-bit Chester.
if they wanted to have somewhat of a response. If Reject do go tank here, Frenzy have got that one to
Or
hand
Bo 8-bit
also.
Stew.
But yeah, I think Barry combination with Hank, it's a scary prospect.
I think B's
to
a good pick.
be had, so-
Yeah, that Hank's not
but
going to be
Frank
doing nothing.
cautiously into the wind here, but the bow is the
Frank!
worst thing. Yeah, Frank first pick, Frank coming in rather for Reject, and the response could be there as well with the potential of Chester now.
B1 against
but-
Bell.
or a Barry to combine with Hank. But what is this bow doing as a first pick? What is up? Hopefully the sleeve of Frenzy Gaming here, because I do hope there is a reason for it and a strategy and a plan.
Which is physically
and
not
the misclick,
possible.
Because I'm looking at that and I'm thinking misclick. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean,
Barry.
there are worse misclicks, and yeah, great call
Yeah,
there
Barry,
on the
nice.
Barry. The Barry coming in, the doubling down on just trying to keep this Hank sustained inside the mid. It is not the easiest Barry game though, I have to say. Finks and B, so much damage output that can come out, and they've even got Frank to assist with the side lane, so that Hank basically doesn't have any of that sneaky.
I don't know if I would
play.
pick Barry. I mean,
Nonetheless,
Barry's
though,
good.
It's time to put the words to the test. Is Reject really picking all trash, or did they just borrow Brawl Cup's pick and they're gonna run over Frenzy Gaming with it?
I'm searching for brawlers by name.
It's got
I'm
Silver
searching
too.
them by
Let's go.
rarity. I cannot see a brawler around Bo, which may have been a misclick that would make sense for this map.
I think Melty's going to be smoking on the
Big
B.
brawler never, in my opinion, never. Maybe on heist if you really want to have the mines and place them on the safe. But I'm very kind of taken back by it.
No, they got really
Let's get
calm.
these
They're
shots.
definitely better options.
There's nothing on the zone so far, no objective so far for Reject.
I agree.
The Barry, of course, is going to be instrumental. Probably my favorite pick, combining with that Hank as well. But they've got to kind of work together.
The
It's not
Finks
really
up top.
kind of Draco Barry where you're sticking together so much.
There we go.
The Hank is very much left alone on that lane side, so they want to come together at some point. I think that's the way to play this.
I feel like the Frank's not going to do much.
Coming out from Reject to retake the zone, but Frenzy Gaming,
unless they're wanting to break their grass when they walk up.
Already for a fully charged hypercharge in the mid, that's going to stall out quite a lot of time. But Bottom1 responds with a time zone of his own, and Shu is just going complete ham on that left side, hammering down 2 members.
You like Bo, really good mid?
Just carrying Reject on his back, really.
Well, nice little back to the fixture gadget there as well from Batman, just to evade the hypercharged mines, because they will pack a punch for sure. Now there's a nice gadget as well to Toy.
Maybe I was mistaken. That Frank's going crazy.
By this Frank, big stunk down Shari as well, so the slows advance onto the zone, and now Reject is starting to cook. Again, I don't mind the bow, maybe as much as I've kind of been giving it some flack, but it is not where a first pick
they're getting cooked.
Land on this map, in my opinion. 75% now, and a huge gadget. Not going to find the Hank though, and that's the big thorn in the side, in my opinion, there of this.
Melty's damage is going to be insane, especially with that Finks super. Why do you ever doubt Melty? Facts.
Well. Every super used by Reject is buying time for the other, now counting up to 94%. Frenzy Gaming, they've managed to push them back, but now
they only need
dropping
6%.
the mines in the mid. It's going to be the comeback of the century if they're going to be able to pull this back here. They have a bit of a spawn trap. This is going to be excellent for them as long as they can keep Reject boxed in the base.
It's going to be an almighty hold, isn't it, really? Tornadus has got his work cut out for him as well, and his bow mine's better. Cut the mustard lovely back to the finish to catch it yet again.
Nope. It's over. Jeremy will get that Frank out.
99%, and Reject get it done.
They almost had the comeback, though.
To evade that 7% needed by their opposition to get the game. That should not have been nearly as close as it was. It really should not with Bo first pick.
Why do they look so relaxed when they're playing? I'd be stressing in something like this.
He's carrying pretty hard. I mean, okay, to be fair, it's Mira plus Dan Shari. The heals are going in, which is why Melty hasn't really had much of a great time. But we are seeing the lane swaps come out now. Toridesu has no choice but to retreat. He wants to go for shoot, but that lane swap has just completely doomed their position. They
smoked off the rip. Frank too much HP. Yeah.
And now both sides
I doubted the Frank. I shouldn't have.
For the side of Frenzy Gaming.
Yeah, much better start now as well. The bush now going to be opened up to at a much earlier stage. So this is how I kind of expected the first game to go, really, for me. Beaumire's not going to have any issues being triggered at all here. There's 2 left remaining, though. So
see, I think the bow's a good pick against people that, like, don't know how to play. But against pros, I feel like people don't... I guess the Frank just triggered the bow mines, but I feel like they don't hit him as much.
For me, as now Frenzy Gaming capitalize on it.
It's a good timing for them, but the time zone response coming from Bottom1 blown up though by that Toridesu bubble. Just completely one shot here. That's gonna have Melty against the wall together with
Barry Super's going crazy, but it doesn't matter.
Though. Reject, they retake the mid quite handily and defuse that last pesky mine.
Approaching 60%. Shu gotta choose the hill. Doesn't know that Toridesu is there until now, so can choose to break. And yeah, now it's a much tougher thing. I mean, you got Hank on the left side lane, but that bubble's showing through the bush. I'm not really kind of sure whether they're not just hunkering down beneath the berry, in my opinion, that mid side of things to really brute force it. 77%, but now looking for the control, most importantly. There's the get from Shu. Clears up aisle 5 on the left-hand side, and now going straight for the mid. Those bow mines as well, just delaying the onset. There's one.
I mean, the whole map's open. Jensen, what's up? What's up? Just got some monthlies going on. Zeta swept. Who's the other team that swept? Frenzy? Not Frenzy.
Big push coming out from Frenzy Gaming, completely rebuffed though by the damage of Melty and Bottom.
I'm tripping. With the second match, they swept 3-0-2. Just woke up. That's what's up. That's what's up.
To cap it off, and that's a 2-0 in sets.
Reject's going crazy.
Frenzy Gaming.
It really was a stomp. It was. I mean, the first game, sure, very close, 7% between them, but I mean, in the end, it's the same story as the first set. Reject just kind of upped the gear. It's like they're playing with their food, Sonny, to be quite honest.
I really liked their combination of the B and the Finks as well. As soon as Betterman was able to just cycle his
all
Finks
sweeps, yeah. First round so far has been all sweeps.
Greatly from it. It was an easy round after that, really. Both worked out better than expected, honestly. Like, still like the Finks a lot better. And yeah, Melty on that B, of course, is tapping away. He hit his hypercharge and his ults a lot more often because of that Finks ult. So the combination of those two brawlers definitely something to look out for, Spook.
Yeah, 10 kills to Melty's name, 54% of the zone. He was the stalwart defender there from Reject, just dominating in the mid. And mind you, he was laning against 2 people for the majority of the game. Dunshari was keeping Mira topped up the entire time in health. And despite that, he still managed to find so many hypercharges, so many supers. It's just a remarkable performance there from Melty, in my opinion.
I will die on this hill. Like, Bo there with the lowest stats. Okay, some good objective power, but it's the poor.
Melty's officially him. Yo, Melty's been carrying like in almost all the monthlies.
I mean, it's not a first pick.
But Battleman's good too.
I don't mind what you do in your spare time. Ladder, go for it. Get your masteries in. But first pick, there's better stuff. There really is.
Last stop.
I don't really think he's a good brawler, especially in hot zone, but in the pro level, people can just dodge those bow mines, can just get rid of them whenever there's a moment of peace and quiet. And especially if you have some mobile brawlers on your side, Bo usually is not really what you want to go up against mechanically gifted brawlers. Next up is going to be Lost Stop. We're on Gem Grab, and it could already be a lost map that we see here, except if Frenzy Gaming has an ace up their sleeves, Boo.
This map though seems more like a Reject haven. If I recall, if my memory beckons me, I'm telling you, I don't remember a game where Reject ever lost on this map. Last Stop truly is their specialty. They're a team that, unlike the other East Asian teams that have sort of doubled down by picking up 2 hyper-aggressive tank players, they're still one of the few teams left in East Asia that really believe in control comms just all the way. We've already seen Batoman on his Angelo performing well with the RT from the Shu. These kinds of long-range hard hitters are what Reject really like. In the words of Frenzy Gaming, to them, it's trash. But hey, Reject, they play at such a high level. They make trash look like...
Who'd I ban? Last Stop.
Good ban so far. Kenji is still open though, so a little bit of a concerning thing.
Maybe B, maybe Gus.
Reject. Is there a Gus ban? No, so Gus is going to be a very viable mid here. Janet as well for the lane side is definitely going to be on the minds. Surely of
Jae-Young
as well.
Ban Chester, Lumi, Angelo.
Other brawlers as well. I mean, certainly for me, I think.
Lumi's guaranteed. Banning Lumi in almost everything.
But it's kind of going to be open potentially for some other kind of like unusual suspects, to be completely honest. Sometimes Lily in this region is not the worst of ideas. Pearl makes some appearances as well. Gene, not the worst of mids to have either, just kind of safe pick in that regard. Gene is going to be the pickup, yeah. I mean, I would prefer the Gus personally, but it is still decent. Draco? Some unusual suspects as well, so that's going to change the way the Friends are going to draft in the third and final pick.
Tara?
The heals from the Gene, is that going to suffice nearly enough, or is the Draco going to be just going on the lane on its own without the buyer on? You know, it's that kind of question mark now for me on the side of Frenzy, and back over to now for Reject to follow up with this these second and third picks.
Both teams still having a very versatile sort of open selection. They're not showing all their cuts. Just
Draco's odd pick
on this Jae-Young selection, kind of being left open here.
I'd maybe go
now
Griff.
That, you know, all these bans like
Tara,
Kaze are in the mix, and the double ban from Ember slightly wasted there, so to speak. That's allowing Jae-Young to shine here. Now picking up this Tara selection here, this is going to be their main answer for this Draco. They've seen weakness in this tank. They want to charge off those gravity supers. They want to play it off Batoman's heals and Batoman's speed, try and get easy picks. To make it even better for them, help from beyond, just one of the best tools in the game against that G-Ball as well. So I really like the way Reject are drafting this so far.
Hank now?
Yeah,
Kenji.
Giving the thumbs up. I know. I can't see it, but I know he's in this. Kenji that I was discussing as well. Yeah, it's a Kenji map, you know. And I really don't think the hypercharge has been nerfed nearly enough for me. And some various pros as well saying very much the same thing. I know that Zulane had some opinions on that as well.
Or no B.
Agree. I think that the zone radius is more of the problem for me. It's you know it was the kind of like the attraction that's been nerfed in that regard for the hypercharge for Kenji, but it's still so devastating. And in a map where you can kind of go in and out of the bush, that's going to be on the minds of Friends Gaming now. Having that Amber ban, you know, it could be punishing for moves on both sides regardless. But Janet, yeah, that's often.
You don't like Melty's draft? I think Tara's good.
As well, but good to see it coming through in this draft as one that was definitely high up on my thoughts as an early draft pick. So I really quite like it. The drop of the base can just show up the opposition within the bush very quickly, and the shades are coming off. So you know that things are about to get real here for Frenzy Gaming.
About time, because if they're on training weights, they need to take it off right now. They're 2 sets down. The drafts haven't been as solid as, you know, what you expect from them. They claim that they're trash picks out from Reject. So far, no real outdraft that we're seeing from them in this game, though. Is this finally the time that they'll be able to sort of take a game back? We're just gonna have to wait and see.
Draco's just charging super right now.
As you can see, Frenzy Gaming already pushed all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, it's
Chester getting ignored today. Yeah.
Shu is going to be getting a lot of utility.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a Chester pick yet or ban.
Lovely juggling his plates there as well. Not going to come back down very smoothly. This Toyota will find the pick. Oh, Bannerman comes through as well. Ah, just disgusting start for Reject. It really is. And Frenzy are just all over their spawn. Can't be coming back.
I think Jae Young's best gym carry in the game right now. Him or Janet.
Mira now picking up the pole, though. That's going to be a big game changer for them if they can land it. The target is going to be on Batoman, but he's got so much speed in the wake. It's going to be so difficult. Patience from Reject, though. They know that Melty has a pole. They just need to find a good lane swapping opportunity. They're waiting for Batoman to get that speed so they can really dive in. Shu making the offensive play now onto Danshari on that right side, but that's going to allow for a beautiful pull from Mira, pulling onto Batoman, but it's not enough. The damage, Toridesu wasn't in the right position. That's going to allow Batoman to maybe potentially get out. Shu having to hypercharge just to escape. One way to use Kenji is precisely that. Now 10 gems in the wake. Melty with the hypercharge, holding back, holding strong. The defense from them, only 10 seconds left. Can they hold?
Melty is hyper pull.
Entire community is complaining about the hypercharge of Kenji, but when are you ever seen a Kenji using for mobility? That's ridiculous.
Oh, huge pull. Melty should have held on. Oh, it might be wraps.
A heist here as the gems 15 in the pocket, running back into the spawn. Rejects are floundering all over this, and it's with the Draco, the highest of the HPs on their side.
There's nothing they can do. His gadget's over.
Trying to get it, but surely a gadget in the hand, regardless, could be used and popped. It's not even needed. Frenzy, daylight robbery. They get it back.
They just got robbed.
In the last
that should be a crime.
Hours, Mira came in clutch. That first pull made her fumbled a little bit. No follow-up there from Toridesu. But the second time, they had their eyes on the prize. And Reject, on the other hand,
Frenzy Gaming needed it. They're about to lay over and die.
Completely whiffed it there. Not in a position to really defend his team. That game was complete, as you said, daylight robbery for Reject.
They're landing 2 on the right side, and then Draco switch, so we can get some damage on the Kenji.
Can they do it twice? Because you only tend to get one shot against a team like Reject to do that. And if they've had their ego sort of battered in that regard, then it could be a set. But I feel like a team like Reject will recover quickly from it. This White Gene is a great mid to have. It can really just turn the balance. And one little moment there, being out of position, proved very costly. I thought that Kenji hypercharge may have been enough, and a very smart move, one that I wouldn't have necessarily foreseen coming, but nonetheless.
Yo, the gene pulls are going crazy.
7 gems.
I don't think he's missed a gene pull.
As that, and already a dangerous position now for the Reject of losing this set.
Mira with a 100% pull rate so far in this set, literally carrying the might of Frenzy Gaming. Vengeful Spirit is going to be cleaning up that side lane as well. All the lanes collapsing.
Draco has gadget. I think Draco has gadget.
9 gems to 10. The countdown has begun. Can Frenzy Gaming hold this lead though?
Depends how close Melty is to super, and this might be wraps.
10 seconds for a push. Some utility from the Jae Young, but not much more than that. There's a
hypercharge coming in.
But Melty's too far away. Now sucking in from the Kenji. Can they get the reset? They get the reset.
But the Janet has it.
Down. There's still time. But Melty's got no utility. He's forced into the pocket on his own left-hand side, staying alive, but not
Draco has gadget.
Bannerman coming in on his own is not going to be able to do it. They're not pushing
it's over.
Together. And Reject will lose this set. Frenzy put one on the board.
Insane coordination coming out there from Frenzy. Defensive plays all around. And Reject, on the other hand, they had the tools to maybe create maybe 1 or 2 more resets. In game number 1, they definitely had the tools to defend, but they just fall short. It looked a bit shaky for them. It seemed like they had such a dominant early game, and as you said, with Mira's pull, just completely broke their mental in a sense. Suddenly, all of a sudden, Reject just looked vulnerable. Danshari, you're looking so much in favor. Yeah, kind of praying there a little bit that kind of a game happens a second time.
I'm super happy. For once, we finally get no 3-0. We get a 2-1 so far. And also, I'm praying for never facing Mira's Gene on a
reverse sweep.
Oh
Maybe.
God,
I'm just happy to see a game that's
every
not a
single
sweep
Gene
off the
pull.
rip.
He was the reason for the blatant theft in set number 1, Narc.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. But the draft as well, it was just better. The Gene and the Janet, they really were shining stars. The Jaeyoung wasn't really doing much for me on the side of rejects. The Kenji was my favorite pick, for sure. But I think the Gene was just better than the Jaeyoung. I think it just really was. Those Gene pulls were so instrumental. And, you know, I've got to be honest, I didn't expect Friends to be able to do it twice. That was the thing. Against a team like Reject, who, both the way, have only dropped ever 2 sets this year in quarterfinal stages. That was back in February to Niwa. I mean, they've just dropped 1 at a stage where we've got double points. Here was the reset there from Shu, but there's no escape really there to come back from. And yeah, a deserved set, absolutely so, and much better drafting in that set.
This one was all in the Kenji and the Gene, honestly, for me at least. The Shu stealing the gems in the round number 1 as well. Frenzy Gaming in both rounds had the gem count to almost start a countdown. Shu came in and had to use his hypercharge to get out of the way there, Spree. That's not something we see very often either. Now we're heading onto our, again, potentially last map. It's going to be Kaboom Canyon.
Alright, some heist.
The opportunity to
we need to see the Miko again.
Here, but Frenzy Gaming has momentum now. Will we see a set number 5? What do you think?
I'd love to see it. I always feel the underdogs in this region need a little bit more love. And after an interview like that with Dan Shari, this man, he's
reverse sweep. Your prediction has to be right.
Bringing Reject down here in the quarterfinals.
I think Reject's going to the finals.
It's a big statement
Surely.
in the region that any of these, you know, 5th to 8th place teams can make the gods bleed. The top 4 in the region are not unbeatable.
I think the next match is gonna be good though.
Into draft now,
Crazy Raccoon and Navi.
So far, we have seen a
like
lot
Eve,
of
Carl, and Bonnie.
Surprisingly, she did get a little buff. She can now switch into her cannon form right away of the jumping.
I think Bonnie's a good first pick.
I still don't feel like she's one of the best brawlers in the game. East Asia seems to think
Bonnie
so,
or
and so
Miko?
far, she also has done decently. Let's see if she's going to be picked up again. We do have a lot of the usual suspects open here. Arc, Finks technically open here. Colette, Colt, the usual heist brawlers as well. So let's see what we will see.
Angelo,
Chuck, and Miko.
Barry.
Dangerous ones. I mean, Bonnie first pick for sure could be an option.
They didn't ban
Barry's
Chuck?
Not a bad shout. It's kind of like a bit neutral. And the thing is, if you pick Bonnie first pick, you're going to see on the other side the Charlie. Charlie's also good into the Chuck too. So it's like there is this kind of similarity that we're seeing in this particular region specifically with the Charlie and with the Bonnie kind of ideas. So the Barry, it looks a bit odd. It's a bit weird, but it doesn't seem so
Melody.
much so when you consider that back and forth there as well. Melody's
Yeah,
open here
Sushi,
as well.
Melody,
That's a really
Chuck.
dangerous brawler for me. That I mean, there's a lot of dangerous things. You know, Lily as well.
I'm going Monkey.
These are all
Yeah.
things that no one really wants to show.
Let's go Chuck Monkey.
But now it's going to be the Chuck. So immediately
Chuck Monkey.
take away some defensiveness from Reject here, because that's going to be the first thing on their minds when it comes to dealing with that particular brawler.
Yeah, 2 pathways to beat the Chuck here on this map. You either go for a hyper-aggressive early game, trying to end the game before Chuck gets full value, or you have to pick up a
Or
pretty
Bonnie.
hateful pick. Yeah, something like a Charlie that you mentioned. They can actually shut down, minimize the impact of every single time this train conductor makes a dive. Now,
Charlie
will
now?
Frenzy Gaming double down? That's the question. As you said, Miko, Bonnie, so many good picks still
Griff.
in the pool.
Yeah.
They could offer it, but no. They're gonna go for a defensive option here. The Griff, tearing down that mid wall, opening up and giving them a little bit more of a tempo controller.
Yeah, straight away with the Chuck.
Melody.
So it's getting, and the Melody as well. It's East Asia. Melody, I'm surprised was not actually picked up.
Quarter Charlie.
Kind of really assert even more authority on the offensive. But that's how Reject are best going to play against the Chuck, is to go on the aggressive. Have the Charlie there for safe measure. You see, I still don't really like Charlie. We've yet to see it kind of.
I mean,
down to
Cord
other
would be good
regions as
against Chuck for
To
defense.
be honest, I do tend to quite like using Mandy.
Who lost? You talking about Reject lost?
Against the Chuck, it's really quite good. Tara, bit of a wild card. That's a wild card for me, not even on my top 20. So, not quite sure how Frenzy are feeling there in that regard, because there's better defensive brawlers against the Melody than the Tara, but they've got full faith in it. Certainly, you know, the Griff, I mean, to break the mid, I get it, but is it necessary to have the Chuck have that direct lane through?
I think the Charlie's gonna eat.
So again, I've got big questions on the Frenzy Gaming draft side of things. The Chuck first pick is definitely a really good one, but it shows to me as well that Regent were ready for it because they picked Berry first pick. If they were
Melty on the
Chuck,
Melody.
they would have shown more cards on the table. So they knew that if they were going to do that or pick the body, then they had the Charlie ready as the countermeasure. So Frenzy were unlikely to combine the two. So I still prefer what Regents are running with.
Yeah, Reject's comp just seems a little bit more logical. Frenzy Gaming, they seem to be playing.
They're just letting the Chuck go. They got the Charlie on the Chuck.
But I don't think it's time to doubt them just yet. We
Tara only on a map, make her heist.
First damage coming in from both teams. Frenzy have already set up the train station. Now the first pull of the game. Gonna shut down Melty's first offense. The shield
Charlie.
First layer from both teams. Not broken just yet, but now Reject, they draw first blood. The first shield
Oh, they're
has
going
broken through.
crazy.
Frenzy Gaming answer with one of their own. They send the Chuck in 80% to 70 now on the board.
Melty is the danger, and now going forwards again onto the Griff. He's going to go down, and that's the thing. When you're playing a Griff into a Melody, you've normally got the upper hand against.
Chuck's on save.
Is Melty on it? He's got the hypercharge now as well. He's going to be earning off the back of the pet.
Melty's trying to get on save.
So there's that consideration to be had, and the Berry on the safe. That's
Berry on it
damage
too.
over time, and tricking through stages. Most importantly as well, that's crucial for Reject.
This is a close game.
Mira missing one pull there. He's got it back now with the hypercharge. It's going to be a
Tara's
very
hyper,
excellent
Griff super.
resource here.
Chuck
Most
going
likely
in, but
poised
Charlie gets a little
to use
stop.
against Melty. That's the answer. Melty though, brilliant, absolutely brilliant dodges there from Melty, baiting out Mira. That's going to open the floodgates for Reject to go in.
Oh, it's
and tear
over.
this safe to bits.
There's nothing they
Now
can do.
at the 22%. The defenders are just respawning, but it's not enough. Melty, you are a god.
Give my guy an autograph, Melty. you got a fan on the desk, mate. But it's just night and day, isn't it? Really, yeah, you know, when you look at these two teams,
Holy
the
fake,
drafting is
yeah.
just better, you know, and the mechanics are just better. Frenzy so far, okay, they've got a set on the board, but for me, Reject have never really been out of the question. You know, I'd like to see it go.
Forgot his ankle's broken. Honestly,
eat my words.
Melty went crazy there.
Let's see. As a crucial stage, a match point,
Chuck.
and a chance for a semi-final appearance here for Reject to maintain themselves in this competition. Frenzy on the defense already. Melty's already got 3 notes around his head, and now getting that close. Tara Super not going to be used here for Mira. No need, gets it taken care of, but already some good damage dealt early on. And this Charlie pick is working really nicely into this Chuck. I can't deny it. I'm not the biggest fan of Charlie, but here you can see it working wonders.
You know, you made it when the commentators glaze you, Melty.
Gonna be dropping down the piggy bank, kind of breaking up his own bushes there. That's
I mean,
how
everybody
free he is
glazes
of
Melty. I ain't gonna lie.
Gaming, they're just dedicating 2 people on the defense just to deal with Melty, but that is the plan. Don Shari is going to continue to chip away at the safe, but with him falling here,
Charlie wastes
Altamont
super.
now has the advantage here. Hypercharge on Mira is online though. That's going to be another big resource that we have to keep our eyes on.
Chuck's back up.
Chuck escaped through as well there. She did not have anything to deal with it, so that's going to be more damage. Close in terms of the scoreline there. Stage taken care of. A crucial stage now as well, but the Chuck is just ahead of the game for Frenzy Gaming.
Chuck going crazy.
He's got through the final stage too as well, and Reject have not done that, so it's going to be even more time to the side of Frenzy to get this final bit of damage done.
Chuck
here.
on save. Chuck's dead.
Chuck is still continuously landing on the safe. Now it's defense. Can Shu get the super? Because they need that to defend this for Reject. If they get that, they can do this.
Hypercharge comes out from Shoot. He does get the super in time, but is it
Come on, Griff. Come on, Griff.
And Mira, the cavalry is here to close things out and bring Frenzy Gaming back to equilibrium in this set. Reject, they had the tools to defend there, but it's a little bit too late. 1 tempo behind.
Just lacking a little bit of that aggression we saw from the Melody in the first game, and I want it to come back.
I think it should depend on how good the Charlie defends Chuck.
Is not surely in the first month of double points, no less. So for Reject, they've got to keep their composure here and just wrap this one up. And certainly this is a winning comp, no doubt about it in my mind. Nothing wrong at all with this draft. Let's see, they advance forwards. Shu spending less time on this Chuck, and that might mean a bit of a dive here coming in for Reject in the early moments.
No, they're just all on the safe.
Utility, and now's the chance to strike. Whilst the Chuck needs to set up.
Oh.
Now from Reject on the safe. First stage down as quickly as that.
Come on, Tara. You need to get a good pull. I'm trying to pull the.
Yeah. Selection for the poll. He chooses Mouthy. He chooses.
Oh, it's over.
The worst member to go for the mobility was just way too good. And Reject, they're gonna shred.
They're destroying the save.
Just like
they need to defend. They can't do anything.
Once again, barely connects onto Battleman. But Don Shari though, on the other side, he's managed to put the damage.
Look at this kill.
It's really, really close. Shu has to do.
They're trying. Oh, 1%.
1% on the board, and Reject bring it home. Eliminate Frenzy Gaming from the monthly final.
1%. 1%. That is disgusting. Daylight robbery. And it's done. Oh my word. It doesn't get closer than that. It really doesn't. The work that Charlie had to do to get it was so clutch. What we just witnessed.
At least it wasn't a 3-0, you know. Frenzy Gaming did take a set and to make this one close as well. They did take game number 2 in this one. Game number 3, 1%.
That was a good one. That was close.
It's not possible to be any closer in Heist. Yes, we did.
You'd crash out? Yeah.
I think,
yeah, I would too.
It's very, very rare. So yeah, almost. They had them almost taken to set 5. So we saw it in Batman's face.
Reasonable crash out? Yeah, that's a reasonable crash out. 1%.
Yeah, if I were Frenzy Gaming though, honestly, I take the win here. You took 1 set against seed number 2 in the region. It's a great result nonetheless. They're still very much poised in position, and with double points to still secure the LCQ potential.
Sam Gaming, what's up? What's up? Welcome back.
With their heads held high. Nonetheless though, Reject.
Watching monthly finals right now.
And looking at the stats from them.
About to go into Crazy Raccoon versus Navi.
All 3 members of Reject.
I mean, look at the Chuck's damage to save.
Not even 1%, 2 HP.
It's you know, it's why you draft it. But the response was so good from Reject. I mean, you know, it's the Charlie makes a lot of sense for it, but they had to mix up their strategy and go more on the aggressive in that last game. But Mira with 7 takedowns with the Tara pick as well. That's a pretty commendable stat for that kind of brawler.
200 HP in 1 second of a chuck hit. Yeah.
To save, but in the end, it's also about protecting your own. With the Terra and the Griff, it almost worked out, but it wasn't quite enough. Yet still, we did get
it's not a crash out. You don't know what else.
MVP votes in from you as well. You can vote on event.brawlstars.com. We're gonna get to that in a second. It's not surprising who this is, by the way. We'll see. Reject is already in the semi-finals and they're waiting for their opponents now, Spoo. It's either going to be Crazy Raccoon or Navi.
Yeah, that's gonna be a crazy one to watch nonetheless. I'm still itching to see who the MVP of this match is. I wonder if it's gonna be a particular bridesmaid, you know, given how well he played and how flashy he did.
Alright, Crazy Raccoon, Navi, who we got? You got CR? I could see Crazy Raccoon losing this one. They've been struggling.
The Melody God himself, absolutely deserved.
Where did the dress go though? I would love to see him in that dress again. The hair color, we need to work on those.
Melty with MVP, there you go, Sushi, just for you.
Imagine coming into the monthly finals, coming straight back after the mid part of the season, and then getting slapped to the label as a bridesmaid.
Imagine having no time to update the graphics because in East Asia, their hair colors change every single month. But yeah, looking at the replay out from this match, just look at Melty in action. Just so many times. If just one of those pushes didn't go well, it would have gone in Frenzy Gaming's direction.
Still shout outs to the players of Frenzy.
Make some breakfast? Sounds good, man.
Gene is gonna follow me into my dream, so there you go. You still had a phenomenal performance. I think they're still in the race for LCQ, maybe even World Final slots as well. Remember, we are in the double point season, so everything can still change. We still have a couple more monthly finals to go. So yes, let's see what will happen next. We have 3
Genie got Melty number
out of the way. We have 2 3-0s, 1 3-1, and now the next one surely is going to be a 3-2 arc.
Hopefully so. You'd expect with these 2 teams, that's to be sure.
What do you mean?
And,
you need some cereal too? For sure, for sure.
Either of these 2 teams is going to be a real challenger there.
This lower part of the bracket certainly has some big names in it. The next quarterfinal is going to be Navi versus Crazy Raccoon. And you only have to be patient for a couple more minutes. Maybe get a snack, get something to drink, and get your votes in on event.brawlstars.com.
People will be first very end of the season.
最終的に1位になるのはまあ私たちナビなんで
Yes, Navi, that's your prediction. Oh, he thinks Navi's about to go crazy. They are getting double points now,
最
though.
終的には1位取れるんじゃないかなって気がしますね。はい。で、2位ですね。はい。
Serial killer? Whoa!
ゼータになるんじゃないかなって予想で、まあ、ゼータはやっぱね、ブロールカップで、まあ、世界3位とかね、取ったりしてて、もうかなり強いチームなんで、まあ、ナビの次ぐらいに来るんじゃないかなっていう予想ですね。はい。で、次3位の LCQ ですね。3、4、5位は、まあ、3位が、
And then Reject will take the third spot.
リジェクトになるんじゃないかなっていう予想で、
Reject.
リジェクトやっぱ毎回結構ね、いい成績を取ってて、まあ、かなりベスト4常連のチームなんで、まあ、3位ぐらいに来るかなっていう予想で、で4位が CR ですかね。CR はやっぱ当たり運とかがかなり悪くて、まあ、初戦でゼータとか引いたり、まあ、今回は自分らナビとね当たったりするので、まあ、4位ぐらいになるかなってことで、5位がライバルですね。はい。ライバルもかなり強いチームで、まあ、その4チームを除けば一番強いんじゃないかなってことで、ライバルが5位ですかね。はい。
Expectations of summer split.
ものすごい大事な月になってくるので、しっかりここは勝って優勝できたらいいなっていうふうに思ってます。前半のスプリットはあんまりいい結果を残せていなくて、現状優勝1回っていう感じだったんですけど、3月4月ってゼータに負けちゃったんで、ここからの後半戦は優勝をしっかりしてゼータにもリベンジしたいなっていうふうに思っています。
Welcome back. We are still in the East Asia June Monthly Finals. I'm still here with Spoon, but we get Trev back. We don't have to deal with Ark, at least not for one round. I'm sure, Trev, you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was incredible. I'm so glad to be rid of Ark, and also the game was really, really solid as well. Felt like it should have gone to the 5th and final, but, you know, I believe Reject did deserve to win.
Alright, let's get into it.
I think
2 minutes.
Reject takes this one heading into the semifinals now, and they're not looking forward to whoever they have to face off next. It's going to be either Crazy Raccoon or Navi. It's our quarterfinal number 4, and it's the one quarterfinal where our predictions weren't quite on the same page.
Clash of the Titans though.
There, I got the cereal. Shout out.
Versus Navi. We've got 2 Navi fanboys here on the panel at the moment. Ark and Trav are on the support of Crazy Raccoon here, but nonetheless, I think we all agree that this is going to be probably the closest quarterfinal yet and a complete banger of a match to witness.
Moya.
I mean, that's why we're 50-50, right? Like, me and Ark went Crazy Raccoon, you and Sunny went Navi. It's perfectly showing, considering how aligned we were on the previous ones as well, how close of a matchup this is. It's just, you know, Crazy Raccoon stocks, are they down? The first place in February, then they went top 8 and then top 4. So they're back on the rise again after their kind of disappointing March performance, only getting top 8 April. It's kind of, you know, decent but not good enough for where Crazy Raccoon are. But this is a big question now. Are we going to go back down, or are we going to, you know, go back up?
Coming into the year, we definitely expected Crazy Raccoon to be in the race.
Hope Navi loses. I wouldn't mind seeing them do okay.
1 or 2, so the world slot is not secured so far. It can still change, but it's a tough draw for them. They have to face up against Navi first, likely to battle multiple top teams, as they also have to face against Reject next, which they're just trailing behind at the moment. Reject sitting in that 2nd slot on the leaderboard, Crazy Raccoon in 3rd, and then Navi.
Look what people do to you? What do you mean? Discord
Very
server?
important match for both Crazy Raccoon and Navi. Whoever takes this win.
Sorry, I'm guarding Lily right now.
Lead starting
Getting my Masteries up.
Summer split. I think we keep mentioning this time and time again, but we are entering an era of double points. That's double the stakes. And okay, Achapi, that's some really glorious hair. I think it's on the hair tier list in East Asia. It's gotta be up there.
We had the chance to talk to both of those teams once again. We wanted to know what they think about their opponents, Navi and Crazy Raccoon.
Cheat day for you today? Yo, shout out.
East Asia.
Alright. Let's get into it.
Navi には前回も勝っているっていうのもあるので、しっかり今回も勝っていきたいなというふうに思います。もちろん強豪チームなのは分かってるんで、 しっかりと対策を練って、勝ちにこだわろうかなというふうに思います。
Sometimes regarded the best player in the world.
They started a little bit slower into the season, but they steadily rise with every single monthly final. We saw them making it into the semis in February and March, and then even into the grand finals in April. And now they need to have a strong performance to prove that that April's second place wasn't just a fluke.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fluke by any means imaginable.
Section shoot photos when he named Zushi.
Unthinkable reverse sweeps in that
Wanna be you?
It was gonna be a 3-0 and Reject expecting to see Reject Zeta Grand Final. Well, guess what? Navi remind the world that East Asia has 4 great kingly teams, and they're one of them.
The reason they faced up against Crazy Raccoon now, though, is that they made it through the lower bracket into this month's monthly final. They did lose 3-2 against Rival, which definitely hurt their momentum coming into today's match, Trev.
Yeah, and this is the thing, it can massively help them or hurt them. It's a huge matchup for them. You know, going through this lower bracket and then being placed against Crazy Raccoon, obviously it's not what they desire, but it's a big chance for them if they can get this win on the board to push, start a big gap between these two teams. And the same goes to Crazy Raccoon. It's
Zesty Sushi. Put out Oreos 'cause I haven't eaten any candy in 6 months. Whoa, that is crazy.
Those double points.
I'm super
excited
Jensen out
to
here
see
now
get into the gym grind.
Have voted what they
Gotta feed my cat
who's
real
gonna
quick.
win this match, because the casters are split down the middle. We're in a 50-50 clinch here in Spoo. Yes, Navi didn't have the great showing in the qualifiers, but that April performance can't be a fluke, right? Well, people seem to side with Ark and Trev on this one.
Okay, I understand it though. I completely get it. Crazy Raccoon, the fan base that they've had here in the Brawl Stars community is
24%.
Everybody loves Tensai. Everybody loves what Crazy Raccoon have achieved across all these years. Nonetheless though, great shout, I think, to Navi as well for pulling up, 24% on their own end. It looks like we've got some supporters ourselves, Sonny.
Knockout out in the open, Jae Young, Jean, Angelo,
Yeah, the
Gus,
majority is going to be around
bust
since
up
Crazy
band.
Raccoon takes this one, at least I hope, for a closer match than we had in quarterfinal 1 through 3. It's going to be Ollie that is first picked up here. We saw him once before today, Trev, paired with a Byron. Certainly.
I'm ready for a new season. I'm tired of seeing Buster in ranked, just because he's one of the free brawlers right now.
I wouldn't count that as a very close map, as it's favoring some of those long-range bowlers, especially those who can walk over water.
Yeah, I mean, hence why Angelo's kind of taken out the mix. I'm sure Navi might be wanting to go for this kind of Byron Ollie combination.
New Griff skins out? Let me see.
The heals and the range that come along with the Byron. So maybe that's something Crazy Raccoon have to take into account. They're just going to pull out the Lumi. It's been left unbanned, maybe more than I'm sure lots of teams would have liked so far. And they have been punished when leaving it unbanned and unpicked. So for Navi's sake, some serious ability to shut this brawler down, otherwise Crazy Raccoon are going to be in a great position.
Why do they gotta make it so much?
This has to be preparation made by Navi in advance here, leaving such a big,
Might get it later.
like Lumi in the pool.
Hero, but Buster all over you, no pause. Whoa!
I have to assume Navi have
and Chester too.
Nonetheless though, Crazy Raccoon, they fall back on a little bit of their comfort here. Going.
The thing is, I feel like most people probably have like the Chester hypercharge, but I think people probably skipped on the Buster.
Kit for that second pick. Now Navi though,
Bell
back very quickly. Kit's Bell is the answer to this Lumi. Is it enough though?
Yeah, I mean the Kit is one of those picks that it shows up every now and again in a knockout. It either does ridiculously well or nothing at all. So for Navi, they've got to really hope that it's going to do a lot of work. And obviously jumping on the Ollie's back, providing heals, being a thrower off the back of it as well is going to be a huge help for the Ollie. So I don't mind what Navi have got. I don't know if I'd have necessarily picked Kit myself, but that might just be because I'm completely stupid. But Hank comes in for Crazy Raccoon, and I like the route that they've got.
Trav, you're not stupid.
Pre-011.
We're both, hey, between you and I, we're probably the most professional, most pro on the panel, with the competitive experience and so on and so forth. So I guess we have some pedigree of experience when it comes to talking about the draft. That said, though, I have to agree with you here. When I look at East Asia drafts,
Kid is insane. Content farming.
Really get it. It's not as coherent as some of the other regions, and it's really carried by so much of the mechanics. So, is it going to be a mechanical war here? It's time to find out.
Hey, in my defense, when I played, there wasn't any draft at all. It was kind of just spam like Max and a Sandy and you'll be doing all right. But
we'll
see
okay.
how these
Using
teams fare.
gadget.
The jump back from the Ollie, not really going to be wanting to do that too much, as you know, you want to use it as an offensive method more than the Sharpie has the jump. Question now is he going to go aggressive and try take someone down, or hop on one of his teammates back and play that support role? Cardboard box used.
Kit has nowhere to go.
Wasted as well.
A lot of pressure coming out from Crazy Raccoon, boxing the Navi
Genies gonna be
roster
crashing out when
inside
CR
the base.
loses?
Ryohei
Yeah, maybe.
still pretty far away from his super. He has to take shots, I believe, to charge up that super passively, which is kind of what Moya is doing for him. But CR, on the other hand, they're just wanting to box them in. They've already dropped the 2 Icicle Morning Stars. Now Achapi slipping outside of the base. He's looking
Oh,
for
they're
a
trying to get the
jump ball. I
pinch.
think he's looking for either Milcreo, but popped by Moya. Not even a
No,
chance.
no, Ollie's
there.
cooked.
The jump Ollie to
It's
fall.
over.
Ryohei isolated. Kuru killed.
Yeah, Hank allows the Lumi to get the super as
Favorite
well.
brawler of yours being played with? Which brawler? Lou?
When you have people going so
Bell?
aggressive
Oh no,
towards you,
Bell.
just to
Obviously,
lock
trust
them
your
down
Bell.
and keep them in position is a huge thing to have in the hands.
I knew that. I knew that.
Super as well. Moya obviously has the healing along with him.
I
as
think
well as the damage.
Bell
now.
might be my
Cardboard
next
box
brawler I
goes
rank
through for
up.
Chappie, going very aggressive. Tensai might be caught out here, but traded out. And
Kit
it's
for the
not
Lou.
really that desirable for either team, but you know, I'm sure they'll take the 2v2.
I think they'll take it now. Calculations sort of change up. The matchups now starting to lean, I think, slightly Na'Vi, as long as they remain to keep their distance and leverage on the fact that Kuru is just such a menace at the range. Now Ryohei trying to go for a play. He wants to hypnotize Moya in, pull him into the hypercharge shots of Kuru. It's
Okay,
good.
they
The
should get this.
execution flawless so far, but Milcreo
Unless
still
all he
stands at
throws,
large. Can't seem to find a
just
pick
push
on
back.
Ryohei.
Nice.
Bound shot there from
Bell's
Kuru to
really
cap
good.
it off for
Yeah.
Na'Vi.
Yeah, that was really nice bounce there. Just as things were starting to get a bit more stressful and Milcreo felt like he had a bit of a chance to bring that one back.
Kit for Lumi is good.
By the nice reverse polarity gadget of Kuru.
If you can get near Lumi.
Driving seat in terms of control, but it has been the case for the most part, and Navi have dealt with it quite well.
Just yeah.
Choppy now telegraphed on the out. He has to maybe commit the super. No.
I feel like the
Thankfully,
Kit
just
needs to at
barely
least get a
managed to walk
trade,
out of
or the
there.
Kit's just a
It's the
waste
same
of a
position
pick.
as that round number 1. And I think if you recall how it worked out, it didn't really go in Navi's favor. They have different resources now, though, with both Ryohei and Achapi holding onto these supers. That's an opportunity to start the late game. And it starts now. Ryohei going to be jumping in.
Oh, what a... Oh, Kit saves him!
Moya coming forward absolutely pops him. Achapi should be
Oh.
closely behind and in a 3v1 situation as a Bell. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do, especially with a hypercharge for Tensai and a super for Milcreo. He's pretty much going to be pinned. Oh, well, I mean, he's missed the hypercharge, but still gets the kill. And Crazy Raccoon
Lumi's
taking
super, so strong.
Yeah, what was the plan from Navi exactly?
Milcreo's hyped!
Jump, trying to save a brawler completely pinned down by the Lu super, and Ryohei there, that jump there. Very uncharacteristic mistakes coming out here from Na'Vi. Could it be nerves or just not understanding the win condition?
Yeah, I'm not sure really. I feel like the Lu super went down at pretty much the same time.
Milcreo insane
So I don't know
super.
if it was just
Yeah.
unfortunate timing. But yeah, I mean, if he intends to do that, probably not the smartest of things.
Like
to
they
do.
name Milk
I mean,
Oreo?
pretty much just guaranteeing 2 deaths instead of accepting 1 and trying to move on.
He's
But
good.
Really nice stuff then from
Kid's
CR.
going-
Achapi
Oh!
gonna go in, gets Tensai and the jump away. Not going to land on Ryohei, but I'm not sure he'll be too bothered about that. Thanks to the advantage they have now.
That's the Kit factor coming in, as you mentioned beautifully. It's a hit or miss.
Jack, what's
Either
up? What's
those
up?
kind of plays are telegraphed and read perfectly, or they're not. And in this case, Na'Vi already looking a lot better. They're going to be looking to probably charge up all their supers.
This is the
before
first
they
round
get
they
into
had
next
the
round. Achapi
cat
already
stay
has his.
alive.
I think he'd like to hold on to it, though, and try not to commit it if possible. Save it for the next round. But if they have to use it, they've got the options.
Ryohei taking some hits and got slowed as well. Forced to use that super. And now they're just going to retreat to try to stay out of the way. Oh, might be caught out here. Forced to jump as the bubble just flips around. Milcreo goes for the super.
They
Misses
should
as well.
win this, I think.
Overcommitting on a round that they're
They can
almost
kill the
guaranteed
Lumi.
to lose now. Super comes in. Moya going to be there. Milcreo just bouncing back
Good
into the realm.
super.
And Moya hypnotized. Actually goes for it again, using the super in what I thought was a guaranteed defeat. They're using so many supers.
Yeah, absolutely right there. Great call out. Moya, not sure what he was really thinking there. Maybe he could have chained 3 supers back to back and tried to get a pick, but it's just wishful thinking. Achapi now, once again, 2-man offense going in on the 10 side. Now turning onto Milcreo. Another kill in his name. Moya left isolated, and Achapi,
Oh, we got a
leader
round.
of Na'Vi, shows the world that this match is going to be truly the closest one yet.
Yeah, I mean, the kit.
They got the kit moving.
Going true to the fact that it's a massive hit or miss. First game, kind of let the team down, made a few bad jumps, a few bad plays with the cardboard box. This one, he was the absolute playmaker, did so much work and got the game back for them.
What's the point of having a chat? I mean, I don't care. You guys talk in the chat. I like the chat. Give me something to talk about. Talk with you guys, you know. Oh, Hank on the cat. Meow meow go crazy.
Hit or miss, you said. 50-50 brawler. Well, it is absolutely 50-50 for now. 2 games so far that he's carried, 2 games that he's thrown. That's going to put Navi on the back foot for the rest of this round.
Oof.
Yeah, real tough one now, and this can just be like a bit of a Crazy Raccoon super farm if they can keep him in this position and try not to feed them too. Kuru getting a good few shots in here, Ryohei. Brought very low and brought down.
Oh
there.
man, this should be Rabs.
Super available, all should be fairly close. And Kuru retreating to this right-hand side. Tensai trying to work for his. Milcray will get one of his own.
You gotta always ban Lumi, no matter what.
That secures Moyo one as well. So a good
That's all
position
I'm
for Crazy
seeing.
Raccoon now. Navi on the back foot.
Very good position there from Crazy Raccoon. Tensai getting those final few shots, charging those supers. That is going to be a crucial resource to try and scout and deter a Chapi, who, as you can see, was just kind of hunkered in the back.
Whole team has super
by that
for Navi.
Round, not wanting
But
to
what do
make
you
any
do?
over aggressive moves here. Now Ryohei though.
Ollie
sneaking
super
up.
maybe?
He's not scouted just yet. Tries to make an aggressive play though. Slowed by Milcray. Now it's Chapi's turn. He is undeterred. Not spotted barely. I think they saw him there. And that's gonna signal to Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, they know he's there. And the stun flies out.
Oh, they can't get out. Oh, it's over.
Easy pickings for a Chapi.
Unless.
Yeah, Ryohei will get the hypnotized, but will be brought down in a 2v1. It's just barely.
Cat kind of carrying.
Yeah.
They're relying on him.
Really make these big plays happen. Crazy Raccoon will take set number 1, but so close overall. Just the make or break brawlers seems to be failing for Navi.
It just felt like
Lumi's
so much
super,
pressure was on a Chapi to,
no point,
to
Ollie.
perform there.
Yeah.
You know, putting all your eggs in one basket there, if this was a prepared strategy, it's a bit questionable to say the least.
I don't know how you felt.
Honestly, their team comp kind of relied on the kit kind of going
like
crazy.
Our predictions were kind of cooked, but then Navi turned things around in that game number 2. Made it very close in game number 3 as well. What I really feel is that East Asia seems to underestimate Lumi heavily. The only thing that got nerfed about her was her star power. She now only slows for 1 second instead of 2 with her halftime star power. And I feel like that hasn't hurt her too much, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, you know, in terms of how strong the star power was, it's hurt her. But she was still so good anyway that it hasn't made, you know, a massive difference. Still very viable regardless of that nerf. So, yeah, they need to start banning it. Something needs to happen.
Oh, I'm gonna snag the new Griff skin real quick.
They've got a counterplay to it, and the counterplays just aren't working. But it just doesn't seem to be the case. And I agree, has to be banned.
Yeah, not a big fan of it. Leaving Lumi in the pool and using Kid as an answer.
Ice, what's up? What's up? How you doing?
Bit questionable. I mean, there's already a lot of well-researched counters to Lumi, and Kid is sad to say not really one of them.
The crux of out in the open is always going to be how to get into mid the quickest possible, either by using one of those brawlers that can open up the walls or by using one of those brawlers that can walk over water. A lot of those have been banned out.
We're about halfway through
it makes so much
quarterfinals.
sense for Crazy Raccoon to pick
Not halfway.
Lou
We're in the last
and
match
Lumi to
quarterfinals.
have
Then we're
the
gonna go
area
to
control. As long as
semifinals.
Lou didn't have the super available, Lumi had her gadget to close that left-hand side off, and Navi couldn't ever make it into mid. So definitely a good draft from the side of Crazy Raccoon. I'm excited to see what they will show
I got the
us now.
Doug star power fast food.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be a big one for Navi, because if they drop 2 sets down against an opponent like Crazy Raccoon, it's going to be very difficult. But, you know, like Spoo said, Navi seem to be a team that can reverse sweep in the toughest of situations, so it might be required if they don't play this set too well. But
all right, Jin grab double swoosh.
That set did not go in their favor. The Crazy Raccoon seem like a very strong team at the moment.
Double swoosh is all about area control once again, so I want to see that Lumi band.
Monthly qualifiers, they're going pretty good. They're about what you'd expect.
Since the first pick is going to go towards
Zeta 1 3-0 sweep.
I do like to see that Lumi band. What we still have open here with a lot of area control.
I keep Rival 1 3-0 sweep, and then Reject 1 3-1. It was pretty close. And then Crazy Raccoon just won their first one. I think this one could go to either one.
On the side of Navi as a first pick, they are reading Crazy Raccoon so well in here.
So we're gonna stream this, and then here in a bit we're gonna do the 2v2 tournament once it's over.
This Kaze, and they also probably have experimented enough with the brawler to know that it's not really a viable first pick. So unfortunately, no choice but to ban it out to respect it. Navi, they open with, I think,
my ditch Scorpion then rip.
Pick now in 2025. It's gonna be
finally get a Chester pick for the day.
Simple pickup. Can't really go mid. Can't go side lanes. It's leaving Navi's plans
Buster Sandy.
Not decided at the moment. It's gonna allow very flexible picks up here from Crazy Raccoon. Gem carriers still a plenty. Yep, as you mentioned, the Amber is gonna come in. I'm just curious to see if Jean will be selected by them as well.
2v2 in 1 hour.
Yeah,
it might take a little bit longer than that.
This map, obviously, Amber can only get rid of Bush. Chester with the hypercharge with one of his kind of 4 supers can get the break as well.
Jay Young's good pick, good gym holder.
Very versatile, decent at close range, decent at mid range. Really solid first pick, I'd say. Jay Young comes down then for Crazy Raccoon. It's one of those brawlers who
we need to
decent, but I
haven't see a Jean pick maybe.
Like that much.
The Jean pool is coming.
It's done poorly. It's just another one of those brawlers in my opinion. But yeah, it's fine. I don't mind it too much for Crazy Raccoon.
I was thinking you were gonna say hit or miss again because Jaeyoung, as the performance hasn't been good. I'm gonna be real with you here. Brawl Cup didn't really have an excellent performance. But teams have been banning it, and that just signals to me that it's one of those brawlers that, as a support, really just offers so much and so much versatility that even irregardless of that win rate, teams are just still gonna value it a lot. Navi though, they're gonna, cycle back to a strategy that basically it's very, very, traditional in the sense. It's gonna be developing this gray in double swoosh. The only big changes to this brawler as of, a few months ago is gonna be that hypercharge, which I don't think will be a real big deal here. Yeah, it's actually the Jackie that they're gonna pair it up with. I thought Tara was coming. They're gonna double down, go for the even more aggressive option.
Yeah, a bit of a cheese strat. I imagine they're probably just going to be linking TPs from the spawn to the mid and having that Jackie go in whenever Crazy Raccoon kind of lunge for a gem. So I do like this from Navi. Really good draft in my opinion. And as you said, the Tara would have been pretty decent, more versatile, I imagine, off the start. But a Draco will come in for Crazy Raccoon to round out their composition. So pretty decent from both sides. I do like what Navi have brought to the table though, and I think in the position they're in, they needed something a bit cheesy to get going.
Not sure if it's going to be enough though. We have seen the reason why Amber is so banned at the moment. That new hypercharge just does so much damage, and up against a gray comp where basically you're going to be, as you said, cycling TPs over and over again, the hypercharge lingers long enough to get,
I think Navi might have draft
down. So if Crazy Raccoon play for that win condition, just secure so much of the map, it's going to be sort of a difficult one for Navi to aggress into.
Milko trying to get a super. Pulled through the wall. Nice little walking cane from Kuru. But not punished as Tensai will get the 3 gems and not die. Milko gonna get these shots and didn't get the burn there with the trailing oil. And Ryohei trying to make the move. Tensai getting some damage in. Pull available for Ryohei, but tapped up heavily.
Kuru already has dimensional doors. That's almost a world record of speed there. Tensai feeding out so many of those crucial shots. Now you can see they're so scared of just standing anywhere close to that because they know Ryohei is lying in wait. Now they're going aggressive.
Jackie
this is what they're concerned about. Ryohei gonna be going in.
Got a trade
with Tensai though. So not the worst thing in the world for Crazy Raccoon.
And Moya had to go towards those gems here because they don't want to risk losing all of them. Milkreo is better to have 4 than to have none at all on the team. Charpy's going to go.
Yeah, great TP's crazy.
Traded out nicely, and it is. Now the gems remain with Tensai, and that's a bit of a better position. But Hypercharge Super is there, and that makes things even worse for Crazy Raccoon.
Good pull.
Oh man, pulling in Moya as well. Now Ryo here transferring himself to the backline. He's chunked Tensai a fair bit, but thankfully he's going to survive here. Now it's Charpy being the secondary threat to go in and just really tear Tensai. He's the key target. It's just absolutely
Georgia EU. I think it's EU.
Tensai once again. Hey,
it's definitely closer than Asia.
This man alone. What
Jackie.
did he do to you?
Oh, and we see the kill as well onto the Draco. The kill's not there either for Milkreo. Really tough stuff for Crazy Raccoon to make this work.
Gray still has TP too. Hyper
had to use his hypercharge TP to get this win.
It's just, additional utility, right? I mean, he's got this hypercharge, and as mentioned, it's not that relevant. I didn't expect him to get it so soon. It's almost a bit uncharacteristic. We talk about Tensai's mechanics and how he's a world-renowned player, and yet he's the one that fed majority of the shots.
Yeah, disappointing then for Crazy Raccoon. Got some work to do if they want to stay in this set. They could be dropping it quite
100
fast.
HP? You talking about the Jackie staying alive?
Ryohei down the right side catches both of them out. And that's going to be 2 kills with a bit of help from a Chappie. Kuru not finding the shot to the left-hand side, and Milkro going in now. Does feed a shot. Actually 2 there as well, and this is getting increasingly worse for Crazy Raccoon.
Moya's gonna be able to take back control of the mid thanks to that dragon form though.
Am I playing right now or just watching? I'm just watching mainly. In between the rounds, I'm kind of hopping on, playing some Masteries, but not too much.
On that left side, Moya is gonna be able to burn down Ryohei here. That's gonna allow Crazy Raccoon to control the mid. A nice burn on that mid as well to sort of scout out any potential plays coming out from Kuru and Ryohei.
Yeah, now need to stop Kuru from setting up this TP, but he's going to go on that left-hand side there. They honestly don't mind that as much.
I don't think it's good
there
TP.
as well. Hypercharge available from Ryohei, but he's quite low. Moira on 1
HP
Meow Meow?
does
go down.
Yeah, yeah.
6, and he just gets caught out. Tensai is going to fall. Milkreo will get the trade. And Chappie around the rear, though, trying to get the pinch back into, and 6 gems lay on the floor, and Moira will get that kill. Not the best of TPs, honestly, set up there, but now Kuru will move it to the mid.
Resetting it there to the
Jackie coming across TP.
Hypercharge from Ryohei gonna be
Pull
going in.
in.
This time it's Milkreo that tanks the gank. Tensai still very much in safety. Moya scoops up 3 gems here. That's gonna be really useful.
Chester's Hyper.
Take him down though. Can Na'Vi scoop up some of these gems and maybe take control? No. Milkreo
that's good for control.
Together with that hypercharge, gonna be able to burn.
They should get the last gen they need.
The tail end of that hypercharge, uncharacteristically, he's gonna TP out, but he's gonna burn down. That's gonna create an opening for Moya to pick
might
up some
be
of those
over.
gems. Reverse the position. It's Ryohei versus the world, and I don't think he's gonna be able to stop this Crazy Raccoon roster.
Oh, they still have the Chester hypercharge too.
Yep.
But they have Draco.
The gems remain.
Chaining hypers.
Spawn, but look at this lockdown pressure they've got now, and 15 seconds to make something happen. But a bit antsy there from Kuru, goes in very early and leaves the rest of
the Mega Pig be back in like 20. Sounds good, Jensen. Sounds good.
Being able to aggress. Milkreo will get one, and Ryohei not.
This should be all of it. Yeah.
Yet. And the respawn members of Crazy Raccoon will get him, but not without a reset.
A beautiful reset there from Na'Vi, but as you said, is it really for North? With no dimensional door set up, but
they don't have any supers or anything.
The right side, it's just
CR should have this one.
And the whole kitchen sink spilled all over the floor. No way for them to come in, but Ryohei, he finds the one play. A Chappie on the right side, jumping in there.
He's dead.
Get the kill, but he's boxed in. Crazy Raccoon, they maintain this lead. How long will this go on?
Moya just saying, fine, I'll do it myself. If you can't hold the gems, I will. 18 above his head and a bit more HP this time. Ryohei has the TP sat there, though. Milkreo will hyper super that this time. Super available from Ryohei, but he's burning. Moya will get that and pop a gadget.
He's not gonna have enough.
Leave him healthy enough to remain alive to get the game in the bag. 1-1 now, and that was a lengthy game, but Crazy Raccoon just 1 away from being 2 sets up. And the opposing
what's happening? They kept resetting, but they just couldn't. They couldn't finish because they weren't together.
Indeed, Crazy Raccoon almost sort of fumbled there, dropped the ball. But this time, I like the adaptations that they've made. They've recognized that Amber is truly such a force to be reckoned with when he gets that hyper charge. If they manage to take control of the mid and they bait out one teleport, just clean up afterwards. They're completely capable of that.
Tensai trying not to feed the Grey off the start. Putting in shots in though, and evades the walking cane nicely. A Chappie burned following the kind of trailing oil of Milkreo with that gadget. Moya over the left hand side just trying to keep Ryohei
Granny's
back.
used super.
Not feeding Kuru as much this time, I feel, which is doing very well for them. And a grass break in there too.
Yeah, the whole strategy of Na'Vi really just revolves around the dimensional doors. I do believe Kuru hasn't landed a single shot this game. Excellent discipline. Now 1 shot, connecting. He's still going to be 3 shots more before that dimensional doors, but look at Milkreo.
They can't do anything without the great TP.
2 more shots before dimensional doors come online, but the lane swaps from Na'Vi are there. There we go, dimensional doors finally online, and a 50-50 in terms of the gems, 5-4.
TP set and Ryohei ready to roll out.
Jordan service connected to Eastern Europe. Yeah, sounds right.
Rotation of that recycling. Tensai not gonna be able to grab this just yet. Super comes out, and that's a bit of a grass break in there, similar to what the Amber's been doing on the opposing side.
Jackie's gonna go in.
But here comes Ryohei. Does really well, pulls back, but Moya will be able to grab all of these gems. Not the one they really want them on at the moment, but it is 6-6 and close.
Yeah, this might be the game where Moya has to really gem carry for the team. He's the only one that isn't a big target for Na'Vi. That's gonna allow Tensai to go on the aggressive, but
I think Navi's got
being
this.
An offensive brawler, not really.
Why is Jay on the top?
He's just chasing and ring around the Rosie. Tensai, he's been caught between a hard rock and a hard place, but actually managed to get the kill. Kuru's forced to pop that hypercharge to not misposition that mid. Nice
Moya with the
pull
pull.
onto Moya as well, following up into
Chester
the
hyper.
nuke of
He pops
destruction.
Gadget
That's
though,
gonna allow
but he kind
Jeff
of
to
wasted
cycle
it.
back, but it's still a costly kill for Crazy Raccoon to take.
Yeah, well, 9 gems and make that 10 now for Navi. TP available with the hypercharge Ryohei. The Charpy needs to survive though. He's gonna have one lingering here.
Jackie, this should win the game for him.
Both, all 3 maybe. Milkreo's gonna fall.
Yeah. Get out.
Round for all these gems. 2 seconds on the clock.
All right, 1-1.
No signs of Crazy Raccoon. That's gonna even it out and bring a set back for Navi.
Bang, bang, bang. Ryohei, the man himself, catches a smile there. I think he knew, the last play that they're absolutely flashy, but formulaic. That is what Na'Vi planned, and they executed flawlessly at the end there. It was Crazy Raccoon that I saw. They were the ones trying to change the plan every single game, and Na'Vi's like, you know what? We're gonna do the same thing 3 times and it'll work.
Jackie, yeah, Jackie went crazy.
You finally got a game. How close can it be? They said yes, and I'm all for it. First we had Mira Jean today, and now we're seeing Kuro hitting every single pull with that walking cane. Very impressive. And then we had 2 resets in that game number 2. Yes, Ryo got a lot of kills. Yes, Moya and Ten said it well too. But in the end, it's just super close, and that's what is gonna stay in my memory for a very long time, Trev.
Yeah, really, really close gameplay. And there's nothing wrong with the cheesy comp. It works, don't get me wrong, but this is exactly what Navi needed to get back into this, I feel. Because, at least in my opinion, Crazy Raccoon looked pretty convincing in the first set when there was kind of just like normal gameplay and normal drafts rolling out. They needed something that was a bit, more volatile, Navi at least. And nothing wrong with that. It worked perfectly well for them. And it does put them back into the game, but Crazy Raccoon are going to have to be a bit more wary of this in the future, I feel.
Crazy Raccoon takes set number 1, Navi set number 2. Now we're heading into Sneaky Fields. It's Brawl Ball and Spoo.
I need PowerPoints. I'm trying to upgrade my bell.
Which of those 2 teams is usually winning that mode?
Well, according to my research, neither
Got coins but no
PowerPoints.
What is going on?
Or like the Brawl Ball Master in.
You were back to next map, Sneaky Fields.
I'm gonna be real. And both of these teams, just reminding you, they were dumpstered by Zeta Division 3030. So focusing back on them again. I mean, if you think about it, of them both being 0-3 against Zeta Division, I'd say that they're pretty even.
It does seem that way. I mean, Sneaky Fields is a map where tanks are going to run riot for quite a lot of it. Should have the bans in just a second, but it is Brawl Ball, Sneaky Fields. So I think this, honestly, looking at the last draft, it kind of maybe gives Navi a bit of a heads up in terms of being able to play those tanks because it worked so well for them in the last.
Really just a question of which tanks will still be available after the bans. There's not that many banned out.
All of your 3 guesses are correct. I'm watching on this count. I'm playing. No worries, no worries.
Draco, all of those tanks that we've seen before. Frank as well, Kenji.
B first pick.
Still in the race here. Ryohei is gonna come in with B.
I like Griff in this map.
They
This is hypercharge.
It
was crazy.
Counter early. Is that the strat?
Not sure, but I love the respect that is given. You've named off basically every single viable tank in the game, and guess what? Almost every single one of them falls to be if it's piloted well. Na'Vi keep their options open. By allowing this B pick to go through, it's basically saying that we can poise ourselves for early game and hunker down till then, and that's completely fine. But we also have sort of mid priority when it comes to who gets to enter the bush, thanks to that.
Your bets on CR? Yeah.
Raccoon, though, they go for the East Asia special, which I know are in the
I bet on CR, but I can see Navi winning.
Again.
I mean, for me,
when Navi wins, CR is kind of screwed for LCQ.
Tanks, so you can bring it as an early pick and kind of still be all right later on if they do bring something like that in. Kenji follows.
Are they banning Kaze all the time? I think for the most part, I think there's one game where Kaze played, and they kept using her fan super for hot zone, and it was kind of running.
So far, so nice to see that returning. Seeing how it's going to fare after these nerfs once more.
So Kaze's been banned quite a bit for sure.
it's basically intentionally being let through. The ban rate not really reflecting it as much this month. He is slipping through quite a lot, and so far he's been answered. There we go. One of the few sort of skill-based pickups here, I think. Frank is a decent check to the Kenji, but hey, if you remember Crazy Raccoon from 2024 World Finals, they made Kenji look like it countered Frank, when all the pros that I talked to say that it's basically an unwinnable matchup. So if anyone can do it, it's got to be Tensai.
I mean, that just
I don't hate the Frank.
Navi have one more though.
To make it so the B can actually play.
A bit careful considering Crazy Raccoon have this third and final. They can still counteract whatever Navi brings.
Rosa?
It's gonna be Rosa. They're going double tank with the B.
So Navi have 2 teams? I don't think so.
Quite a heavy tank counter, I feel.
They might, but they only got one that's currently in the
double down and go for a tank themselves
in the thing.
as well.
There's a lot of hate.
They could be like Foot, where they have like a below team,
I almost
you know?
feel like if I was watching EMEA and this was SK, Ope would be itching to fire off on the Shelly here. But nonetheless, I don't think Crazy Raccoon have that kind of a sort of pocket pick.
Griff,
They
yeah,
may maybe go
Griff
for
would be a
something
good
like
pick.
either Tara or Ash by themselves.
Lou.
But all these matchups don't seem very good. Yeah, they double down. They have to go for
I don't know if I
another
like the
anti-tank of their
Lou.
own. They feel the Charlie is not enough. It's gonna be interesting to see who they run mid, whether it's gonna be the Charlie against the B or the Lou against the B in the mid.
Yeah, that's the question. We'll find out in just a second. As we get into this game, quite a decisive one.
See, I don't know about the Rosa because the Griff's gonna be breaking the
Will Crazy
bushes.
Raccoon for the second time, or Navi eventually managed to grasp this lead away from them. Take this third set. Will be close. This double tank should be quite oppressive in terms of just being able to run down the lines and get some good positioning. But as you say, whether or not we see this Kenji being able to put up a fight against the likes of the Franken. So far, so good.
Yeah, Moya showing his mechanical brilliance there. And not to sit down for his
Oh,
former
it's me,
teammate.
goal.
Now Moya running away with the ball. Achapi still barely going to catch him. Not really. One more hit. This should be the takedown. Achapi just trying to get him down. Finally,
No,
the
Griff
pesky
is crazy.
Moya falls. The slow is thrown out onto the side of Tensai, who has nowhere to run. That's going to allow a stun from Ryohei and slightly open up the map for that B later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it opens up for the B, but it also hurts those two players, Achape and
Lou
Ryohei.
super saving
now
him.
hung out to dry against the Lou, against the Charlie. And obviously with Kenji being a bit more mobile, they might
Frank's
be
kind of going
heavily
crazy.
relying on the B on this left-hand side now, though. And Tensai has a hypercharge pretty early on. Doesn't really need to hit that, just kind of disrupt the B a little bit whilst they get some control.
Yeah, supercharge shot there, gonna be land onto Tensai, but the hypercharge
Kenji
from
hyper.
Moya transfers himself over to the left side, managing to get a nice kill to protect that
Oh, this
ball.
is a
The
tough
two
game.
tanks, though, are still at large. Milkura's gonna have to commit the hypercharge for this defense, putting Crazy Raccoon back in mid-control.
Moya managed to pick up the Frank.
It was a great
as well.
pick against
That's,
Frank.
You know,
Yeah.
the second or third time he's done that in what's supposed to be a bad matchup. He has a super as well. Working towards the second hypercharge. Cocoon goes through and the B rattling still through with the Round Hive. Moya can't get much done as he returns.
Frank super goes
straight
crazy.
into a Frank super and not going to be able to get much
Frank
from that.
hyper.
The stun comes out and just breaks
Still
more of
gets
the map to
stunned.
the B. But it'll hurt the other two again.
But now the B has so
It's
much
such
room
an
to
interesting
play.
there from Navi, shredding up the mid. They obviously want Kuru to shine here, and that's going to be the target for Moya. No, changes his target onto Ryohei.
Rosa
It's
is
Chappie, the star of the
hyper.
show, running it down onto Tensai. But he's
Oh.
got the Cocoon ready, puts him in there. Mid-control is still with Navi and the ball. As long as Milk stays up, there should be an easy
Good break.
defense. But no,
Let's go.
Ryohei catches the ball, tears open the map, and 1-0 for Navi.
Yo, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, got that anti-stun straight after Moya almost had a breakaway as well. Ciara going to need something special.
Charlie
here.
hyper.
Cocoon comes through straight onto the B.
Stops
Now
the
they can
B.
take advantage of these two other tanks.
Ooh.
Ball forwards, Ryohei grabs it, though
Supers
supers
it
it
out.
out, leaving the B alive. Moya has to go forward, try and get this kill super up, surely in a goal. Can't get in, I thought he'd have gambled
score?
the shot there. But he's going to go for the hypercharge, but Milkrio's slowed down.
There's no
Trying
way.
to get forwards now, but it's not going to be enough. I was sure he maybe would have been able to get a shot off with the super there.
Ryohei, my man.
That was kinda
goes to
crazy.
show goalkeepers do exist in Brawl Stars as well. He found the perfect angle, the furthest possible distance to corner it there. And Tensai, Milkreo on the Lou, hesitation. He nearly picked up the ball, got the super cross, but that microsecond of a delaying in the pass, just didn't manage to connect there with Moya. And that's gonna put Crazy Raccoon one game down.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Crazy Raccoon now. Moya doing a good job again, though. Super going to be missed and cleaned
Frank gets
upon,
killed first time.
upon return.
Good
This might be
super.
a goal here as they're pushing this forwards. Milkreo misses
That might
a
be
couple of
gone if he
shots.
doesn't get
The
frozen.
anti-stun
Oh, he
popped it.
missed! He's sold!
Unfortunate for Navi as he misses the goal. Achape now overcommitting as well. Will go down and be a bit of a super battery for a few of those remaining Crazy Raccoon players. And Kuru just holding down this mid and doing a good job of it.
Yeah, both teams taking turns to really fumble here. You can sort of feel the palpitation, the pressure that both these teams are on. Now, Crazy Raccoon in a really good position. They just leave Ryohei in the lurch, just cornered there, and they should be able to walk this one. And yes, they do. Crazy Raccoon, they finally get a goal for themselves.
Tensai, hypercharge available. Just needs to be able to get his super. Moya shouldn't be too far off either against this Frank, who's just feeding him over and over and over. Gets the super, doesn't use it just yet. Will get some heals off it, gets it off and gets a couple of connections. Should get the kill, but Kuru trades that one out. Achape coming forwards now, has to back off.
I feel like the Rose is not doing as much this round.
About to be stunned, and probably will still be stunned here. Should be taken down and feeds the hypercharge too. Super going to be missed by Tensai, and he had a hypercharge there as well. But with being up, this
might be it, unless it's super. Oh!
There and saved.
It's over.
It should be followed up by Moya, who just about gets the ball and puts it in, evens it out to make it 1-1-1-1.
1-1-1-1, indeed. It was so close there. Ryohei, he could have probably scooped up the ball, but he opted to go for the attack there. I think once again, split-second decisions, split-second mistakes. That is what's really costing both of these teams. Now heading into game number 3, whoever wins this is gonna be in the lead for the rest of the match.
Yeah, a little bit of a swap here as well, and the rattled hive.
Rose on the Kenji.
In a tough position against the Sharp.
Kind of going in.
Side. Might be able to get both here, but he's Cocoon just in time, and a great super from Moya. Unsure if Rose was going to be able to beat him here, but he did miss a shot. Ryohei coming through now. Wants to go for goal. Does have the anti-stun as well. Might be able to...
Oh!
Great shot by Ryohei there. Just predicts that he's going to move forward and have to save that, but can't get there in time. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from Navi.
It's kind of tough. I think the Rosa on the Kenji's a good move.
The end of the game, if Ryohei can get a nice super off here and Rosa pushes up, this is a really tough position.
This might be it.
To be in.
This is looking fantastic.
Had the Rosa push up.
Navi, though, but Tensei, he throws out
oh,
one
good
of
blue
the super to deny it. No Korea to cover the other choke point. The defense is decent for now. Moya aggresses back into the mid. Shots are flying out. Ryohei, does he land the stun? Yes, he does. On to Tensei. Now turning on the noise cancelling and trying to shred up the rest of the Crazy Raccoon roster. Ryohei, this man cannot be stopped. Another stun to break it through. Will now be able to walk this in. No! Tensei with the cocoon stops it in its tracks.
Charlie saved that.
Sharpie can't get his super off and remain in the spawn there either. If Crazy Raccoon manage to bring this back, they're going to be absolutely laughing at their opponents, having so many chances and not managing to score them. Moya with a hypercharge now, but it's less influential than it was prior. Super available now, stunned out. Hypercharge.
Good Lou, good Kenji.
Quite a lot of work here. Gets another one. Ryohei should fall. And 3 versus 1. Can they push this goal in? Hypercharge shot comes through.
Good B hyper. Yo, this match is insane.
Kuru with a brilliant defense to keep Navi in the lead.
Now Ryohei gonna be breaking out Achape from his team there. CR losing 2 members there. A very, very big deal. The ball being cornered now in the Navi pocket. This is gonna be a difficult position to break out of. They've already expended the hypercharge from Moya. He needs to farm up another one in the next 30 seconds if they're gonna have a chance. Cocoon flies out once again. They're just gonna leave Achape chilling in there. But Navi, they seem perfectly fine with that. As long as Ryohei and Kuru are undeterred, they can maintain this defensive position for
the Frank hyper. I don't think they're gonna have time.
That as well. Hypercharge available from Milkrow, but he's going to need a super. Might be able to get one in just a second. Moya.
Oh, Kenji
does go for the ball. Can he get this ball? Oh. The cocoon's there as well. Perfect timing. Everything lines up so well for.
Are you guys seeing this?
And they even it out. But Navi.
Frank wasted his hyper too.
Picture perfect offense buys them another life here, but as you said, it's B in the overtime. The quintessential sort of first pick coming out there from Navi, formulaic as it is, one of the strongest overtime brawlers. Will it be taken?
Great timing on the
Ryohei with the stun, manages to catch him here. Ryohei now has to just cycle the boy. Achape finds the corner there, but it doesn't matter. Ryohei is here to clutch things up. The hammer drops.
What was that set?
The Crazy Raccoon roster. Navi take the lead.
Unreal.
Already 3 hours? Yeah, we just been doing the monthly finals.
Seconds of the regulation time.
And we're watching probably the best match so far today, right now. Navi versus Crazy Raccoon.
You can still run it down when you've got that B in overtime. Really, really nice stuff from Navi, and they do take the lead.
That was insane.
Speechless. I'm not. Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's very rare, and yet still, what a match we have just witnessed here right now. every single set so far.
When it's
both
2v2
teams
tourney,
managed to take
we gonna finish this, then I'm gonna take a quick little break, then we're gonna do the
distance to
2v2.
that decisive third game. It's incredible what they're showing us here. Guru with a whopping 8 kills, 380 damage. He did do a lot of damage. That is also due to the fact that we went to overtime a lot of times, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, big work from Moira and Tensai on the other side as well. Milkreo not able to put up as much DPS as the other two players, but Kuru doing so much work.
I still think the Rose was a wild pick, but
11 kills, huge.
Frank went crazy.
Getting those goals when it mattered, but you know, in terms of kills on the other side, that's what Rosa and Frank are there for. They're there to just run it down, die, make plays.
You'll be late. No worries. No worries.
They did it perfectly so many times that CR just really.
Tribe, what's up? What's up? It's over? No.
Of the game for the most part.
They're still going.
We saw CR
it's 2-1. Navi's beating Crazy Raccoon.
Like
They're still in the quarterfinals.
So
we still got,
but
I
in the
think,
end,
what, 3
it
more?
was inevitable that Navi were going to win.
Gotta give a shout out there to my boy Ryohei there. Looking at throughout all of these games, he really feels like he's just completely locked in as the best tank player of all these 6
Why does the
players.
middle commentary look like somebody's waiting with him with a shotgun?
Over all the brawlers
That's
he's
crazy.
piloted so far. And looking at the next map, Layer Cake, that's another tank map if Navi want to go in that direction.
We were talking about how we've seen enough of those 3-0s today. 3-1 in the quarterfinal number 3 at least, but this
CR will come
is
back.
really
We'll see. We'll see.
Every single promise that
You just missed
coming
it.
to this year is hoping to
Navi
see.
was going. That
Have
Brawl Ball match was
every
probably one of the
single
best things
set
I've
so far
seen
going
in a
to
long
full
time.
length. Every single set had to go into round number 3. I'm sure you two are
I did bet
feeling
on
it. As a caster, it's
CR
always
winning,
what you
but
want to see. Those close matches, especially in Brawl Ball, those matches that go into overtime. Heading over to Bounty now though. Layer Cake could be a little bit quicker. Here it comes down really to the draft, who will clutch the blue star.
Is tournament today? Yeah, 2v2 tournament today.
Their supers and hold on to control for the duration of the set.
Don't lose your lanes.
This is a really draft heavy map, not gonna lie.
When you see the shade ban?
I have to say, I just feel that
Shade.
Crazy Raccoon, that's been
Sweet.
the critical weakness for them, you know, all the way back 2023, all the way coming to now, which is that they can't seem to find solidity in their drafts. Navi, though, they seem to be kept up with the times.
How is Navi winning? Yeah, Navi's good.
The most innovative draft so far, but certainly the boldness coming out from their
They've done good. I think they've made it to the
it
was extremely hot yesterday and it's raining today.
And
Yeah, it's
how
raining
often
for
do
me
you see
too.
a team with first pick consistently get the outdraft?
Gene.
Well, Gene comes in as the first.
You want to see an RT?
And pretty decent on a map like this when pinned in spawn. There's really nowhere to go in Bounty. And obviously ban-wise, decent.
Surely
across the
somebody's
board
gonna
as
pick Juju.
Both teams. Crazy Raccoon, we flip back over to them. 2 picks that they will take first. They can go and kind of try take Navi's route and maybe overwhelm this Gene so far with a tank pick.
Think Tensai's gonna pick Max
Ollie still
on this
board,
map,
which has been a real staple of this map. Sorry,
Gus.
a lot of the other ones that can just run it down. Gus comes in. Now I do like that pick.
It's a stable one for Crazy.
Mine Tokyo. I'm like
hoping at
9
this
hours
point
away
they
from
go for something
Tokyo.
sharper. There we
I'm
go.
closer to like
The
Hiroshima.
preemptive Willow pick, mind you. They're sick and tired of the tanks that Ryohei has been bringing to the table. And second, instead of going for something like
Willow?
a Juju, they've opted to go for what I think is coined as the semantic special at this point. Go for this Willow, try to dissuade Navi from going for
Gray
any
looks
more tank
good,
selections.
yeah.
Force them to play the control game where you believe your team
Go
does
Gray
better.
Hank. Yeah,
We'll see
Gray
if
Hank
Navi
Gus.
do still just run it down with the tanks.
Nah,
Honestly,
I
I
can't do
wouldn't
that
put it
now.
past them at this point. It's what seems to be working for them.
Ollie?
Against this Crazy Raccoon team, and they go in with the Ollie. So
It's a weird
nice pick
draft.
from them. It's what I kind of said at the start was the tank to go for with the bands lining up. So I do like that a lot. We'll see what they pair with it. It's their 3rd and final to go along with the Gene and Ollie. It's going to be tough for Crazy Raccoon. Not much DPS so far, but the mind control should be able to do a good amount of work as kind of like swaying these tanks away.
It was good as
Almost
stuff
feel
for
like
picking
Navi's
tanks.
locked in to have to pick a
Will got a
thrower for
buff
last pick just to
where,
compete
I mean,
with this Willow's map control. I don't really see a world where they double down.
I don't
Yeah,
think
they
so.
have to go for a throw of their own. They're gonna go for the Juju. It was left in the pool. It's one of the strongest throwers, if not, I think the most
Check Discord.
versatile
I got
thrower
you.
on this map. It is gonna put the damage department from Navi a little bit low, and that I think might signal to Crazy Raccoon to go for a big tanky brawler. No, they're gonna opt for sort of the middle of those two ideas. They go for a mobility sort of tanky pick like the Carl.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, Carl's been known to work for these kind of East Asian mechanical players. It's something they kind of lean on when they need a comfort pick, and good into this matchup as well. So, really solid shout from Crazy Raccoon to not only be comfortable, but be good in the current meta.
Looks like a 50-50 comp trap. I don't think I'd favor any team much more. It's gonna come down to the player skill, and there we go. Blue Star collected by Milcreo. Now the defensive plays will start from Crazy Raccoon, but can Na'Vi break through?
Milcreo playing this right hand side against the Ollie, and some good positioning for Juju. Once he gets in this bush, it's gonna be very hard, so Moya tries to stop him from even getting there, and kind of remain at this equal range against it. The Blue Star at the moment is swaying CR into victory. Only 30 seconds in, so much can still happen.
Yeah, big supers have to be looked out for. Kuru, he's probably, with the rate that he's charging supers this game, he's probably going to get only one pull throughout the entire game. But in Bounty, that's all that really matters. Achapi, on the other hand, going to be trying to charge out.
I mean, it's a good video. It's just, it's not like the type of stuff I like to upload, but I'm not really trying to come after anybody, you know?
Not really something that he can consistently do. He just really has to tank shots to get that super. On the side of CR, though, they've got 3 fantastic supers of their own, and defensively, it's a lot easier.
400 HP buff.
Well, the Willow playing now against the Ollie on this right-hand side, just keeping him back. Juju slides into this mid to get the extra range from the grass, but Gus will find a great connection there, and it'll leave one of those ghosts that can be used as a cookie popper if someone's retreating on low health. We'll be able to secure the kill. McCray with a super. Moya and Tensai alike too, and Navi still searching for theirs. And this is a really tough position for Navi to be in, having to push into 3 supers in the end game. Eventually, Ollie's going to get his, but even that is going to be very difficult to get going because of this Willow super.
Yeah, Cookie Popper
the pressure's
so
insane.
Anxiety,
yeah.
But here, the final push starts with the Grizz. Cookie Popper hits onto 2, but yeah, Grizz gonna be taking so much attention.
Gene gets the pull on the Gus. They should be able to get this kill on the Carl too with the stun.
Make the offensive play, but Ryohei hits up
Moya has super, but
pulling him back. It's now gonna be Crazy Raccoon with the final play of the game. 7 seconds left though. They have to make a play. Ryohei, nice jump there to dodge the hypnotize again. He's the lamb to the slaughter, the sacrificial lamb, but it's gonna buy Na'Vi game number 1.
Theme participate in the tournament, you have to study. No worries, no worries. We do tournaments all the time. It's been a minute, but I'm trying to bring him back. Great pull. Yeah, great pull.
Someone stood behind you, get hit by it. Really unfortunate there, because it was a great play, great great evade of it, sorry. But that puts Navi on match point against Crazy Raccoon in a wonderful position to close this one out here. And when Crazy Raccoon were kind of backed against the wall,
Jensen, welcome back. Navi's fighting strong.
1 pull was all that he needed. And now you can already
Navi wins right here, it's over. It's game point or match point.
We can't throw it all the rest of the game. The confidence has been shattered. They're trying to go for early aggression. Tensai makes the call. He's saying, I'm Gus. I'm going to land every single shot in the game. I'm going to push Navi back to spawn.
Well, they don't have the same pressure they did last time. It's 50-20.
Yeah,
okay, if you can, love to have you there.
Chop it out of this bush, eventually gets in it, and that's going to push him out. But Gus will find the connecting blow. McCray with the super here as well. Needs to be careful of Ryohei getting this mind control and drag back, but a good pinch in from Tensai. Shield onto himself, and Ryohei caught out.
Always weak, but the Gene can heal.
They are still in the lead though, but might need a bit of a buffer considering what happened in the last one.
The buffer is what they're trying to farm up here, but in return, Na'Vi, they're getting most of their supers online. You already see the tools up for both Achapi and Ryohei. Nonetheless, it's easier to control 2 choke points as compared to 3. Crazy Raccoon, they still maintain the spawn trap. With shots flying out, Milcreo's already got a hypercharge.
Yeah, that's going to be dangerous. Didn't really get to use it in the last one till the dying seconds.
Carl is hyper, always going in.
Tensai going to pop a hypercharge, now going in, round the back. Milcreo gets pulled out of the super.
Carl got the Gene. Oh, he missed.
Trying to get him away, as they do still have the lead, and it just about does. Moya with a super, and a 3-star lead for Crazy Raccoon can still be turned quite quickly.
Kuru's got so close to his next super, landing out most of the shots onto Milcreo. That's why he's trying to farm up here. You can almost feel he's trying to get it.
When did Gene try to pull?
Nice, beautifully.
He
just
missed.
Discipline dodging out most of the shots. Ryohei making another
Ollie
jump
going in, trying to make something happen.
Moya, but the mind control is there. He's just leaving.
Ryohei mind control.
Allow the rest of his team to go and clean up the backline onto Na'Vi. It's gonna be a complete annihilation for Crazy Raccoon, barely edging this game out 7-6.
Yeah, I mean, thank God they got that trade.
You don't make any time to just find a different guy. I'll try to see if I can't make sure that he can be in there.
find the connection and get the winning shot for Crazy Raccoon, keeping them in it, as that is, or was, or still is, match point for Navi. But Crazy Raccoon giving themselves a lifeline with that.
That was wild.
It's still so close. It's gonna come down to the wire here. McCreo now taking up that blue star, but this time Navi, they punish it a little bit more, you know. Triple up on the mid, deal some damage, but the Crazy Raccoon formula hasn't changed. They want to go on the aggressive. Who cares if you've got the blue star? Who cares about formula? We need to play offensive. We can't let Navi push into us.
Yeah, I mean, with the blue star, similar situation. They want to try and extend this lead and not be stuck in the position like they were in the first game. Ryohei going forwards. Really can't mind control him here. Otherwise he would have gone down regardless, and McCreo used the super, kind of forced him away. And we'll see if Crazy Raccoon can maintain this lead. They're in a bit of a worse position than the last. Ryohei going forwards.
Oh, he's getting some good.
Not the best super there from McCreo. Now lane swapping it up, going on to a Choppy. Crazy Raccoon on the defense, they have a bit of priority there with the swaps. Now Navi with a swap of their own. They want to put Ryohei onto Milcreo. That's going to be the target here.
You tell me exactly when you're streaming Jordan's time?
It's musical lanes at the moment, but it's just
I mean, it kind of depends when this ends.
For both teams to just farm up those crucial supers. This position, though,
each match is taking like maybe an hour. There's still 2-3 more.
Navi's way, then let's see if it happens again here.
Let me see.
Yeah, and a Gene pull and an Ollie super is going to be very dangerous.
So like 9, 10 o'clock.
Good shots
my time.
Working for a super of his own to be able to fend off this Ollie when he wants to come in. Grigri available as well, can tank some damage and get them in a good position once more. Kuru flanking around the right hand side, wants to grab this pull, get someone back, but needs
5 hours, so
well.
it's like 9, 10 o'clock for me, it'd be like 4 or 5 p.m. for you.
Tensai with a hypercharge of his own, just waiting. 20 seconds on the clock. Navi need to move.
Navi making the move now, but taking 2 shots of Choppy, not the healthiest to go in. Cookie Pop are going to be forcing back the side of Navi. Only 13 seconds off the clock. They're not making the moves yet. It's actually going to be Crazy Raccoon. They go on the offensive. Milcreo, he spies a play, but it's in a throw.
What's going on? Navi has a blue star. They should have this.
Has to be a throw, and Navi are going to knock out Crazy Raccoon out of the June Monthly Finals.
What? Why did he go in? Why did he go in? I mean, I don't know if he thought he was going to be able to get, like, both of them down, but unbelievable. Like, crazy.
Can I tell him Bangladesh time? It'll just be in like 3 to 4 hours from now.
Clearly it was communicated, though, by both of them. Because he provides him the Gust Shield with the hypercharge. He flies in with Flying Hook.
Oh, the Carl tried to...
just dies with Blue Star. I just don't understand what the thought process was.
And
what happened? Open Genie quick?
Trav stutter, basically speechless, and that literally never happened. So congratulations to that. How could it end other than in another set that goes to full distance? We had to see all 3 rounds of that. And
Open Genie's raging. That's okay.
Creo probably thought he has to secure the win in that one. Get another.
He went in, but they had the lead. Yeah, I don't know what the Carl was doing.
They still win it all. But yes, in the end, Navi wins and Spoo. Just saying, that means we were right. We got our predictions right, and those 2 guys just unfortunately didn't. Trev, any words on your loss in that one?
I mean, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know how I can't. I feel like usually I take responsibility, but in this situation, like, it can't be my fault, can it? When a play like that's just happened, like, absolutely unbelievable. But, like,
what is the mid commentator acting like that? Honestly, I don't know. Seeing Crazy Raccoon losing to Navi looks cursed. Honestly, Crazy Raccoon's kind of cooked.
Wants them a bit bigger, maybe.
Didn't know at gunpoint. Honestly,
all I'm saying is that we've got 4 shady teams left in the tournament. Crazy Raccoon gonna take an early exit here, unfortunately, in the quarter-finals. That's a big blow to them. But hurrah to Navi! They've got a rematch now against Reject and Zeta Division. The other semi-finals are gonna be going up against a newcomer rival Esports.
See predictions.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I definitely picked CR to win that one.
Did deserve it.
We're gonna have Zeta versus Rival.
Played really well in all 3 sets that they managed to get. So a massively deserved semi-final for them, and Crazy Raccoon coming from a position of power in the first month. They won February, and they've just been on a downward spiral since then with 2 quarter-final exits in the past few months. It's not looking good for them all, and Navi have just put a massive gap between them with these double points as well. So it's going to be a long 2 months for Crazy Raccoon to try and bring this one back. And if Navi just outperform them,
all right, we're gonna have RC versus Navi too.
Instead of Worlds.
Am I gonna do North America? Yeah. I'm down. Now I'm making an announcement in Discord when the tournament starts. Yeah, I got you.
But every single set went the full distance, so that's definitely
maybe like 20 minutes late. No worries, no worries. It'll be good.
The only thing that's still missing from this set now, or from this match now, is the end.
Yeah, I'll probably do North America, probably do EU. I mean, if you guys like this stuff, I'm down for it.
XP, and they voted for a choppy.
No qualms.
Cause I watch them either way, so it's like, hey, might as well stream it, see if you guys want to watch it.
Champion.
Laying with your cat right now.
Thinks that he's watched.
I
He
can
shows
appreciate
that
that.
he leads Navi to victory there. We're gonna give a shout out to both his teammates as well. I feel that with Navi, it's so difficult to select an MVP because all of them, they just really had to pull their weight at different moments just to secure it. We're gonna look at the replays now. This was the one that got away from Navi, but even then, just love the confidence that they're exuding in their preparation.
Gotta get to Lily to Silver 2 real quick.
I mean,
I'm at
you look at that
3,500.
point, clearly a team decision. You can't just blame the singular player for that kind of mistake at the end there. As hypercharged shield to a hypercharged Carl, you expect more. But when the gene pool's there, obviously they don't have a knockback because they're running Vengeful Spirits. When the gene pool's there, you can't expect to be able to get much done as a Carl. So really well played by Navi.
W Kit Kat
for the entirety and a deserved semi-final entry.
For all 4 of the teams that made it into the semi-finals so far, definitely deserved ones. We had 2 3-0 sweeps in the upper part of our bracket with Zeta Division versus Rival is going to be our first semi-final number 1. So both of them so far didn't drop a single set. That's certainly going to change in that one. And then semi-final number 2 is going to be Reject versus Navi. Any predictions for that one?
It's one of your profile picture.
So
I love it.
I heard.
Might get this one wrong.
Haven't always been a cat guy, but as of late, I'm now a cat guy.
Someone's got to root for the
I
other
got
team.
one
I
and I
know
love
all
it.
3 of you probably are gonna go Zeta Division.
No,
all the shades are gonna be you guys,
smoked
but
by
hey,
Griff.
I'm the one that believes in Rival. I think this might be the upset month. With the preparation Mameshi's been putting in, I think he might be able to do it.
Trev, before we're heading into the break and the people at home also get a chance to vote on their winner, what's your vote?
I think the smart decision would be Zeta Division. You know, I respect Spoo for going Rival Esports. You know, at this point, someone's got to do it, and if he continues this generational prediction run, then I'll be even further behind him. So, you know, honestly, I wouldn't mind Rival Esports doing well and causing a bit of an upset and closing that gap at the top of the leaderboard.
Let's see what our 2 causes will have in their predictions in the end, who will be right in the end, and I also want to see what you people at home will vote. So make sure to do that now. We're going to head into a very quick break.
What do we think? Zeta versus Rival. Think Zeta's gonna sweep? Still can't believe Tribe lost so loud and Tox Lotus. Yeah. I don't know what happened with Tribe, but they fell apart.
イースタージアム地域の上位5チームの実力が結構近いので、CR、リジェクト、ナビ、ライバルの中から1回でも多く優勝したチームが残り世界大会に行って、残りのチームがあと LC 級だと思います。ブロールカップでのゼータのプレーを見て、まあスキルでは正直ゼータが一番強くて、でドラフトでアジアは他のヨーロッパに遅れを取ってるんじゃないかなって思いました。で、僕はまあライバルは結構ドラフトに自信があるチームなので、世界でも通用する力はあるのかなって思ってます。
4 quarterfinals later, we're heading into our semis, and we get Arc back for those as well. He was following the action.
I'm gonna grab some water real quick. I got a minute left.
What an action it was
good,
at
we'll be good.
quarterfinal number 4. We did hope for a close match, and we didn't promise too much.
I mean, it was fantastic. I mean, Brawl Ball was on the edge of your seat kind of stuff from start to finish. I mean, I was watching that bounty set that. I mean, I was screaming at my monitor, honestly. I was with Trav, like, you know, why would you just coordinate that idea to go in? And that's a shame because honestly, I felt like, you know, for Crazy Raccoon, this was the month to perform, and they knew that as well. Now, going down the quarters, they're going to be dropping down this leaderboard. I mean, with Rival Esports, with Navi now in the semis, it's just not looking great for the first month of double points for Crazy Raccoon.
Trev, you can't even catch a breath here. We're heading straight into our semi-final number 1. It's Zeta Division versus Rival Esports.
Yeah, Suzuki, Levi and Stampo up against IC, Terry and Mameshi. A really solid matchup between these two teams. two very, very good quarterfinal appearances from these guys. I think you kind of have to put your money on Zeta Division. I know Spoo's gone rival esports. He went a bit different, tried to be, you know, some incredible prediction out of nowhere, but I think safe money goes for Zeta Division. Just reigning champions, they were the first seed at the moment, and rival just hadn't been the team Zeta have this year.
Oh, that's because they were not drafting properly. I know Genie's been offering a draft for him.
Everyone without dropping a single set. So far today, they also hadn't dropped a set. And once again, we had that chance to sit down with both of those teams to ask them about one another, to see if they're afraid of their opponents for the semi-final.
主導権を握られないように絶対に勝ちます。
ゼータは本当に強いチームで、ブロールカップで、アジアに LCQ のスポット持ってきてくれたんですけど。
Oh, bro got rejected by Tensai? Yeah.
したいと思います。
Well, he didn't really get rejected. I think he basically just got told, like, you don't know Japanese.
Upsets in the qualifiers, they upset Navi. They're all ready to secure
His side picks, Melody, rivals cooked.
They want to cause another upset today. They want to get revenge.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, you know, it's just such a great addition this year, isn't it, with the qualifying stages being best of 5, and you can see just like how close it really was in that regard. And I think in that respect, Spoo's got some points to be, to be heard in terms of predictions, because rival esports are not a team to be counted out in this regard. Yes, Zeta are leading the pack. They really are, in my opinion, the top team of this region, no doubt about it. Eyes on the prize. Let's show them what Zeta is made of. Absolutely so. And coming from the Brawl Cup, third place, not the position.
Is that High's first game? I don't know.
It's still very.
No, it's Ring of Fire.
For this region, they are so much about their own.
Good arm, goal, shooting. Heist is game 4.
Rival sitting on that 5th spot at the moment, so at least they will profit from that additional LCQ spot. They can say thank you to Zeta Division by handing them a loss today. Let's see if that's the case. The 3 of us have voted for Zeta Division. Spoo will go for the underdog here, if I might say so. Rival are not expected to win. If you just look at the previous results, Zeta Division has won 2 monthly finals so far. Rival has only made it into 1 semi-final, and otherwise has always
98 to 2%.
This is their second semi-final appearance, and a whopping 2%.
Heist is the best mode to watch. I like watching Brawl Ball.
That hurts.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's bold from the 2%, but it's way closer than 98%.
Scorpio C, Sight, Brink. Oh yeah, Sight broke some ankles on the Melody.
There's a chance.
And then wasted Tara pull.
Massive chance. Rival Esports are incredibly capable team, but I just think they're top of the world at the moment. Might have only got top 3 in Brawl Cup, but only lost to the kind of 2 finalists. So not bad at all for them. But yeah, Zeta Division's kind of where my money would be.
As they get themselves geared up and locked in. First map we're going to be going to will be this is going to be Hot Zone, a Ring of Fire. So looking forward to seeing picks and bans come through. I think they kind of want to
Hyper Pull 2. Yeah, absolutely smoked it.
In this region,
are we in the draft? All right, let's go.
Still being kind of played for, so I think. I think they kind of just have to be cautious around it. We saw it get some good results on this day, so I think for me, Finks as well, Draco, those kind of heavy, healers and tanky brawlers in consideration.
Is bro playing in his bathroom? That's just how stuff looks in Japan. Like, I got like the same AC unit right here. It's just like how they do stuff out here. It's weird.
And Lumi this time around are going to be banned out. So now as we're heading into the semis, Trev, it seems like they've learned from the past mistakes their opponents have made in the quarters.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way. Definitely a smart decision to make. First pick should be coming in shortly. It's going to be the beat. It's already worked pretty well on this map prior. Very, very solid brawler to play through the mid, the slows, the rattled hive, the impactful shots at range that you're going to be able to get. And the ability against tanks is unparalleled as well on this map. Bo going to come in as well. Another brawler we've seen before. It did well. Didn't quite get the win. And Draco along with that as well.
B first pick, Bo, Draco, Hot Zone, Ring of Fire.
Most picked brawler on this map, so I still don't rate it as a first pick when you got the coin toss, but I don't mind it in the kind of like position. Still not a massive fan of it. just simply because with so many hypercharges now in the game, triggering those mines, it's never really been easier, in my opinion. But the Luban being there does make sense for the bow pick, so I'll let it go this time. Don't worry, chat. I'm not going to be kicking off as much as I was in the last quarterfinal stages. Pam, bit of a wild card on Ring of Fire for sure. Don't mind it too much. Might eat my words on that front a little bit. It's yet to be proven, shall we say. I think I'll put it that way, to put it mildly, really. There's still some tankier stuff to be kind of considered here. The B pick really is the deterrent, but Zeta, for that reason, are in a position to kind of have something here with either the Hank or the Frank. They got the B to really counteract the Draco. They've got to consider the possibility of the Barry, though, coming from Rival Esports to pair with that Draco. Gonna go with the Frank. I don't mind it at all for that regard. So, but if they want to bury this and combine with the Draco, they've got the Pam heals for Zeta, so it would make sense to double down. But they, for that reason, are leaving it so wide open that
Frank,
even Poco, just something to keep Draco alive on that mid with the bow mines as well. We saw earlier today the Cordelius doing a great amount of effect, taking the Draco off the map. That's not an option here for Zeta. Carl, not what I was expecting, but an aggressive one, certainly going to do wonders in that regard, and give Frank a lot of problems.
Yeah, should be able to do really well against, you know, all three of those when it comes to spinning and the heat ejector.
I'm not gonna lie, Zeta has a ton of HP. I don't know they have enough damage.
I do like this Rival Esports comp quite a bit. The bow mines have been quite an issue when you can set up about 8 at once, all in their kind of spawn. It stops them from pushing up for quite a period of time, so you could buy yourself
Barry Draco could have been good.
Percentage on the zone. But Zeta Vision's comp is
but it's still not enough damage.
You know, turn your nose up at either. Very good as well.
Here we go. Let's see, immediately Rival Esports on the zone. Terry pushing forwards as well into that little spot there. That's kind of where the healing station is probably going to be coming down for Suzuki later on in the match. In the top right, though, big, deep plays being made here by Shitatambo.
Levi needs to go in with the B,
and
there's smoke.
By a whisker, Shitatambo that comes out on top. And
then bow mines, they just, I don't understand the bow pick and
Super comes down, gets the connection.
In pro play, they're so good, they're not going to hit the mines.
Fall low, and Shitatambo will retreat back to the walls that you can just stand behind. Great tap as well, and Zeta are out here to
turning his power match right, like rank. Yep. We're gonna be drafting and banning.
Zeta's hands. Yeah, good amount of aggression. Heals coming in now for Zeta, as well as the
Frank is hyper.
From Levi is a very unusual sight to see. He was able to get a super off the back of that, so that was a bit of a miss. He was looking for that. So 2 shots would have made it, but he was missing a lot of them. Doesn't really matter. 60% to 30% on the zone. Zeta double that Rival Esports so far, and a nice cancellation there from Shitatambo. He'll go down, but the trade is most importantly there. 2 mines triggered immediately, so there, and there's the last one standing. And again, this is why I just don't rate bow.
You gotta go in 2 minutes. No worries, no worries.
To eradicate that mid control.
We just can be doing this for a minute.
In the kind of desired use out of this Carl against the Frank, as I'm sure he would have liked. Pam can just stay on the zone until the end now, gets the win secured.
100 to 41.
And that's a great start. Rival Esports, they came out swinging, but all control just left. And then they kind of got a bit of a, you know, a tough time pinned in spawn with the Frank and everything just wailing down on them and just couldn't get out. So if things change, if the start goes a bit different, then the game can definitely flip on its head.
Yeah, the Carl was my reservation for the final pick too, but I mean, it can, like you said, get some results. It's just that Shitatambo's playing it better so far with the cancellation there of his gadget, just not really giving Carl much to do. I mean, the Frank, you know, it should have a worse matchup, really, in my opinion, but especially when Shitatambo breaks up in all the space. The bush that's the key here. He's staying in that position as well, breaks that entire right-hand side, and the bush for good measure. Shitatambo's just playing it better.
Yeah, Terry low as well, and he's not even going to try and retreat at all there. Just pops the gadget, buys a few more seconds. The bow mine's coming down. Going to be breaking that wall, which doesn't give Frank as much room to kind of sit behind the wall and be in a tough spot. Now, Panther is going to be eradicated. Double slow through.
Do I know 11? No, I don't know who that is.
All the shots this time and cycled out his super with the hyper.
Good spot. You touched the game. Can't leave. I found some good players in there. No worries. No worries, Scorpy. I understand.
The Tampa and the Hypercharge taking no chances, and I think that is the wise call because that's the first time that IC was in that position there. Double connected, slow, lovely stuff there from Levy as well as the
Draco.
not going to actually give too much at all. Nice timing, and look at that.
Rivals
All
playing
lines
better this one, but
instantly triggered there by Zeta. The timing's perfect. Oh, Levy outstayed. He's welcome though. He will get some value there from Ameshi, but now Terry forcing his way forwards on his own at a good time for it because there's not many of Zeta to be able to contest.
Yeah, Suzuki sapping the ammo nicely.
Draco has
Slow
gadget.
to Mesh as well. I see. Just giving some big issues around the side here. Bowmine's going to connect with Suzuki again and causing some real issues. Baiting that last one out. Now IC comes in. Levi might be able to get a shot with 40 HP
line hook.
surviving. And continues spinning with the shield there. Protected pirouette keeping him alive. Bowmines come through with a hypercharge. 5 of them laying there, but if they don't have to retreat again, they're not going to be doing a lot. Levi goes in, tries to bait them out. Suzuki
then you need them off zone. At least one of them. We need to play Mega Pig. We got like 5 days. We'll be good. We'll be good.
Suzuki should force Shitampo.
I don't like to push Mega Pig like the first few days because all the sweats are doing
This
it.
is surely going to be a finish for Rival Esports as all 3 of them
It's over.
on the zone and get this.
Oh, we got a game.
To 1-1.
Yeah, a really good response there from Rival Esports. Didn't quite see that one coming, so some notes to be made for the 3rd place finished team at the Brawl Cup of States Division now. I still think you've got better comp, but just didn't seem to kind of synergy on the zone to play the objective, and I see getting better results from that Carl pick. I think made a lot of difference in that bottom right-hand side pocket, kind of forcing out some utility from Shitampo to have to deal with him was the right way to go about it. And I want to see Levy start to tap a bit more on this B pick because there's a couple of missed shots in that last game. I would prefer him to iron out. If he starts
B's
to
hitting
land
shots.
them, as I know he does and can, I mean, it is dangerous. And look at him now going to town, and as quickly as that, taking back the mid, going to slow down IC now as well. With the help
Yo,
of
Frank,
Bravo.
good pull.
That's what I'm talking about, Zeta.
Yeah, he heard you. He heard you. You were complaining about his shots, and he said, shut up, watch and learn. And now they've got this good position again. Stuns comes through. Shitampo should be able to finish off IC here as well, and still in the rear, causing some big issues with the flank. Just retreats back to his
Zeta's looking good.
Here, and Terry continuing to try and push around this left-hand side. Levy being provided with a little ham turret here, and the hypercharge just used to avoid these bow mines. Shitampo will clean up as well. Terry coming from behind. Pam trying to get him down, but missing some shots. Another turret being placed, and a 30% lead is there, but it's dwindling now.
Oh, Suzuki there
Ooh,
just finds
they need to take down the
Meshi by a
spring.
sliver. And Terry staying out of that range from Shitampo will stay alive just long enough for his demise now. Let's see. Oh,
wow.
great catch from Shitampo.
So
Staying on
tempo's
his
just going
survivability
crazy.
This game has actually been insane. Now going in and just goes down for the hammer blow. That could prove costly. Terry retakes the mid. IC on the bottom right now for Rival Esports, a prime opportunity to retake this mid. Great rattled hive, and Terry could not get off the last
Good Carl.
in time. IC shields up.
Good Carl.
Cycles to perfection, staying alive.
They need to kill his B.
Oh! Rival Esports now are really starting to close this gap.
Yeah, Bowmine's causing some issues and a flying hook away. Terry so low, and Shitampo just popping hypercharge, get the movement going.
Frank Hyper can win the game.
This map and does. They've regained
it's
control
over.
so well there, just off the
Carl
speed
needs to
of
go
the
in.
hypercharge. Didn't even need to use the super, and 2% and make that 0 needed. As
That looks like a loaf of bread right now. That's
it's a little bit
hilarious.
questionable towards the end, but they persevered.
Yeah, I mean, Shitampo.
I think flame gadget on Carl would be better.
Honestly, insane.
I mean, the flying hooks,
incredible work, cycling to perfection, staying in position, breaking open the entire map. I mean, he was the reason for me that set went their way.
A little shaky in the first game, we have to say. Zeta Division so far didn't lose a single set, not in the April Monthly Finals and also not today. That still remains the case here. We had a bow show up again. We were heavily bashing it before on Hot Zone, you especially, Ark. It almost worked out for Rivals, just saying. But yes, Shitampo was super good. Suzuki with 12 kills. They just had
On
the
row
better
form right
comp in
now?
that one once again.
Yeah, 12 kills as a PAM's wild as well. 489 DPS.
Mine needs to. Mine just sleeps like this most of the time, though.
Against the Draco the entire time, because Draco's not really going to do much against the Frank. So, provided with a decent matchup at range, and obviously be able to sap all that ammo when coming close as well. Did a very good job, don't get me wrong. Not taking anything away from him, because he played
Kinda
so
see him just
well.
passed out right
All
there.
members of Zeta Division did their roles to perfection, I'd say.
He just sits there and chills, though.
I was going to say exactly the same. I was curious to see the stats for that reason, because the PAM for me I was unsure of. bit similar to the kind of bow, the bow we've seen already today and stuff. And you know, like I said, I'm not the biggest fan because a lot of the time, a lot of your utility comes from your opposition, you know, dropping the ball and triggering those mines and going down, and that's kind of like playing into their mistakes rather than your own play. That's my only reservation.
We saw Ring of Fire for the second time today. Both times we saw a bow against a bee and a Frank. Golden Gulch is going to be our next map, and this one we see for the
Potato Point
very
goes
first time
hard.
today.
I feel
I'm
that.
excited to see what East Asia has come up with. What is going to be the draft on this map? Usually you see a lot of spell, some long range here. RT, one of the best brawlers on knockouts currently, and he's been for a while now as well. And maybe a thrower coming in here, Ark. Maybe a bow? Huh?
Oh, please don't. Let's not go there. Let's not go there. But certainly a very different kind of draft, I would say, playing out for me. Kind of Gus really up there as that kind of first pick brawler. They've got the range, the shield to have some options later on in the draft, and that kind of thing. I want to see a Kazi ban, I want to see a Kenji ban, I want to see a Lumi ban. Those are the kind of three that, you know, for me, I'm still feeling
Golden
like
Gulch,
those three, but regardless, I think it's still such early days that it's kind of worth considering, and none of them are banned. So that's interesting to start. That's very interesting to start. But these are the kind of ones that you'd expect to see banned. Kenji, of course, you know, it's a bit of a daring pick, no doubt about it. But now, let's see. Jin going to come through as a kind of solid mid to have here. For me, Buster's not a bad kind of tank option now that the Ollie is banned. I mean, for me, Gray is not a bad one to have it, but Gus is a really
Jin
solid
first pick.
for Zeta. I really hope they go for it first, but like you said, something I quite rate the RT here as well as quite a good idea too.
Would like to see him here, especially together with the Gene.
No Buster ban?
Good,
That's what I'm saying.
When
Crazy
you tag your
move.
opponent's Gene and also take, for example, profit from them quite heftily. I'm surprised to see Ollie come in so often in the bans
Lumi?
and in the
Yeah.
picks. Just a little reflection here on Brawl Cup. We've saw him 12% picked, 1% banned in the Brawl Cup. So definitely not in the meta anymore. And now with that Kenji ban, he's catapulted back into the ban phase, Trev.
Yeah, I don't know really. It's a weird one. Like Lumi here,
Buster Byron?
is going to be very good because it's like Lu, but like don't need to get your super to be able to slow people down.
Daryl?
Kind of have them skating and putting them in bad positions. Daryl, a very good one. You know, you're going to be able to punish the brawlers like Gene who aren't going to have the biggest.
I think Daryl's
in
good.
those kind of closing stages, and when you get your super, you can start to do stuff in the opening phases too. So I like what Zeta Division have got here. I really do, and I am a little bit fearful for Rival.
So it's Lumi. Like, it's still good. I don't know why. Just because of a 1 second difference of the star.
Daryl's not bad.
Kind of dropped off ban list because for me it's still right up there. Zeta really here. They're gonna be looking for the
Whoa.
Gus. I feel like it's kind of like one of the biggest high-rated brawlers for the win rates. I mean, with the Squeak ban, that's there specifically by Rival in the face of Zeta because Zeta play that as the #1 here. So that's a very directed ban as well. Tick coming in for control is going to really suffer against the Daryl. I mean, you know, that's the problem with that. And if they've got a Gus shield to combine with the Daryl on the side of Zeta, which I feel might be, you know, cooking up, it's going to be a scary prospect. They've got to have more defensiveness here for Rival Esports because otherwise Zeta will run this down. No, that is the... Yeah, that's what I mean. They kind of do actually need that. I know it sounds kind of weird to see. It's a bit wild. Don't get me
Frank,
wrong,
Zeta got Lumi?
defense.
Yeah.
But with the G Magic hand, able to sit back to allow the tick to kind of get the head, then you've got all these defensive maneuvers.
Kit.
Not the thing that I was expecting. Quite excited to see
Kit
how it's going
Daryl,
to work now with the Daryl
Lumi.
combo. That's going to be really quite tough even for Shelly to be able to land down. But yeah, this draft took a couple of detours along the way for sure.
Just a few.
Just a few.
Shelly's kind of a wild pick.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if I've seen Shelly enough in this region to know if it's going to really be incredible. Like, in EU...
But Clay Pigeons should be
someone
alright.
mentioned earlier with OP playing that brawler.
Yeah.
Like, it's unbelievable. When he plays it, he knows he's going to do well with it.
Free win for Zeta. Yeah,
but I
should
don't
be.
know if necessarily he's guaranteed to do well with Shelly here. You know, against the Lumi or something like that, it's going to be tough. Against the other two, might be fine, but can still be punished by the likes of Kit.
And it's so heavily dependent upon the gene. So if Terry goes down, then what really is a Shelly and Tick combo going to be doing against Zeta here? They really are depending upon these magic buff heals from the star power of the gene, staying alive most importantly, getting the utility to Mameshi to have the head for defense and ideally a hypercharge at that. Zeta are going to sit back with this Kit Daryl idea to the gas comes in, or actually kind of combine it. What a combo as well!
Whoa.
Oh my goodness me, is this slaughter? water.
Smoked.
Rival Esports are all over this with mud on their face. Unbelievable. What a kick connection from Zeta.
I wasn't
And
expecting them to
Royal
go in that
didn't see it
quick.
coming. I was thinking that Zeta was going to run down the clock, wait for the gas, and they proved everyone wrong, and that's how you do it.
Yeah, I love the way they're just waiting for Kit to get super back as well, just letting the time burn down and kind of just let that passively appear, and now it does. And Levi has a super as well, Levy, sorry. Stampo hasn't really done too much, to be honest. He's kind of just been watching and letting his two teammates do absolutely everything, but if it works, it works, and so far so good for Zeta Division. Terry goes for the pull, misses it, Stampo baits that out nicely, and that leaves Shelly once again a bit hung out to dry. Does have the super this time to shut down Levy. He has a hypercharge.
They didn't ban Lumi again? Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
This draft is so heavily dependent upon utility. You can't be missing pulls like that. That's like the whole point. You had the Gene connect the pull, and now Suzuki coming with some nice swipes. Look at this synergy from Zeta. It's actually disgusting, but 2 versus 2 now, but Icy goes immediately down.
It's over.
Tambo's going to be easy picking off Mameshi there as well. So Zeta did not look deterred, not by a long shot. I mean, I do get the ideas that Rival are throwing out there. They can work, but you're depending upon so much synergy, so much survivability, and they're not really showing that at present.
Yeah, this is a big issue for Rival Esports. If they drop this, I can't see them getting back into it. 2 sets down against a team like Zeta's Division. It's going to be hard to come back from. Terry steps out of line. He's going to die as well. Couple of shots onto the Shelly as well. Gets a good super, or good amount towards his super for the future. And just having the Shelly against the Lumi is not going to be good. You kind of need that Gene along with it as well to catch someone off guard.
Even Daryl dies, they got Lumi pushing up. Yeah, taking Shelly was trash picks. I can see Shelly being alright, but not Tick. Tick looks like an anime character, not gonna lie. Yeah. A lot of the guys look like that over here, and girls. You see it everywhere.
They've got to have the Tampa really take him out first. And
Cord? Yeah, I could have seen a good Cord pick.
So Icy knows that, of course, and will be playing defense and going and just moving towards the Daryl really at every turn. Meshi looking for hypercharge now, I'd imagine, as well. If they get that, there's a chance. But as the gas comes in, Tick is not what you want to be having in these scenarios. Levy going in now, early doors. Tick going to find a connection as well. 5,000 HP from Levy, which is coming low as well. This could be Zeta going down. And they do. It's a round for Rival Esports.
Much better
Pro
for
RT. Yeah.
2v2
RT's goated.
Suzuki with a jump now. Probably doesn't want to risk it, considering we've seen how it goes when he's down in the early game. Needs to wait for a better opportunity. Did obviously get the Gene down, but it didn't work for them, so probably going to try different routes. Wait for Levy to get the super here, possibly wait for the hypercharge too, and then try make a move.
Well, Icy has got hypercharge now as well. Waiting ideally for Mameshi to get some utility now, I would say. Everyone's got hypercharge, but again,
Cord's better because he splits Kit and Daryl. True.
Daryl can get some stuff done. The buff's quite nice as well on mode like knockout, so it's not to be discounted, but certainly not one of the strongest in the game in terms of meta. Now the kick connection goes in as well. The hypercharge of the Daryl's there, and you can see how hard it is to take down Icy despite a double hypercharge connection. Could not really get a scratch, leaving Mameshi all alone, and it's going to be quite straightforward. They're going to wait down the clock again for Suzuki to get that hypercharge, or that super rather, sorry, going to the next round, which is a crucial one, because if Zeta bag it, they get the set. Rival need this just to stay alive in this set.
I mean, it's lovely, really. The hypercharge, he was so confident as well. Never seen someone so confident rolling into a hypercharged Shelly, to be honest with you, but...
Hyper Shelly maybe cook here? Yeah.
Pretty confident in himself and got the job done in the end. Suzuki has a super here as well. Levy evading these IC shots nicely at range with the Clay Pigeon. And Chitampo's got a super of his own as well, so can lock them all in place and get ready for the onslaught of the Kit Daryl combination. If that combination comes out, then it's going to be dangerous stuff for Rival.
Wow, now it's quite a telling time, because Terry having the magic hand is quite key. Suzuki knows it going in early.
Oh, what a switch. But the Lumi saved?
But can Stama get it done? He gets rid of the ticket as well. And now with Suzuki staying alive, this could work potentially. But he has just used super. He's got to really kind of earn that back and combine that with the kit. He might not have the luxury. Might be able to get a freeze or so, but there's some great shots from Meshi there. It's going to feed a lot of utility over for Rival Esports. Now the heals much needed at this time. Yarn Ball's going down onto Icy, but he's juking them really nicely for me, but goes down, stunned, 710 and falls. Meshi versus Suzuki.
I was about to say, is it Tick better to hold it down?
It is! Zeta get the set in quite a tricky scenario to finalize knockouts.
I mean, that was great. It really was. Like, having the kit survive there, obviously against the tick, he's not going to be losing that match unless he's got, you know, the tick head, hypercharge, knockback, pretty much everything. He needs all his kit to be able to beat the kit in that matchup, funnily enough. But it just wasn't there for them. And in the end, Zeta Division played it very well. Some risky moves at certain points, but they paid off nonetheless.
I really liked the rival comp, but in the end it still not is enough to win against the mechanical geniuses, as we called them at the Brawl Cup already, for a good reason. They just beat every single comp, even if they might have weaker or at least at a similar level.
Yeah, that Lumi saver super definitely saved it.
Damage on the Shelly though. I love that pick. She was picked up a lot in scrims leading up to Brawl Cup and also to this monthly final. And yeah, what we cannot forget though, guys, is that Rival have put Zeta 2-3 in 2 qualifiers in February and in April. It's
Gene's tough.
closer than what we're seeing here right now.
Yeah, sure.
That's why I just upgraded my Gene.
Real tough for Rival. Like, they haven't been far off in the games that they've played. We saw it go so close in Hot Zone. In that, they could have quite easily had the game in, or 2 of the games there, with how close some of the rounds were, but just not meant to be for them at the moment. Don't get me wrong, they've still got a chance, but 3 in a row against this Zeta Division team is...
They got to change the commentator?
An easy task.
Both of those teams have just been rushing through the quarterfinals arc. Is that just because they had the 2 newcomers here with Ace King and Feasible Gaming, or is Rival maybe a bit better than this 2-0 might suggest?
I think Rival are a solid team in my opinion, no doubt about it. I think what we're kind of seeing really for me is just starting to really excel in this region. It was a bit of a slow start to the year, you know, going down the semi-finals to reject in that you know, semi-final stage, yeah. But, you know, going through the competition, they've only kind of got better along the way. Remember, you know, going into the April monthly finals, sweeping every single team, just the 1 game drop to Niwa, that was the result. They've never looked stronger. So it's no surprise to me really at the moment that we're seeing what we're seeing, and I feel like their draft is a lot of the reason why. And you know, you've got Latux behind the scenes working a great amount of effort into these drafts as well, behind the scenes with the team, and I think it's really starting to shine.
Monkey, what's up? What's up? Watching here for 2 seconds. No worries. No worries.
Every single time. Shooting Star, definitely one of those.
Sushi? Brother, how many accounts do you have?
Mechanics. That's usually the map that I say, if you're a proper good team, but maybe don't have your draft down just yet, don't know your strats, that's the map that you can win if you are mechanically gifted. So let's see who will take this one. I see is going to go in with the Nanny first pick. We saw that one before, Trev, and then it can still be countered out if you have 2 of those long-range bowlers that she should counter thanks to the gadget, but it's just overwhelming for Nanny to go against a few of them. Jean is banned out here, so the main counter to that gadget is out of the way, but I still fear that this might not be the best possible pick on this map.
Yeah, and Lumi's still available as well. It's on the table and ready to go for Zeta Division. But they're going to take the Angelo. It's a good brawler. Obviously, you're able to kind of levitate across the water. Small amount of water on this map, but being able to get out the way of that pocket is so helpful at certain situations to keep you alive. So Lumi's going to have to be something that Rival look out for. And I imagine if Zeta Division don't take it now, then Rival Esports might. But it does leave you susceptible at range. That's one thing you've got to be careful with Lumi. Like, it's not bad. It's not got bad range, but it's not as much as some of the sharpshooters. And there you go. Zeta Division do pick it up as their second.
It is their second most favorite pick as well. It's just above a 50% win rate. It's not the highest, and I've got reservations on it here a little bit. I feel like it's never a bad brawler, but it's just like whether it's in the best of places
Ollie?
on this map. Angelo for sure. I'm liking that as well. Ollie coming in.
See, somebody picked Ollie earlier, and I just feel like Ollie's not
everyone combining those 2 as well.
not great until like the final like
Zeta now as well.
20 seconds. You need a clutch.
With Kaze on this map, which is kind of weird to see in scrims a little bit. Very adventurous. I don't think we're going to see it come through on this side of things now, but certainly got to pack the punch to get rid of this this Ollie for me. It's not really, you know, it's not going to be deterring Zeta too much, but they're going to be definitely considering that that's the playmaker on that side of things. They can't really play Piper into the Nanny, so you know, long range is a consideration. Yeah, going to be Kaze, yeah. They did play it around. I'm yet to kind of know where I stand with it, because it's just we've never seen it here. So, but it was one that they experimented a little bit with.
Genie's General is tweaking? What are they tweaking about?
8% win rate. It's over the past 2 weeks, so I mean, it can really kind of go either way. But very kind of curious. I'm assuming going in with like the kind of ninja mode to have additional range, but the speed as well is quite helpful. Yeah, I just don't know. What are your kind of feelings on it here? Because it's quite an open map, Trav.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you're probably going to spend the majority of the time in this kind
Yo,
of...
is Kaze going to be good?
Ninja form, playing it.
I feel like if anybody can pull up Kaze's sight.
You're going to be able to fight off against the Ollie in that form. And I guess if he
Honestly?
can switch up and...
Rivals drafts kind of going in.
They're able to get that first star because of it. And then
they're sending some pictures.
It's going to leave
Huh?
his other teammates a bit susceptible, and especially when playing with Lumi, who's already hurting at range here as well, it can be a bit difficult, I feel.
Well, Tampo is definitely a fearful.
No, he's gonna get that Lumi. Yeah.
Peep coming around, finds Levy. That's gonna be solid stars over.
Sight. Oh, he's weak.
That good suppression there from Terry and IC on Tampo as well. Made it look
I'd say this is not a good map for Kaze,
it's no
personally.
easy thing to take down a man like Tampo, but so far I'm not to see too much from this Kaze pick. Just kind of feeding more stars over Rival Esports. So. Not the greatest starts for Zeta. Very,
another Nani super?
Another
kill for the Nani.
Meshi doing great work for Rival.
They missed the...
Terry should fall here as well, and yet again Chitampo feeding stars. Maybe it is easy to take down Chitampo, because he just ran in and fed 3 times. That's 6 stars over to them that were...
I think Zeta's cooked on this one.
To go the same route again against this Byron, dashing in and out and just eating shot after shot after shot. Nanny Peep coming around with the Hyperdrive, not going to find that. But... if he can heal up now, it's not going to be a bad spot for
him. They need to kill the Nani.
Spawn, but the splash is there as well. Just chooses to try and dash out the way of that. Super there.
Why would you push up as a Nani? You were one shot.
1 star now as Suzuki picks one up over the right hand side.
Yeah, definitely very much on the fence still with this Kaze pick, and just waiting to see what the strategy is. But now the Fanstorm comes in, and this could be something.
I think Terry just threw.
Terry
okay, they got the trade.
Is there? The stars though. The British most important was Zeta.
Sight needs another kill.
One more kill, and it's just Suzuki on his own.
It's over.
A moment of magic, a moment of genius. It's not quite there. Rivals stay firm, and they get it done. They get the game in the bag.
It's rare I say this, but it's Chitampo letting the side down. Like, on the Kaze, yes. I don't know if that's the first time that anybody's ever said that in the history of Brawl Stars Esports, but Chitampo's letting the side down. Like, it's probably the brawler, it's probably not the best of picks, but he's ran in 4 or 5 times and died every single one, so I guess it's probably...
Alright, Side's playing a little bit more aggressive this time, straight out the rips.
It was a tough game for him, and he's going to have to...
You have to dodge.
If
really well.
Zeta are going to come out on top and take this in 3.
Yeah, I had to mention it because it was just standing out.
I mean, he's
in the data,
dodging, but he's just not able to do any damage.
They must have a plan for it because I can't see how this works. But I'm not Zeta, not by a long shot. So let's see. The
they can't hit him.
Here is carrying us a lovely bit of combined aggression there. But now the hypnosis of Terry will put him out of position at the same time.
Oh, the Ollie.
Now he does go down. So
what's Ollie
5
doing?
stars to 0. Much better start. Tampo probably full here though as well. So that's
alright, they have the blue star. They have the Nani super.
Now the Peep. Gonna try to find Suzuki, not going to do so, looping back around to nothing. Just 2 tiles of bush, and that's not anything to write home about.
Yeah, well, Levy doing a good job. Same with Suzuki here of kind of picking up the slack that Chitampo, with no range, is giving. Terry getting healed up by IC here. Nice shot coming from Chitampo. Looking for the super, gets a few shots in. Splashes there to keep Terry alive and in the mix. Oh, almost gets the lockdown. Feels like maybe a little bit of a waste there. But unable to hit that super. Suzuki with a hypercharge though can be dangerous for Rival Esports at this stage.
Well, Tambo has got again that geisha form, can dance around the potential hypnosis of Terry. Good freeze from Levy, and now hypercharge Tambo as well. So to be taken into consideration depending upon what
Kaze hyper
can
definitely get the Byron,
so
but
into ninja form, then any ball that is marked up, if they are eventually going to be able to fall, will fall.
I think I would have...
That is not the best of supers, but it's enough to deter Rival for now, as 10 seconds on the clock, still plenty of time for a push.
Yeah, burns the clock a bit and a hypercharge Suzuki.
Always engaging, always gonna die.
Levi low, almost goes down.
Yeah.
Still so low, but it's not gonna matter as long as you guys survive.
No.
And that they do. Puts Zeta Division on match point just by 1 star separating them and Rival. Puts now Zeta in a wonderful, wonderful position, but I still firmly believe Rival can win this.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. It's a match point, a grand finals appearance potentially here for Zeta within arm's grasp, but you're playing cards there on a map that
Zeta
it's
for
not
match
tried
point.
and tested, is it? That's the problem. It's a brand new brawler, and it's the most wide open map for it. And I kind of feel like Zeta got, I don't want to say lucky in the last game, but fortunate for sure to have a very good solid start that works out well, because the very exact opposite could have been true very easily so. So it really does depend upon these early moments, in my opinion. The blue star of Zeta, that's enough.
They're not letting Sight
now,
push up
at
this
least,
time.
and that's kind of where you want to be. Having rival esports pushing into you, and you getting to sort of dance around them and work around their aggression, that's kind of going in Zeta's favor for me.
Yeah, see Terry has to retreat here, and Suzuki trying to keep him low, but missing those shots that are going to be charged up with the poison. Stamper switching in and out of forms to try and get some damage in. Still 1-star lead for Zeta Division at the moment. It's Rival who need to aggress, but it's Zeta who have to, because Stamper just be hung out to dry if they back up.
Well, the splash available for IC. No peep Mameshi. And I hope that when he gets it, he pilots it just a little bit better than he did the last round. The first round was
Crazy
great.
Raccoon won.
Good connections and cycling forwards, but you know, you've really got to bring those in for your team. Suzuki looking for that hypercharge, of course, to allow him to be in a much more aggressive position. Now he's got it as well, so that mobility is going to be very much there. And if you can find Terry, who's weak now from the shots from Shitampo, he'll go a long, long way. But holding out for that last few second moments of that push coming in, those additional heals go such a long way. People
going
coming
for the
forwards,
Angelo,
and this does
missing.
really need to connect. Coming back around for Levy, and it just find him, but not enough to take him down. Now the hypercharge from Suzuki goes in, and a chance to get some more stars for his team. He finds IC, but the splash is there for him, keeping him in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to force the splash out, and that hypercharge was much needed.
So I hear
considering
high key
how low Levy
sick.
was. Shampoo just giving me this ninja form, throwing these little shots of damage out. Now throwing a super down, make sure they can't see where they are. Terry gonna super up and not find it. He's gonna go down. 3 stars
gonna be over.
are their way. Stamper needs to survive here.
All right, we go to the next match. It's gonna be
win this, and they head to the grand finals. Can't
Navi
say it was
versus
really deserved
Melty
in this
Scene.
set, but they've managed to get it done.
Get the blue star, hold firm in the mid, and Zeta got it done. A very interesting comp to win and make a grand finals with, but make it they have. That's a 3rd grand finals appearance this year so far for them. Let's see how they fare for the rest of the day, but that is a phenomenal showing today so far from Zeta.
3rd grand final appearance, and once again,
Zeta's
they're
them.
undefeated. They didn't let lose a single set. 3-0 one more time for Zeta Division. I feared the worst when I saw the draft already. We saw Byron Ollie already on Ace King. They lost also against Salumi. I don't really understand the comp, if I'm honest. I want to
See, this is his second time. Ollie didn't really do
Again,
much.
just couldn't close the gap between himself and their opponents. He had to wait for them to
I see the
come
idea
close to
behind the
him, but
Ollie,
none
but I
of the
just don't think it's a good
opponents really
pick. I don't think it actually helps
has
your
to do
team.
that, not even Shitampo.
Except for
Yes,
literally
he
like the
did
last 30
struggle a
seconds,
little
but
bit in
Gene
that
could do the same
round
thing.
Number 1 arc
If
track,
not
you
more.
weren't too impressed with him, and that's something we don't say too often about Shitampo.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous, like, how much he was feeding. You saw it in the kills there. I think it was 10 kills to Rival Esports over the set and 8 to Zeta Division. So clearly, he's feeding a lot in that first game for them to have more kills and still lose the set. A lot more calm, a lot more composed in the second and third games. Just didn't feed as much, as Ark said, just get the blue star and hold firm. And that's exactly what they did and won.
Ark, we want to have another look out at the bracket here. We want to see what is still going to happen today. Semi-final number 1 is out of the way. All of the quarterfinals down as well. We have a lot of
Let's see it.
3-0s today. Is Vcheck versus Navi going to be just as much of a sweep?
It's hard to say, honestly, at this point. Richards are looking so strong, but Navi taking down Crazy Raccoon. They've got the wind in their sails, and they know that they're going to be depriving Crazy Raccoon of valuable points in the process as well. And being just behind them by just a couple, around like sort of 15 points or so, that's a really great for them, a great place for them to be. If they can make a grand finals, oh, they're going to be in a solid spot on the leaderboard.
I think it's safe to say that Navi had the craziest quarterfinal of them all. They had to face up against Crazy Raccoon. Made it a closer one. It was a 3-1 in the end. So they definitely deserve to be in the semifinals, and I want to see them shine there as well. First up though, we have something that I'm always looking forward to. The people at home got to vote who's their MVP of the match that we just watched. Zeta Division won, so it's going to be one of them. And Trev for the, let's say, about 60.
All right, we taking Navi or Melty Scene?
Yeah, disagree, unfortunately, for the first time ever, I think. But yeah, that last set was it was just a little bit too questionable for me to say, oh yeah, 100% MVP. I feel like maybe one of the other guys did deserve it a little bit more, but yeah, I mean, overall, Zeta Division managed to take the win. They played good for the most part, and did deserve it. You know, Rival Esports, they played well, but unable to get a set against Zeta Division clearly shows who deserve to be in these grand finals.
Honestly, especially in that last set for me, it would have been Zizuku on that Angelo. I talked about how Nani usually is always the first pick thanks to her gadgets. She's super good in those long-range maps, but the Angelo just did her dirty arc.
Monkey, welcome back. Welcome back. What's up, Sushi? Who are we taking this next round?
Well, so,
you going Melty?
An easy thing to combine with this. Now, Razumi only missed one along the way that I noticed, but he was playing very, very well today as well. But yeah, I think she did quite well in the grand finals. Will be back to business. I think that a brawler that they're experimenting with. I couldn't believe that of all the places I would call cars, it would be a shooting star. But I mean, I saw it. I thought, they were trying it. Will they dare do it? And they actually did, which is kind of wild to me. But yeah, certainly a brawler thing, not the Tampa thing is my point.
We only have semi-final number 2 and the grand finals up next. So make sure to call your friends into the chat for this one. We're going to be back in a minute.
On another phone because you're playing, no worries. You're picking Melty? You crazy, man.
It is time for the next set.
We got 3 minutes.
One already down. It's like the division 1
currently pushing Jae Young Silva 3.
This one, I promise you, will not be another sweep. Spoo, I'm sure you watched. You predicted that Rival wins. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, they didn't even take a set.
I'm in the 2%. I represent. I tried. I failed. My heart was misplaced. Yeah, Zeta Division just too good.
Up next is gonna be seed number 2 versus seed number 4 in this region. Both of them sitting strongly in the leaderboard. Both of them still fighting for those World Finals and LCQ slots arc.
Yeah, absolutely so. And for Reject, first and foremost, they know what it means to make grand finals this year.
Pushing Larry and Lori.
Just shy each step of the way. It's got to have a change of the tides for them, and this month could be that month. It does feel fitting for me for Reject to try to win this month. They've got to get through Navi first, and Navi had a phenomenal day so far. Can't be denied. And you've got to remember as well that Reject did lose to Navi in a reverse sweep earlier in April, so that's going to be definitely the sting that remains in their memory. So Navi going to be coming off the back of that, knowing that they've got the ability to stay firm and actually kind of like when it matters most, stay composed.
Reject made it into every single grand final up until April, where they faced off against Navi, and it was a reverse sweep in the end, so they want revenge here, Spoo.
Rejected. Indeed, Navi, will they do it again, or this time will they lead with some sets of their own? Sunny, you and I both feel that Navi are absolutely on fire at the moment. I think Trav and Ark are on the same page for Reject, and whoever takes this one is going to have a significant lead going forward in the months to come.
Game day, Navi Nation. I mean, you know that Navi Nation are coming out for this one, so when it comes to that event, we've got the event site pal. So we're actually laughing in my ear. we're laughing on the desk as well, as I'm sure you're all watching at home. Honestly, the photo shops have been unreal this season. I've got to give a shout out. We were watching them behind the scenes at Brawl Cup 2 actually being worked on before our very eyes. Just great stuff. Having great fun on the BSC as always.
just putting it out there as well, for once it wasn't us putting the players into dresses, Navi themselves put Ryoho into that dress. So just a disclaimer here. And yes, Spoo, as you mentioned, we're looking at the maps here right now. Afterwards, we're gonna have a look at the predictions, and we're split down the middle once again. I felt like doubling down after our glorious win in the predictions previously when we both voted for Navi. I think they can take it once again. They looked very strong, and if they can beat Crazy Raccoon, they might have what it takes to beat Reject once again. Looking at their scrim rates, I think it was like a 52 to 48%.
Times Comster is back.
Does have the upper hand in scrims, but we all know that scrims don't really count. Prediction-wise, we're in the majority, Spoo.
What do you mean?
A rarity. For the first time, we're not in the other camp, but it's only by 3%. And given the fact that Navi have an absolutely massive fan base, not entirely surprised here. Nonetheless, this 47% of people still felt that Reject had it. And with that, we're going to dive into our first draft of this series.
It is quite possible that Navi has not prepared the semi-final maps just as much. We've
Are we into it, Lily? First pick.
From teams when they have a very strong opponent in the quarters, they make sure to scrim those maps like crazy to at least make it into the semis. So let's see how well prepared they are for Hard Rock Mine here, Arc. Let's see what they're drafting.
Let's see what we got. Lily, Shades Band, Buster, Kaze, Chester, Kaze, Janet. Okay.
But we know that if we get this one right, then we're ahead of Spoo, and I think we're tied with Sunny. I think that's our strategy here for today.
You're tied today. Overall, I'm still way ahead, so don't get ahead of yourself.
You know, it's
Jackie for the Lily.
Things that matter most, eh? Hey, Jackie first pick, by the way, just to bring back down. It's kind of wild here on Hard Rock Mine. It's definitely a brawler which can counter Shade, but Shade's banned, so I don't know kind of like where Navi's minds are at with this. Probably the grey kind of cheese comp, imagine I would say, but hard to say. It's not banned either way.
Maybe
so
B for mid.
Here, but the Lily first pick from Reject's kind of an interesting pick as well.
Gus,
for me.
yeah.
Didn't quite see that coming. Gus shielding. It could be a kind of Jackie Gus grey cheese idea, maybe. We've seen crazier things, but just to kind of put that one out there now, I guess. Some 10 counters for that reason wouldn't be a bad shout here from Reject. Chester wouldn't be a bad shout if it wasn't banned, but there are other options regardless. Mid
go tank, maybe Ash.
Cautiously on this one into a Gus.
Or is Jackie just countering it all day?
She's a safe pair of hands. Bell as well for this region's quite common.
Lumi, sure.
Certainly, Navi are cooking something weird. Lumi coming in for Reject. That's a very heavy hitting brawler.
Slipped through the bans, Lumi finally being snatched up, interestingly ignored by both teams in that first phase of selections. Nonetheless, Reject, they're going to respect it enough to not allow it for that last pick. They secure the side lanes of themselves, and they're going to opt for the Gene being their last pick. So Reject, no real
Reject might be cooked.
Sort of synergies between the brawlers necessarily. I think it's really just trying to pick up the most solid thing for each of the lanes. And it's interesting because that Gene is really very timing centric. It's going to allow Navi to have a significant sort of presence in that mid to the early game.
On a pick, Navi. They're going to go cheese. I think this was their third most popular pick in scrims. Kenji. They're doing a wild card number here because that's something which they were keeping in the back pocket. They didn't display it at all in their prep. So clearly kind of waiting on the fence to see how that nerf was going to take its toll and whether it would be something which would subside it.
Lumi not getting banned? Yeah, I think everybody's focusing on the Kaze ban.
And with Gus shielding, makes some sense. But
I think Lumi has more control than the Kaze, to be honest.
Bring that back around. Like that was what we saw. Like it just didn't seem to kind of avail into the draft, into any form of strat. I mean, it's okay, it's decent, it's fine, but there's many brawlers which could have counted it even harder.
I think Navi's got the better draft.
Reject went for, so just kind of interesting for me. Already Batman having a
but Reject has some win cons, like the Gene pull or the Lily Super.
The Gene to deal with, not really the best of matches, but Shu's there for support, and that's what it's all about.
So far, Navi just feeding back-to-back, all three members at least dying once already. Melty now with the first pull of the game. Really tried to go offensive there on Batuman, but they're tracking each other perfectly. Mind you, players can't see each other. Just absolutely crazy awareness coming out there from Ryohei. Now both tanks lying in wait on the backline. They're looking for a chance to jump onto Melty.
If Melty can get a pull here and just actually get rid of their own bush, it will actually help them. That's a great amount of effect. Ryohei's going to get a lot of utility off the back of that, getting ever closer to 100
good Gene
charge.
pull.
They do get a break. Not the entire bush, but most importantly, the kill. It's the Chuppy next they've got to deal with, and if they can pull him and...
You know, Jack
swiftly
needs to go
eradicate
in,
him,
but that
slow him down,
Lumi
that's fine as well,
super...
but I worry with these bushes in their own spawn side for the moment with brawlers like Kenji and Jackie. Having them there might go against them, but so far, with all the gems with Bannerman's hands and Melty, they are split, got to be said, but I mean, this is already looking so convincing.
Very one-sided match coming out here. Reject, they're just throwing out the pull out of celebration. They didn't even need to land it to win. It's just complete domination. All three lanes just went so well for them. Na'Vi, they look like they came into this game with no plan in mind.
It's an odd one. I mean, for the region, Jackie here is, to be fair, quite a high-picked brawler. You know, it does see a lot of play rates, but you got to kind of draft.
I wouldn't even say the Lumi is a problem there. Lily just went nuts.
Risky, really. It didn't really kind of show me too much as to what was the plan for it. It didn't kind of bring much home, and statistically, it's probably going to be looking quite poor if things remain this way at the end of this match. But Ryohei's not finding much in this Kenji pick either, because the support is just there. Shu is so solid with Melty, and you need that. The Gene can't be left to contend against the Jackie and the Kenji. They're so aggressive. You know, even with knockback, you're not going to be doing much with the lamp blowout gadgets. So you do have to have a brawler like Lumi there for support.
Finally, they found Battleman. It was an anxiety trap there for Na'Vi.
Jackie should kill the Lily.
In onto him. They flatten him out. We're starting to see the reason why Jackie is picked.
Kenji did something finally
on himself there against Shu. It's going to force the pull out from Melty, but overall, favorable trades coming from Na'Vi. This is kind of what they need to do. But jump flying in from Battleman onto the backline. The shield almost keeps Kuru alive, but not enough. That's going to bring one member down for Na'Vi.
They need to get this Gene kill.
To aggress. Melty with another pull, bringing down Ryohei. It's going to allow a Chappie to slip
Lily
to
Hyper.
Man of the hour.
They got the gems.
The backline once again. Devastating.
Yeah,
Kuru
Gonzo.
and 10 gems.
Some people say Lily no skill, but she's hard to play.
Yeah,
I think Lily's high skill.
Here, Ryohei might have an opportunity to go for the right-hand side, the flank in if he can get some utility, but no, taken care of now by Shu, and it's just a Gus against 3 members of Reject, and it's going to be doing
round
nothing
one.
at all. The first set goes the way of Reject in a really convincing way.
Didn't even look close. Battleman not even breaking a sweat the entire game. He was passively just standing still for most of the time because he knew that he wasn't spotted. And that's just the amount of pressure that he exerted onto Na'Vi. They sent out all the members trying to hunt for him. Couldn't really find him. And, you know, you dedicate 90% of the game just to find one Lily. And that's the first pick, mind you.
That was very dominant. The Jackie Kenji, it was an idea. It did not
Alright.
work out.
Next map, what do we got? What do we got?
Hands, but they didn't
Is it Brawl Ball
make
next?
Use of it. Somehow they just never really got behind the lines of Reject. They hit everything on the control arc. Looking at the kills here as well, they were kind of just feeding ults.
I mean, 1-71 is just so poor. For a first pick brawler, remember? I mean, I just didn't see the kind of strategy form. I kind of agree with Spoon in the cast that the best chance really was to kind of have a bit more of a shadow with the Lily matchup there and focus their time there, but it just didn't happen. Batman was playing such a strong game. He was all over the aggressiveness and continuously taking down the Gus and taking down the gems. And I mean, Navi were all still over the place. And for me, it came down to draft.
That might just be what I was afraid of for Na'Vi, that they just didn't really prepare the maps for the semi-finals here, Spoo. We have heard that before, that if you have a strong opponent in the quarters...
She's in so we can start the tourney? Yeah, I mean, it's still early. People aren't up.
Now I still hope they have something up their sleeves here for Pinhole Punt. It's going to be our set number 2, and you and me are still rooting.
Someone take a quick little break too after.
I'm always for the best.
Not a long one, but just a quick one. It's been like, what, 6 hours on stream almost by the time it's over.
Appearance for Na'Vi, the third one for Reject, and Reject, of course, still wants their revenge since in the semifinals in April, it was 3-2 for Na'Vi.
Don't worry, Sonny. Na'Vi's got a track record of doing reverse sweeps, so even if we drop Pinhole Punt here, it doesn't really spell absolute doom. I just want to point out they were 0-2-0-2 in the previous monthly final as well. I have a theory. Maybe they misclicked the Gus. Maybe they wanted Gray
Jaeyoung,
instead.
Buster,
And,
Kenji,
I mean, you know, they're the
Lumi,
same starting
Kaze.
ladder, right? So there's a small chance that happened, but
Good beat,
it's behind them now. Heading into the set number 2, bans are underway. First pick has already selected.
Pinhole Punt, one of the most open Brawl Ball maps. You want those long-range brawlers such as Finks or B. Both of them are still open. B is immediately going to be picked up by Reject. Wouldn't be too surprised to
Pinhole
see
pawn.
things come out of Navi now.
By the way, no
later
ransoms
on,
in tourney?
even
What do you mean
from
ransoms?
Reject. We have seen the combination before.
Randoms?
It's just super good. It makes it
Hey,
also
whoever
easier
pops
for
in, pops
the
in,
B to
man.
hit
Just
their
how it goes.
shots whenever Finks has super. Navi, they have picked 2 tanks before. You feel like they're going to come in with 2 tanks again here, Ark? And yes, Finks is going to be picked up.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a Navi staple as the Draco as well, but I mean, it's a bit of a tough thing to pick now into the B, and it's a good starting
Just
hand.
depends how it goes
in
for
that
the tournament.
sense. I think that for me, I'd kind of already played Chester and just kind of have that in the back pocket, see what Reject then do before kind of then going from that point onwards. You don't want to commit too heavily at this stage of the coin toss when you're looking into a tank counter, in my opinion. Let's see. They're going to do just that. I mean, to be fair, of all the tanks that you can pick, Ash with the rats can kind of like take away an amplified shot from the B in the process, so it's not the worst of tanks to do so, but it's definitely a bold statement, and it just, to me, tells Reject a bit too much information at this stage of the draft, but let's see how they respond. Certainly, they've got plenty of options still on the table here.
Carl is probably on the way for a Reject +1. That just seems to be a structural, you know,
Ash,
it's
Finks.
almost obvious for them at this point that that's what they'll be looking at. It's great matchups
Hank.
into that Ash. They're gonna pick up the Hank for themselves. I'm thinking whether it's Hank, Carl here, or if they're just gonna abandon the idea of the Carl, thinking that the Hank is sufficient. But the Hank is probably not the matchup that they want to be going into that Ash. Yes, it kind of aggresses on the side lane and kind of secures some of that early kills, but it is by itself, by virtue, a brawler that can be run down by Ash. Very skill-based matchup, but interesting choice there by Reject nonetheless. There we go, there's the Carl.
Carl to
Aggressive
the
one,
Ash.
sure.
Sure.
No knockback on the side of
Thanks.
Navi, so Carl going to have a very, very good showing here, I'd imagine. Let's see for Navi, what they want to pick up as the final brawler pick. It's definitely going to be something of a response to the Carl, in my opinion. Charlie, they've kind of experimented a little bit with. Wouldn't be the worst of ideas, in all honesty. I'm not ready for it, but against the Hank, it would work. Against the Carl, it would work. It's probably on their minds. Will they be daring enough to consider it? Draco, yeah, again, that was their most played brawler.
Draco?
Right there, all their prep process on this
Ooh.
map. Percent win rate, not necessarily the highest in that regard, and no heals behind it. So to double down against the B, I don't know if it's the play here for me. I think that going on the defensive may have been better. As Reject are such an aggressive team, sometimes having more of a solid defense is going to be able to work your wonders and sort of play against that aggression. But Draco, certainly not a bad brawler. Don't get me wrong at all here. Going to have a good time, I'm sure. But I'm definitely a little bit worried here for Navi.
All right, let's get
my favorite brawler in this draft. For them.
Carl Fire.
We're gonna have to wait and see to see if the
He's got the
prophecy
best face
comes
skin
true.
on.
So far, the donut in the middle is in firm control on the side of Reject. This mid control of the bush
Melty
is
on the
the
Hank.
crucial part of the entire game. Whoever controls the
D
mid
kill.
really just has the tempo, and you can already see Reject. They're getting 2 kills, 3 kills. Navi, they tried so hard to compete for that mid.
Easy
It was
goal.
all for naught.
Yeah, conceding a goal of the first 30 seconds, not great.
I think Reject
Good
just
wrestle
skill
time,
dips
lovely
here.
stuff from Batterman there as well. Connections from Melty as well to a chap who's not finding anything. The pinch is there between himself and Kuru, so he might find the upper hand eventually, but goes down now. And now the hypercharge going through. Batman's got it. He can just go through now and walk this in if he wants, but he's taking a lot of heavy fire. No way for Shoot to pick it up instead, and that's a bit of a whiff for me. There were 3 members there that could have healed up, could have taken their time, but they then went for the goal. But they've got the power, position here. They've got the goal in mind, so they can just take their time. And look at Shu going in there with the hypercharge as well. Another rattled hive.
Banana Man, what's up? What's
Easy
up?
pick,
How you
as it really
doing?
is, and Regis are making
Game
this
trolling me.
look
You have
easy.
1 coin
Surely
off
gonna be a
sweep
goal
for
here.
Power 11.
Unless they can defend,
Sheesh.
can pass away to Mel, the perfect person for it. And there you go. Reject, really clean stuff.
Smokes that one.
Solid, calculated, absolutely pristine.
Yo, Melty's team is just
execution
good.
From Reject. The comp, I think both of us agree here, it just looks a lot more solid. We predicted some of the picks that they were coming in, and yeah, you mentioned that they needed a Carl sort of answer, but by doubling down on this Draco pickup, they've just left the same vulnerability in the draft. Now we're finally seeing the Navi plan.
Focus up,
spring
Ash.
action. Just double
Got the
up on mid,
Sandcastle
double
Ash
down,
skin.
try and dodge out as many shots
I'm a
as
fan.
possible. But what then?
There's still a chance.
Draco
They might
getting
even open door here.
clapped.
Batman needs to heal a bit, and if
And the Ash.
Chappie can get speed to be able to just brute force it.
B,
because all this
pinning,
dangerous. Nice
slowed.
from Batman there.
That's an easy kill for
A
Hank.
Last dance, gadget pop there. Last stand rather. Pops to no avail. And Shu going to take care of these rats and get the ball clear. But he didn't go for the ball there. Ooh, got a little bit worried there because whilst Carl's doing that, you know, the ball can just go through. There's an invisibility.
Meltu Hyper.
Pixels there to be able to secure it. So a little bit of a shaky defense for the reject, but now back into the swing of things. The ball in a good spot, and
smoking.
now Batman, most importantly,
Hyper down.
Hyper just from Melty. That
There's
additional
just
maneuverability, and what
nothing they can
defensive
do.
maneuver is there? None at all. The Finks can't do anything against it. This set is just going away from Navi so quickly.
Think super.
They've still got to give their best shot. Shu now finding with the hyper
Carl
charge,
Hyper.
going in onto a Choppy, cleaning him up there. Rio here now grabs the ball, but in
Gadget,
the last
but
he can't pick
they're
up
not
the
even
ball
kill.
to walk it in. Even if he did, there was no way to penetrate that reject defense. It's just too much health, too much damage to contend with. Choppy's got the hyper charge. That's gonna be a big opportunity to try to do something, but Shu just completely shuts it down and comes back to save Baroman in the mid.
Yeah, to me it's just draft. You know, no Carl counter, no Hank counter. Again, I kind of like the idea of Charlie. Dare I say, I really don't like the brawl of it. It would have worked, and it's a regional favorite. In this regard, I think that Navi may have dropped this ball, but they can still try and brute force it. It's not out of the question here. They've got the Finks, which is my favorite brawler here as well, and now we're starting to see some of that utility for it. But the hypercharge of Shu is going to pack a sting.
Carl Hyper,
Smoking
Ash.
on form. Well deserving of an
Dragon has
MVP, in my
gadget.
opinion,
Thinks
so
maybe
far,
score.
because if he keeps it up, he's doing so much for his team. Kuru low, Ryohi going in now. This could be a bit of a mistake here if Reject don't secure this
goal.
Off the line for that very man of Badaman.
Badaman on the ball there, diving there to be able to save the ball. Now a Choppy going to be burning down
on the
Navi.
Finks. There's
They've
no
only got
hope.
13 seconds left on the clock to try to gain this ball. Kuru has no choice but to jump out here. They've got 8 seconds left now. Ryohi popping the last and trying to do as much as he can, but it
Nothing
can't
they
get
can
through
do.
this Carl. And Reject, they're going to be 2-0.
Reject
in
is
this
so
series.
good.
Dominant stuff. Really dominant stuff for me. Navi have got the skills and they can reverse sweep, but it just feels to me like that team in this region which really just depend upon
What a
their
save,
craft
honestly,
whether
B
they're gonna
saved
win or
that
lose.
game.
If they get it together, they can be absolutely back in this game and you'll see them thrive and you'll see the mechanics start to shine, but if they keep going like this, it's over in a sweep.
We're in the same position.
Gear
just
Broom's
2
ready.
months to
Another
go. It
sweep.
was 2-0 for Reject, and then Navi turned everything around, making it a 3-2 in the end. Yes, Ark, I agree with you. They're looking
Sushi, welcome
strong. They
back,
have
welcome
the
back.
mechanics to turn things around here, but for some reason, I kind of feel like this is just
Carl with
gonna be a
11
3-0
kills,
today.
kinda crazy.
Reject is looking as strong as ever, as strong as never before, actually, Spoo.
Just throwing away our prediction already. We're counting them out. 3-0 so soon. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I think, as Ark already said, it really just is gonna come down to the draft. It kind of feels
It's crazy
sad
because
that
Navi looked so
are
good in
gonna
their
go out,
first
because
game.
If you just look at the replay here, there's next to no counterplay from the side of the Navi roster. They drafted themselves into a corner 2 times in a row now.
Open
Same
business.
vulnerability, just going for that same double tank idea. And against Reject, of all teams, I don't think it works.
Yeah, once again, my
Raw pass is insane. You got 3 coins off 1 tier.
as
Yeah.
much, which I of course hope that they did think they would make it into the semis. The next map is going to be a map we have never seen today before, so it could really be
Open
anyone's
business.
game. Whoever
Is this
gets
a gray
brought
map?
down on this one,
Gray
it's gonna be
TP?
Open business. A hot zone map. Is this going to be the map where Navi finally find their stride against the Reject roster, or is it really going to be a 3-0 arc?
And it has to be if they want to stay in the competition. It's simple as that, you know? And they had the chance to counter the Carl. They had the final pick. And that was the brawler which stood out to me in those stats as having the most takedowns and having the best game. And they didn't choose to deal with it. That's just the mentality that I see coming forwards from Navi in these moments. And they've got to really start to deviate away from that and stop, you know, having that kind of ego when it comes to their draft and just thinking that they can just deal with it and just do what they want to do. No, you've got to look at what you're seeing in the other side of the field and going, how do we handle this situation?
Navi need to
If they can
find
get
some
that
signs
mentality
alive.
into their minds, then they can actually get some stuff done. But
Or it's over.
so
I'm gonna go
far
watch
from what I've
Zeta
seen, they have
versus
not been convinced
Reject
by a long
for
shot.
the finals.
Reverse sweep is the only kind of thing really in the scorelines of the previous monthly final that gives me any hope for them in that regard, because if they can get their drafts right, they can bring things back in order.
We've never seen them face against each other in the other monthly finals. Spoo, you feel like that reverse sweep is going to be pointing into the direction that Navi can make it? Or, yeah, maybe the scrim results that are quite close.
Alright, we in.
They do point towards the direction of Reject. Which one is the more important stat here?
I think historically, statistically, that's the one we have to look at.
Multiverse Sight goes hard.
Reject, in terms of scrims, they're the ones that definitely pull ahead. They're, after all, the second seed in the region for a reason. The drafts have just been completely solid. They have a team style that's, you know, it's obvious, but it works, and their synergy as a team is just completely off the charts.
Barry, Frank, Lumi, Barley, B, Lou. I like the Lou. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I might stream tomorrow.
You know, for the rest of these East Asian teams, are they really seeing these patterns? And if they are, you know, are they preparing for it? We're gonna have to see for that in the set number 3.
Once again, for me, a bit of a questionable first pick here for the side of Navi. You don't want to pick up a tank as first pick.
I might tomorrow, or tomorrow I might just grind ranked. I don't know yet.
On the side of Navi to pick up later, Jaeyoung could be one of those options. Maybe a Byron. They would certainly do well in pairing that Draco with something to heal him in the back. Now, we also have Kaze still open arc, and I'm sure you would be happy to see her once again. Ember is going to be the pick, though. We did not see her in a while today.
Yeah, for this region as well, it's quite a high play rate for her as well. Kaze still on the fence.
Jaeyoung cooks in hot zone.
To it for sure. Frank and the barrier too.
Kaze's open, but I wouldn't pick
Kaze. Lumi, of course, like a must ban. At least the
Griff?
a little bit
I take it.
open
I take
well,
the Griff pick.
Going to be coming in a reject, kind of not one that I kind of foresaw coming. Could potentially be opening up the map quite heavily then for a reject. That's going to be on the minds of Navi. Tanks might not be as much of an option now, but with this Draco, again, no heals currently as well on the table. Could be a consideration here for them. Certainly the Kenji's one that they've definitely been playing around with in scrims as well, but Hank with the Frank ban might be their option and just try to kind of run it down with double tank. That, again, I wouldn't really endorse it too heavily, but Navi's playstyle seems to be just, you know, go heavy tanks, try to run it down. Pam, those for some heals. Definitely didn't see that one coming on any level. Very much a wild card pick for me, just across the region as a whole, really, not just for Navi. But they got the Griff to contend with. If that map gets completely opened up, then where's Pam going to place the turret? It just, you know, with the Barley ban, they're doing it for a reason. They're taking away the Barley from the banning side, just giving themselves some heals. But I mean, Carl for themselves, good brawler, good pick. I don't mind it. But against what region might be cooking, they're trying to open up the map, aren't they?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You've drafted 3 very high HP brawlers. I think they're kind of baiting out reject to see whether they want to go for Colette. Oh no, it looks so doomed, Ark. I mean, this is kind of like going back to 2022's meta, where you play heist maps or any kind of hot zone map. You see Pam, Carl, and Colette is just the instant answer to it. Except now we're in an era of triple hypercharge coming out from reject. If Navi win this, I am gonna flip my chair or something, because
Carl and the Ember is not good. Yeah, I think this might be a sweep. This might be a sweep.
And this is the thing about reject. They play what they see in front of them. You know, they draft
so
accordingly.
goofy.
And, you know, in the preparation of the teams for the past 2 weeks in this monthly final, not a single instance of Colette in the top 20. So they're playing what they see, and they see HP, and they go, right, well, let's play into that. Melty already going to town. Cycling supers. Almost got the... Oh, it does get the Pam with a lovely shot around the corner. I mean, it's beautiful to watch.
Melty has a hypercharge. Oh, it's
right,
cooked.
Or left-hand side. We're going to go for the left now as well and get that gadget back rolling in. It's just great stuff from Reject. It's great
Carl
to
Super.
start playing.
The hyper, yeah.
A choppy though, he does manage to find a little bit of sign of life. All eyes have to be on Melty, and that hypercharge kind of misses the mark here. 83 health, manages to walk away, allows for Shield to aggress forward and drive them back. Now Reject counting up the points even
Already
more.
hyper, yeah.
Navi, they don't seem to be finding value anyway. It's only a choppy that can do anything, and he falls.
Griff's just breaking open the map,
to the
and
might
Draco
of
can't do
Reject.
anything.
Reject are on it today. I've been saying it throughout the stream. It just feels like the tide might be turning for their first monthly final win if they keep this kind of thing up. Even against a team like Zeta, I'm putting it out there now.
Amber hyper,
I can see it, but they've got to keep this kind of thing up. They've got to get through this semi-finals first, but Navi haven't shown us an inch, yes, let alone a mile. Kurulo here as well, and a good combo between Shu and Melty. Melty in position as well.
Good Carl.
There's a Chappy low as well. Follows it up. Melty's just going to town. Finally taking care
They have
of
zone. They need to hold it. They need this
71%
Pam
on the zone is already
super.
a substantial amount of objective power. Navi have got to hold firm for a long, long time now. The
Hyper Griff. Oh my.
It's absolutely disgusting stuff.
2 more hypercharges
Amber
to
has
boot
hyper,
as well.
Clad has
Reject,
hyper.
that
This
was
is
just
over.
one of their powers. Now another coming out. Burns go out onto 2. Melty takes the right lane. Now executing Kuru as well. They count up to 100.
Jensen, what's up? What's
this
up?
is the most dominant draft that we've seen just yet.
It's just perfect, you know. Like,
Yeah,
got a
this
bit
is
shots
sweet.
here and there, but I mean, other than that, it's just wonderful to watch. I mean, Rejects are just doing a masterclass right now in draft, in my opinion. And for Navi, you know, yes, the reverse sweep, but could you put any money on them reverse sweeping with this comp? I don't see it happening.
No.
It's possible, but they've got to have a really, really great start. They've got to suppress Shu throughout the entire game, keep these walls up, and I just don't see it happening. Good heat ejected from a Sharpie, keeping Melty low, but then again feeding in some utility from the Gotcha gadget as well keeps him alive. So he's gonna be able to come back in relatively shortly on and
Amber's cooking.
get everything locked down. Shu breaking the left. Batman's got super already, getting towards that hypercharge, as you know that Amber's gonna want to have on this map and just really lay it down. I mean, so
Grit
far
super,
Rejects haven't really skipped a
Clad
beat.
super.
Navi needed the early game, and the early games are already left them. Shu's gonna be pinched out by a Sharpie, though. That is 1 kill on the board. Kuru gets the turret down, but immediately trades out onto
Amber's
Melty.
gonna
He's
keep
gonna
his
win the
kills.
second
That's a
super.
miss.
It's a miss,
And a
but it still
burn.
managed to clean up because Batuman was there for it. Now Shu comes over to cycle. He puts Ryo here at 1 health. He's gonna walk away because that's the last time, but look at this hypercharge. It's just burning through the entirety of Navi and laying down a second
Alright,
one.
question is
So he's just
Reject or
he knows he doesn't have
Zeta?
to use it here.
I'm surprised they didn't push him. It's like, you know that he's trying to reserve the
Grip
shots that
hyper.
he'll and not use it now, but you're not going to go in whilst he's weak. You got to make those decisions and make them quickly. And Navi right now are slow to the mark as they are.
Yo,
the
they just
Reject.
got
78 now,
wrecked.
80% on his own for Reject, and it's inching closer towards a grand finals appearance at Chubby, but Hail Mary to nowhere, and a lovely hypercharge from Melty to seal the deal. It's Reject, 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 leaving Navi in the
God,
dust. A
they
clean
just got
3-0
smoked.
sweep. And a grand finals appearance yet again for Reject.
I'm sorry, Sonny, but this was not the month for Navi. Unfortunately, they're gonna fall to the full might of Reject. That really just goes to show that here in East Asia, yeah, they may not have the sharpest draft in
Alright,
the world.
we got like 5 minutes to the next round.
You know, Carl, Pam, Draco, and
Zeta versus Reject.
Colette is the
Call it
answer.
wraps. Take a little break, and we'll be into the
They
2v2
spot it,
tournament.
They go for it. They execute it.
Last month they got rejected. This month they have rewritten their story. A flawless 3.
Or wait, I'm gonna finish up Jae Young.
Turn
Almost got him
things
silver
around. They
too.
flipped the script
Need
on
these
Navi,
coins.
And this time around they make it to the grand finals. Yes,
I really need these
for the
power
third
points, to be
time
honest.
now, they're still standing at the top 2 spots in the region. They need a win against the Zeta Division to at least have a chance at potentially
No,
claiming
not the
the
Wi-Fi.
first spot
Come
in
on,
the
come
future.
on.
We do have a double.
I know you guys
point
can't
season
see, but my
arc, so
Wi-Fi's acting up. There we go.
if they
There we
win
go.
against Zeta Division today, they're going to be mighty close to them.
I think they will. I put out my prediction quick because I know that Trav would copy me as he's done all day, by the way. I think that they are looking like a really refined unit. You got to remember as well.
You know, the Pam didn't. I don't know what was going on with the Pam pick. I know Pam has a 100% win rate, but
the fixation on the entire global scene of all your prep. We're just sitting back going, let's focus on the monthly final for the next 2 months or so and get this really down, get our win, double points, bish, bash, bosh. I mean, it would make sense for them to win this month. Will they do it? We'll have to see. Zeta are definitely the best opponent for them to face. I think this would be the
got
best
5K power points. Word.
So far in East Asia.
You're certainly right about that. Other teams that have been
I currently have
didn't even make it into the monthly
630.
finals, but, more about that.
Got 10K
tomorrow.
coins.
Reject has certainly looked phenomenal. They did not have any shaky.
But I'm busy
moments,
trying to get all my
unlike
brawlers
Zeta
at least power
Division.
9.
They did not always look as convincing, but both of them have rushed through their semi-finals in a 3-0 sweep, Spoo.
Yeah, the one match that
Push brawlers to
Reject
bronze
lost
too.
was
Yeah.
really a 50-50
I need to.
up
I got a
against
couple I
Frenzy
need
Gaming.
to.
And Frenzy Gaming pulled out all the stops. They cheesed them so hard that it actually worked. Well, going up against Zeta, I don't think they'll be relying on cheese. They'll be relying on the pure might of just being Zeta Division.
Always the bridesmaids, but never the bride. Maybe today is going to be the day for Melty and his team to claim victory also in the grand finals. And yes, I'm talking about the man because he got MVP once again, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, it would be rude not to at this point, honestly. I think that Melt's played a phenomenal game, but also,
Melty with MVP.
I've got to give a
Start pushing Silver 2 for
Badaman
points.
well,
yeah.
I think that he's
Want to
kind of
trade?
getting a little bit
I'll give you
shortchanged
points
in the
for
MVP
power
vote.
points.
He's definitely not necessarily the.
Never thought I would say that.
The princess by comparison to our bride, our bridesmaid. Sorry, maybe by the end of today it'll be a bride, but you know, I think that honestly he's been playing phenomenally well today. So I want to see an MVP for Badaman. Come on, chat. Let's make it happen.
Is EU playing tomorrow?
Our final. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be Zeta Division versus Reject. And Ark, I know you voted for Reject. Spoo?
Do we want to stream the EU ones?
You'll have to wait and see. I'm with you, I think. I think we're on the same page. It's time to find out soon.
We're gonna check after a quick break. So
Eating
make
right
sure
now?
to
No
get your
worries.
snacks in to get the predictions in.
Do we
want
want to stream the EU monthly finals tomorrow?
Zeta Division versus Reject rematch.
Oh, Zeta's winning 96-4 on who's gonna win this one. Yeah, I'll stream EU. I'm about it. All right.
For everyone in chat right now, I'm super excited and happy for you that you made it into the grand finals. We have a banger lined up for you. It's Zeta versus Reject. And Trev, I'm sure you watched that semi-final number 2 as well. Reject made it through. Both
They're the
of our
best.
finalists
Yeah.
have
EU's
actually
definitely worlds.
Past 3-0 in both of their semi-finals. So, who are you betting on?
I've got Reject. It's so difficult. I'm actually so torn. Like, I was so tempted to go Zeta Division, but after that, I just felt that was more convincing against a better team than what Zeta were in their semi-finals. But it's an incredible matchup. You've seen it. You know who's playing on each roster by now. We don't have to kind of go over that. But I have gone with Reject. I just think that semi-final against Navi just showed that they can go all the way today.
Completely agree with you. I found it hard to pick as well, but my heart, I think, still goes out to Zeta. They are undoubtedly still the #1 team in East Asia. But
No Humble though. Yeah,
spot.
we'll be missing out on Humble tomorrow.
Zeta
It's
Division
alright.
is the main target of Reject since their second.
Got some new
subdivision
teams.
is first
New
right
teams,
now,
why
so they
not?
only need to beat that team to be
Maybe someone will
certainly
shock
in
the world.
Finals. We also sat down with both those teams to have a little chat with them about what do they think about their opponents. How do they think their chances are to win this grand final?
リジェクトは最初の月に自分たちはベスト4で敗れているので絶対、次は勝ちます。
ジェータは最初のマンスリーで勝ってその後のマンスリーは負けちゃったんですけど、ここからは全部勝ちたいと思います。
Alright.
Reject did win against Zeta Division in February semi-finals. In the grand final of March, Zeta Division returned the favorite Trev and won 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good run for Zeta Division all year long, really. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, what club is Last Survivor talking about that they exposed?
The game with Zeta Division since then have been just non-stop.
What do you mean?
So March, April, and the questions.
They exposed a club?
Well, honestly, for my prediction, I hope not, because my prediction is Reject. But I do think they have more than a chance of winning this one.
The big question is also can
What does it mean?
bounce back from their third place finish.
Guys, the live stream of the monthly finals exposed a club which has all 9F of the brawlers. The players are playing monthly finals Brawl S4 2025.
Mark kind of touched up on it, that we had them traveling, we had them focus on the global stage, on the global teams, and now they have to kind of rewind their brains and go back to facing off against other East Asian teams. So super excited to see that one. Once again, we're split down at the
Oh, you just throw in the club chat? Yeah, I just saw that. I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest.
Every time Ark says something, you just follow up, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the case. I think, to be fair, that I've submitted half my predictions before him. He's submitted half, so I think we're just sticking together today. It's kind of like we'll just go with it. Honestly, it's more the fact that if I'd have lost this, I'd have probably lost to him, right? So it's like maybe I will just copy it this time. But
that is crazy.
All right, layer cake bounty, first map.
It's been 96-4. The public really don't, sadly.
Trav, you're in the 4% now. Now you know how it feels to be me rotating for a team. I mean, much different though. I mean, as you mentioned already before, Reject is a phenomenal team as well here in East Asia. I think, you know, they're
what does that mean? When Navi lost, it showed their club? Is that a bad thing? Aren't their clubs like public to everybody?
Into draft, as we can see very, very shortly. We'll see if Reject have cooked up something special this month and whether they will finally be the bride.
We'll see. We're heading into our very first map of the grand finals of the June Monthly Finals here in East Asia. It's going to be on Layer Cake, and Data Division up to this point still haven't lost a single set today. Let's see if Reject can finally hand them their first loss today, at least in sets. Also in April Monthly Finals, same story. They rushed through with a 9-0.
Let's see. Let's get into it.
So didn't lose a set in a while in this region, Trev. Shade is going to be banned out from Reject. Even though they have the first pick here, they are targeting Shitampo, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, who can blame them, honestly, after some of the Shade gameplay we've seen from him across the months? It's been ridiculous.
Shade, Juju, Carl, Jaeyoung, Kaze, Lumi.
Kaze and Lumi as well. So they've gone for the more kind of recent brawler bans and all
Layer Cake.
Strong.
You saw Willow earlier. You saw Ollie.
First pick should be coming very, very shortly, and it's going to be the Willow. We've seen this today.
Not surprised. The pros like Willow quite a bit.
I'm not sure if I'm just losing my mind. Yeah, it did lose, right? So, not the best showing from that brawler so far today, but it wasn't bad by any means.
Yeah, it is the anti-tank thrower, so to speak. Reject leading with though, and not, you know, one of their usual comfort picks, something like a Gas or maybe even.
Do we see a Hank?
You know, just basically the long range.
Reject's a strong team, but Navi is definitely gonna win. Navi lost already. It's now Reject versus Zeta.
Success so far in East
Gray.
Asia. Wow, Zeta Division just showing off at this point. So bold to pick up.
Yeah, Reject swept Navi 3-0.
Revealing all their cards. They want to be playing this kind of dimensional door setup. There's a little bit of flexibility if they do take the Grand Piano, but that's like super duper rare check. And I don't think that's what Zeta Division have planned.
Probably not. We'll see if they do bring in something a bit more aggressive with it. But as you said, Willow's kind of the anti-tank
Hank,
thrower.
Gray Hank.
They're going to bring in the Hank. They're going to try and pull that route off, and Hank very, very good. He set up a good TP for him to get into a dangerous position. He can really do so much work. But getting the TP on this map can be a bit more difficult than others because Bounce is just more of a passive game mode.
Zeta, no worries, no worries. Do you go Gene?
So for what Reject need now in their comp is they're gonna need some
RT
kind of
maybe.
They can snatch up priority in the mid. Now both Kaze and Carl, the two mid priority brawlers.
No game 5 today. You don't think so?
So they're gonna have to lean into something else.
Hold on, let me cook. Maybe I could draft.
The magic hand is always going to be a big threat, but as I said, the main issue now with Reject's draft is they need priority on that blue star. How?
Maybe a little Griff action.
Yeah, I mean. Do you take something like a Carl? Because Carl's banned, so is Kaze. It's going to be really tough to make this happen. But
Ash?
Rejects. Okay, with the Ash, something a bit more aggressive. Yeah, I do like that. I do like that against what Zeta Division have so far. The robotic rat's going to be really
They need
tough
something for the Ash.
A single projectile. Hank can clean him up, but still, he's
Barley good on this map?
Yeah, it's a good matchup nonetheless. Now I can see the Reject strategy coming together here. Even if they don't get that blue star in the mid, they're always going to have a decent matchup for this Ash to run over the Gray, to run over that Hank. Zeta though, if they want to mirror Reject structure, they're going to go for throw of their own. But no, classic Zeta Division, classic last pickup. They don't want to play a mirrored match with Reject. They want to show that they're better. And turns out
Juju's banned.
Of this month.
Yeah, Jackie Gray has been pretty disgusting today as well. It's really been working, so it's going to be tough for Reject to make this kind of happen. The Jackie is a scary, scary thing. Same with the Hank. Two dangerous brawlers to have in your face. And Reject, they've got so
I predict that pure
to
luck.
deal with that aggression.
Pure luck.
But it's going to be very difficult for a kind of Gene to do much with it, and Willow with no super can be very, very tough to do. Like, have anything to do with this comp as well.
We're in for a treat of a game. Blue Star's gonna be going to Zeta Division, but look at how it... Oh my goodness! Oh. Levy! Calm down, Levy! Stop landing every single shot! I know you're good, but you set up dimensional doors in less than 30 seconds? That's mental!
Yeah, nobody on RC.
You pre-fired Ash.
Shots, either diving down, Shu's still gonna die here, just delaying the inevitable. Shtapo continuing on fours. You'd expect Melty
Oh,
to
Zeta's going crazy.
But I believe Willow should
Ash
anyway.
kind of
Melty
weak.
almost dragged into a tough position once more. Suzuki going forwards, then coming back instantly. So 2 stars in it, regardless of how good Zeta have looked, and another super available for Levi.
The tanks are in the house. Tampa goes for another pull. He's beaten down
Willa
by Batoman,
super, but they're holding. Melty trying to take down Ash. Not gonna get it.
Melty whips both of his shots in there. I don't know. That could have been a kill.
7-5. This is a close one.
From Batman here as well, but the question is, who do you grab? They've really not got that much DPS for.
Oh, super. Oh.
Just going for his own player there. Levy didn't get much back from it. Paul came in on Suzuki, but they've just traded places, and you really don't want to be running down.
Honestly, RC ain't looking too bad.
Hank. LT going to come in now. Good little walking cane there from Levi as well. Tempo getting hit pretty hard. Hypercharge available, but no super just yet. Going to go for that.
Jackie going in, but
B coming through, nice stuff, and diving down. Can he get the trade there? It's really not
okay, got the trade, but they're up by so much.
Deficit now for Reject to make up, and this is going to be so tough.
The Gray Super is so good for the Hank, yeah. And the Hyper. They have Gene Pull, and they have Hyper Willow. I would Gene Pull into it. Oh! Oh! Hold on, this might do some work. Hold on. Reject won last second? That's insane.
Oh, I thought the Ash was going to save Hypercharge for next game at one point. He threw a super in the closing seconds without using his Hypercharge. Eventually use it afterwards to get the speed boost and push forwards, but really nice stuff. So close, and honestly, great play with the Willow mind control, taking out your own team by TP.
That was kind of nuts.
But I felt like Zeta Division thoroughly deserved that game.
Yeah, they were playing so solid the entire game, but they're gonna have to reset and come into this game number 2. City Tampo playing with fire here, retreating with just 2.
KT Gaming, what's up? What's up? Watching the finals currently of the June Monthlies.
And Levy, okay, fine. He's 1 shot away from that dimensional doors. This time,
Great pull off rip. How did he get a pull so quick? Jackie has super. Willow hides. Trade. Gene has another pull. Pulling the Hank. Oh my. That man's going crazy.
Really not going to be able to defend too well when the dimensional law comes through and the Jackie starts running down, so it can swing easily. But at the moment,
Ash, they need the kill. Oh, Gray's gonna get the kill though. But oh, Ash super. You got the trade.
Trade coming through eventually from Levy.
Willow.
Bit of a sloppy play coming out of the division. Hypercharge pull from Batoman. Pull was basically nigh undodgeable.
Yeah, Reject's going nuts. When am I playing? We're gonna be doing 2v2 tournament in like probably take like an hour break. Tourney today won't play. I mean, I'm gonna play after the tourney. I don't know how many people are actually playing in the tourney, but after the tourney, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll play online for a bit.
Going to be fed Hypercharge now, but no super to go along with it. But in the closing seconds of a game,
I'm gonna take an hour break after this, just 'cause I've been streaming for like I think 6 hours, something like that.
Back in the hands of Batman,
close to it.
Could be a big punisher if they step out of line.
It's tough though. The only brawler that they really could poke here to get an insta kill is gonna be Levi's Gray. And now Walking Game come out, nice dodge there by the gadget Melty.
Hypercharge Ash. I feel like it was kind of a waste. The Willow jacked the Hypercharge. That's insane. It's over. Gina's pull.
In a celebration mood, back in the base.
I mean, that was crazy. Like, first game, I felt 100% sure.
We got a good game going.
Second one, rightfully deserved by Reject there. And they take the set along with it. Really
I see why they took the Willow pick one.
5 stars over his head. And that's against 2 tanks. You don't expect Gene to have those kind of games against brawlers who he's tickling.
But you said no tourney today? No. Tourney today for sure. I was just reading Sushi's message.
The MVP. The first round he just never went down, got 5 stars on the Hank, and Reject did get him down in the last final second. In that second round then, Reject kind of just learned to target that Hank more often, not letting him get that many kills anymore, only 4 in that second round, and with that Reject learned how to play against the comp after just 1 round, and yeah, performed super well, Spook.
I mean, while we're on the topic of shoutouts, I think looking at these replays, we've got to give
You need
some
one?
credit
What do you need?
to Shu as well. He is the first pick of his team. Traditionally, that means that you're the weakest brawler on the team. But because Zeta Division decided to pick
Road to 800 subs? Yeah, we getting close. We getting close. Loving it.
Relishes in fighting against tanks, he could take so much advantage out of that, and so many great opportunities.
785. Let's go.
That series.
Good to see that the players are also celebrating even just a set win. Also for Reject, this means a lot since they just had
KT, I watched your video.
Zeta Division, their first set loss.
And I commented on it.
2 months within this region. In the April monthly finals, it was 9-0 for Zeta Division. They did not drop a single set. And now, today, so far, also undefeated.
All right, bridge too far.
Has done the impossible also.
I'm banning the
Single
Eve.
game was taken by Zeta Division in that one. So very dominant performance, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, Reject very nice. As you say, they're just ending Zeta Division's kind of flawless streak over the past few months of just wiping the floor with East Asia.
I'm banning the Eve and I'm banning the Shade.
At present, still, but Reject's hot on their tails, and especially with winning this set, putting
You
themselves.
seen your shorts? Yeah, I'm watching Sushi. Of course I watch them.
Bridge Too Far is up next, and getting this would provide Reject a second.
I watch
set
everybody's
to
stuff,
score
or
if
try
Zeta
to at
Division
least.
Managed to get it. We've seen it a couple of times today, and for the most part, it's been very scrappy.
I think that's to Reject's advantage still. The scrappier the map, I think the more likely that you're seeing sort of strategic blunders in the draft. And Bridge Too Far, you know, as we've seen at the Brawl,
I'm 100%
it's a
banning
map that a
Shade
lot of teams
if I'm Reject,
still don't
just
really
so
have a
Sight can't
full
have it.
grasp on, you know, brawlers like Miko, for example. Like, when is the right time to play? When's the right time to ban it? And how do you really deal with it? Zeta Division,
You gotta make
I
sure
don't think
Lumi's
they actually
banned.
cracked that code during the Brawl Cup. We're gonna have to wait and see if Reject have figured it out.
Heading into draft now, Chuck, Lumi, and Angela are going to be banned out by the
Angela, Lumi,
First pick
Chuck,
comes out of State Division,
Jae Young,
and
Kaze.
you just mentioned
I think they're just wasting a Kaze ban. I feel like Kaze's not doing anything on heist for you.
We did not think
Actually, hold on. 3,000 a high shot could be pretty good.
And yeah, now he's a regular on Bridge Too Far. Kind of reminded me of the kids pick.
Amber.
It turned out the other way. So all good for Miko. Amber's gonna be the first
Okay.
pick here for Zeta Division. We did see this map only once so far today.
Show me the monkey.
Louis, Charlie, Miko versus Cold, Bonnie, Lily, or the comps there. And as you can see here, all of those brawlers would still be open, Trev.
Yeah, well, I like this first pick of the Amber. We've, you guys literally just watched
When
it.
after the 2v2 tournament? I'd say like 2 hours from now, probably. Hour and a half.
Nice, it can do a lot of damage to that safe.
If we're playing, you have a time limit? No worries.
In retaliation from Reject. That's been kind of one of the main
Bonnie's a good pick.
early picks in Heist in this region specifically. How fast you can jump on that safe and take 25% is ridiculous. And
Bell?
If you
Yeah.
really want, you can change back into your
So like
character, but we haven't really been seeing that, to be honest with you. It's kind of jump in, do like 20% and die.
You guys ever gotten Brawl TV?
To go along with it.
I honestly
Just a
couldn't
stable
tell you.
Heist
I don't know.
Nothing wrong with it.
I already like the Reject comp. I think the direction that they're taking with this to try and punish this Amber extremely hard, it's a classic Reject tactic, and I think it fills the sort of overarching narrative of how the team drafts as a whole. They really like solid comps, and Bonnie is, I think, perhaps Adrian's greatest gift, so to speak, in changing the balance and trying to come up with a brawler.
Charlie's good for defending.
Anything. It's very much reject centric. Zeta Division though, they're gonna pull out the East Asia Special, the Charlie, as sort of a band-aid answer to the Bonnie, but on a map like Bridge to
You made a short out of it?
This is one of the few maps where there are still vulnerabilities that can be exploited, and I'm still not seeing the main damage dealer, the threat from Zeta Division.
Yeah, well, Zeta Division still have this last pick to make.
Show me the monkey.
A bit of a threat.
Melody?
Be a big one for that.
Set tempo on Melody.
That's going to be doing a lot of the base racing.
Yeah, I think that's the answer that they needed. They need big damage. They could have gone for Lily or Miko as well, but I think, you know, this is just the one that Shitetampo himself just pilots it to an obscene level, and if he's feeling confident on it, he can pull it. It is not the easiest Melody map though, I must say. Charging supers off this Bonnie and off this Bell is something that you have to train out for.
Well,
so it's going to be a very technical one, and Ark's favorite brawler is here, and if he were here, I would think he would think that this was
Melody, it's over. That bow's gonna keep him pushed back.
Yeah,
They're on the same lane at least.
That bow's a decent selection, to be honest.
Same with the Bell.
It's kind of just very much along the lines of it's useless, never play it. But yeah, I quite like it, and especially on this map, those mines are covering the entire lane.
On heist?
You put them on safe, they're dealing a lot of damage. So I don't mind the bow. Good range, should be fine, I believe, into this matchup.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but I like the reject odds now. They seem to be 2 comps in, but Zeta Division, you can't count them out in any sense imaginable because they are still the most mechanically gifted team perhaps in the whole world. Nonetheless though, Battleman's going to be taking the first kill onto Levi.
Bonnie going
he
in.
jumps into the enemy safe, purging off the fire, and the damage is going to start raining in.
Yeah, did actually go back to that cannon form and try add some more to the save as well. Still 100% sat, and he's doing a good job just not finding the shot.
Who else he's gonna win? I think Zeta's got this one.
The opposing player, and now Levy getting control of his left-hand lane. Batman gonna have to start from square one again, being pushed back all the way. Shu just kind of going 50-50 with Suzuki at the moment. Nobody's hitting anyone. And
The Melody's
doing a good job
cooked though. Can't do anything against the Bell.
Mid and right lane, a little bit of a sleeper lane. The left side
Bo's
is
got
where
range
most
on the
of
Charlie
action is
too.
at. Love the discipline coming out here from Melty. Every single shot from Shitetampo perfectly.
Because even if the Melody gets up and gets the kill, there's still gonna be the traps. It's gonna slow, so the team could help.
Does the work and wins his lane, gets the damage.
So tempo Melody, reject cook. Can I add you on your mini? I try not to add minis just so I have room for everybody else to be able to play, you know.
It's a bit of an issue overall, kind of reflects on the other lanes as well. Batman solo doesn't narrowly survive. And a hypercharge ready for Levy could take out Batman whenever he wants.
Amber, hypercharge.
Without having to, which is going to be hugely helpful as well, because this can pretty much cover 2 lanes, which means Shu's at risk as well. Burn comes in, jump over him.
Bonnie gonna get the kill.
Gets the kill, back into cannon form. And Shtampo choosing to just swap lanes like, right, I've had enough of Bell just sitting there and waiting. I want to do something. So Levy's going to head over there, and Batman now might just play this range game.
Melty Bell.
Shtampo say, I want to play Brawl Stars. I'm done playing AFK, but immediately going to lane and feeding out one super to Battleman. Looking at the discipline from Battleman, just trigger finger, holding onto it. Now jumps in on to Shtampo. But
That tempo gets a kill. Might finally have a super, but there's Bo. They have everything locked up. Even if he goes in, there's Bo mines and
critical piece for Zeta Division, but look at the reject base. Can they penetrate this minefield?
You think they're going to be able to get at least 9% in this position, and if not, something's gone wrong. Melty switches over, gets great.
Psych gonna win.
Shield comes in.
Oh, the Bo mines!
Levi moving forwards now, should be able to.
Oh, it's over. It's over.
The damage piles on in, and I don't think they're going to be able to get down the other side to get down.
It's okay to say no because it's fair. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Zeta Division show us how it's done. The entirety of the game.
I could add you on my mini though. I don't really play my mini.
And the right lanes, but when it counted against all odds, the last push was good. Suzuki on his Amber managed to break the defense on that right, get that last bit of chip damage, but it was still an awfully close game.
This is the first heist game that we've seen today that wasn't like a base race.
Probably been okay and just played the range game the same as the Bell was doing. At least that's probably what I would have done. But then again, Shtampo might have been inevitable at that point, regardless of being a Super Bell playing the same game as last time, evading. Shu staying out the way of that brawler as well. Yet again, just complete stalemate.
This time, Bottomon taking.
What's ID? Give me a sec. I'll pull it up.
Really a mechanical sort of match going on here on the left side. In all theory, Bonnie should have a slight advantage here, but Levy, I think it's just the mechanical diff that he's showing here. So much discipline and so much ranging here to be able to just hold Battleman as long as possible. It's really this fight on the left lane that we've got to keep our eyes open on.
Tampo getting beaten back, and Melty might be able to take this bush now. That's great position.
That's his Supercell ID.
And the bounces go towards
for
the
my
safe
mini.
kill in the middle as well. And this time, we're seeing some control coming through for Reject. Jump comes in, gets the kill, gets back into the cannon form, and ready to fight off against Tampo once more. Getting some good damage, almost as much as the entirety of last game.
Bonnie has super, but he's got to heal up a little bit.
Yeah, already 74%. The first line of defense.
Double up on the Bonnie lane. Oh, they're cooked.
Onto Battleman. He's looking to cycle it out on to Shu. Try to charge out that second one, but Battleman
Bonnie pops in.
Jump on his own. He almost trades it out there, but you know, thankfully cannon form restoring a nice bit of health there. Shu popping the hypercharge mines onto that save. It's going to be big damage coming in, but it'll be delayed.
Hypercharge Amber.
As well there.
Oh, you mean use a hyper? Just use super.
They're just accepting the fact that these bow mines are going to take it down to that percentage. Now, hypercharge build from Melty uses it extra speed as well. Suzuki will fall. And a great defense from Reject. They've been completely on top of both of these games. They were unlucky not to win the first.
RC's playing this a lot better.
Like they should get the second.
They're finally showing the full might of their draft. All three of the lanes going perfectly well here. How often can you see that Lord City?
Bonnie's a couple more taps. We'll have super. Amber hyper on the save.
In tow. They need to try to break through 3 entire layers of shielding. But Battleman in the cannon form, inevitably chipping away 2,500 at a time. Now, one more shot. It's all it takes. Hits onto leave.
Oh, Bonnie. Okay, it's over.
To finish things off. Reject take a game of their own.
Yeah, Shu smiling, feeling good about this performance so far. Arguably,
how much ore is it to play with Melty?
They played so well on the first. And
some more. We show.
But in the end, it's just 1-1 here. This is going to be a big deciding game whether or not we see it 1-1 in sets.
All right.
Reject go 2-0 up. Zeta are going to have massive work out for them.
I think RC should win this
time. And send Tampo straight to Batman's side, but he's just going to feed him super instantly. He might get the kill. Did he waste super there?
I think he might have. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see if he did. That's a massive loss. Yeah, he did.
He did.
Oh man, that's gonna feel so bad if you're Cite Tampo and losing the gamble on the mid as well. Levy just completely gapped by Melty's mechanics.
Really nice stuff. Batman taking some heavy fire and feeding Tampo quite a lot.
Bonnie's going in. No time.
Well. Yeah. Levy just burns up some of this bush. Batman with a jump once more and 6% damage.
I'm surprised that Bonnie hasn't jumped in.
To walk over. Tampo going to feed. Get fed again. Batman just going to go in. Gets cocooned in this position. Melty needs to defend Tampo here. Try keep the shield up and does just about keep the shield up. A lot of damage coming through. And there's the first one gone down on the Zeta side.
Yes, Zeta did. Oh man, Shu just showing off at this point. Zeta Division, they've made a strategic decision. They want to try to play a little bit more of an all-in style, try to put Reject on the defense, but not working out in their favor. Every
hypercharge,
they do just immediately
marked
answered by just Reject's auto-in potential. This is a comp that you really just can't go in like that.
Yeah, those mines all popped at once as well and got it down to 42 before that shield could take effect. Batman back into the cannon form instantly and have such a fast lead. Marked up his Levy as well on this right-hand side. Doing a good job, though, of pushing back this bow, but a bit of fight back now. Hypercharge is there for Tampo, and that's got to be the difference maker.
They have to win all 3 lanes at this juncture if they want to still have a chance.
Try play yet. Wrong region. Yeah. Who I support? Oh, depends on the region.
Once again, felled by arrows from Shu. They get it past the 50%.
Definitely depends on the region.
50% is not 0. It's Reject's turn to attack.
Charlie super. I mean, oh, Melody's gone. Off for the races. Oh no, they're good. Charlie.
Trying to get more damage. Mines on the save too. Exploded. Brings it down to 15, but still damage going on up top.
Might be over. 10 seconds. They gotta go crazy. Yeah, it's over.
Explode everyone, and a 14% lead is there for Reject, and the second set goes their way too.
Humble's good. Humble's goated. Humble's best team in the world right now, but they're not playing the monthlies tomorrow.
Of their lives if they want to deny Reject this championship.
Is Zeta about to get swept?
one more time. One more set is all it takes for Reject.
That is incredible what Reject is showing us today, and I could be thrilled. Bo winning his first match of the day. Phenomenal stuff coming out of that team. Honestly, like, I felt like Zeta Division had comp in this one, but it was just impossible for them to break through, to really deal damage and just save. The defense was so strong.
Yeah, all around solid.
Nicely. We do now have to change in heist. It's separated.
Oh, you want me to add your mini? Man, I gave you my account for you to add it. Did you shoot me the invite? Let me see real quick.
Just rush it once and it's done. And I feel like for that, the comp of Reject really worked out, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it just locked
Invites.
down
Oh,
defense
there it
until
is.
they had the
I got you.
opportunity for offense, and then it was very good offense all around.
There we
Very
go.
good
There we go.
stuff from Reject. They knew when to go. They knew when to stay back. Made the right decisions all set long. And Chitampo really didn't get a look at. I thought he was going to wait for Amber to kind of crack the shield there and then go in with his hypercharge. Probably could have got more damage that way. But in the end, the safe just bouncing out put him straight into the line of those bow shots.
As happy as I am for Reject to get their revenge after in the second month they were beaten quite heftily by Zeta Division in the finals, I do really feel for Zeta Division here. It must be a tough
knockout
to swallow. Only third place at the Brawl Cup. It is a great finish, but probably not what Zeta Division was hoping for. Now about to lose to Reject. If this is going to be a 3-0...
Out in the open?
Yeah, it's heartbreaking for Zeta Division Spoon.
It is in the nature of competition to win and to lose. And nonetheless, Reject, I gotta give them the kudos. That heist draft, I think it was possibly the best 2-3 pick that I've seen. Pretty obvious, but it fell right into Reject style.
Alright, we think you're gonna swept, or we think Zeta's gonna put up a fight?
Bonnie, love the conviction. Now, we go on in the final map. Is it gonna be Reject with the second pick once again? Because that could prove deadly to Zeta Division.
We are on out in the open. Could be our last map of the day if Reject takes this one in a 3-0 sweep. Not the grand final we were hoping for, but Reject does deserve their first win in a monthly final, I feel. Out in the open, we did see the map once before. We saw Ollie, Bell, Kit versus Lumi, Hank, and Lou. Of those brawlers, we still have quite a bit of them in the race here. I feel like every single one of those is actually still open for the picking. So Trev, let's see if those two teams will get inspired from what Crazy Raccoon versus Navi has showed us before. And yes, Lumi is going to be picked up first here by Zeta.
Yeah, well, Zeta Division seems to
Gene, Jae Young, Daryl.
You know, Lumi just doesn't lose.
I like the
ground,
Daryl ban.
So Zeta Division might be off to a very good start here. Reject gonna need to respond well, but there's still a lot on the board that they can still take. It's not.
Even Lumi opens kind of crazy.
Still so many good brawlers, but Lumi is a very good first pick from Zeta Division.
Can you join the 2v2 later? Yeah.
To take in just a
More than welcome to.
Just
Gus?
for the first. Playing that range, shield available as well. Compare well with other brawlers.
Very classic Reject pick as well. They love the guts, they love the stability that this brawler can provide. Just really strong in knockout in general, early to mid game, the late game, he's always got something to offer. So far though, because Zeta Division didn't show a mid sort of long range type of brawler, Reject do have the priority, and if they want to, they could double down on this. The biggest sort of tempo controller from the water is the Angelo. It is banned out. They might have a poor man's option in the form of the E.
Nani?
I don't think they'll go for it. Yeah, gonna be going for this Nani instead.
When am I starting the 2v2?
Down on the long range weakness.
Maybe in like an hour and a half. Once this ends, I'm gonna take a break. So if Reject sleeps right now, I'm just gonna go for a bit, grab some food, eat, no, start another stream up.
The Lumi, not against the Lumi.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good draft from Zeta Division. Reject.
When I start the new stream, I'll go ahead and start making a tournament. We got Kit, Buster.
Going out, all out offense. And now we see the Buster rolling on in.
Zeta should win this.
More aggression from Reject as well. And honestly, I quite like both compositions.
I don't know. I'm actually quite shocked to see this, because Reject snap picked that Buster, and I think it really might be the ultimate answer here to both the Ollie and
what am I gonna eat?
I think
I don't know yet. Maybe Popeyes. Maybe.
My gut feeling tells me that this could be.
Haven't decided.
At a
Maybe with a Subway sandwich.
From Reject.
Could be the case. Levy's just going to
Eat sushi?
on in, has to jump away instantly as well. Suzuki in the cardboard box gets caught.
The only place to go sushi at right now, I'd have to go like actually sit down and eat.
Back on his
And
own,
I'm just trying to grab
whilst his
something quick.
teammates heal. Not being quite out of position just yet. Tough one here for Reject so far, but a good Buster Shield.
Eat
has
you?
been put up and
Yeah,
against
big
them to win
pause.
position once more.
No slow from Siditampo as well. He's actually going to be using the other star power if my eyes do not deceive me. Yeah, I don't think that is the slowing star power from the Lumi, which is an interesting choice. Now Siditampo
Just
catching out
cooked,
the
yep.
entirety of Reject with their
Buster
pants
cooked.
down, caught in that bush with nowhere to go. Completely decimated there. Melty just going to join his teammates. Get cremated here in that bush.
What did I just
I mean, that was
watch?
perfection, pretty much, really.
This
from,
is not the same
Buster Shield
Reject.
alone. Wall break's going to come on in with the Nanny Pete, gives him a bit more movement and mobility around this backside. They don't get pinned in spawn. Buster does have
Kid on the ollie.
available with the hyper charge now going forward.
Buster super. Buster hyper.
As well, making sure he doesn't get hypnotized. Really nice stuff from Shu. They're getting hit so hard by these. Well, they're not really cotton balls anymore, are they? But just throwing some big damage out.
Yeah, I have no clue what those things are. Gold nuggets, whatever.
Still live? Yeah. Yeah, been live for the whole tournament. Or for the whole monthly. I'm gonna take a quick little break, then we're gonna go live for the 2v2 tournament. Big streaming day. Yeah. Shu got super.
Solo play by himself with no follow-up, and he's gonna fall. That's gonna.
Do they win this? Yeah, they won this one.
Big weaknesses for the Zeta division. Now 1 versus 3. Falling.
Can you join? Yeah.
They claim a round for
Yeah,
themselves.
100% you can join.
I mean, big round for them to win there. It was looking.
I guess basically it's kind of like a 24-hour stream, or my bad, 12-hour stream.
For the Nanny now as well, but no super
It's been 6 hours so far. Probably gonna be another 6 after.
Tempo there, Levy just waiting for someone to step out of line so he can launch pad in. Hypercharge for all 3 members, but no supers just yet. There they are now. Hypercharge being used by the Buster as well. Chooses to try and pinch back in.
Not that good. That's fine. It's just supposed to be fun.
There, and it's back to where we were in this kind of Reject pinned in spawn move.
Yo, they played the ollie really aggressive to start.
Positioning here, Melty now leads with the hypercharge, just using it for the stat boost though. No real.
Now
super
Zeta's
damage
kinda
yet. Now
pinned.
It does fly across. He is searching
Nani?
for Suzuku or Shidetampo. Nice hitting on Shidetampo, putting him 2,000 health now. Shu has
You need a teammate? You're good. I'm sure there's many people that don't have teammates.
Is out. Levy tries to get the hypnotize, not enough. Reject 3 versus 2, but they're boxed in.
Can you join? What's up, stupid? Yeah, you can definitely join.
Yeah, huge shield from Shu there. We've got a 1v1 with the Ollie. And
Yo, Reject's looking good.
Match point for Reject.
Match point.
Zeta Division seems to be falling apart. It started so well. I started to have a bit more faith in the comp, and I'm sure you did as well. But after that,
Am I breaking like a bracket? Yeah.
just stepping out of line.
I'll go back live and then I'll go ahead and then we can start setting up teams and stuff. I'll send something in the Discord.
That's what I'm seeing. Suzuku.
Just join the Discord, shout out. Yeah, I'll send something in the Discord so we can go ahead and try to get something set up, and then I'll make a bracket.
All the way back to the base. Zeta is supposed to have some sort of an early game lead. That's what they need. If they get boxed in the base against this Gus, against this.
Oh, I set the teams. If you got somebody you want to team with, cool, easy. And then the rules are gonna be like it's like power play, so you can draft and ban. I got the three maps already set up. Did Zeta lose? It looks like they might.
He's already got the wall broken and hasn't even conceded a round to get it.
It's very, very fast gameplay from the side of Reject. Now, though, damage coming
Yo.
in from this combination between
Ollie's
Melty
super
and
aggressive,
Suzuku.
but there's a Nani. Buster, they're all one shot.
One more mine will do it. Zetatampo cleans up Melty. This is what Zeta Division have been preparing for.
Yeah, Zeta said they're not trying to get
entirety of game number
swept.
1. They finally unleash it, execute it perfectly in this round 1.
How do you get a teammate? Somebody in the chat or somebody in the Discord, they need a teammate, more than welcome to. When I'm able to play because you got 30 minutes. 30 minutes so you gotta go. Randomize. If you got a teammate you want to play with, that's cool. Even if they're not in the stream, it works.
Starts moving towards it. Batterman narrowly surviving, but surely he'll go down. Gets a shield. And Shu in a tough position here as well. The peep comes out, hits Shitampo, stops him from aggressing. Well, I don't know where they can go here.
That's just every single time Zeta Division they make that move. Reject.
KT, if you can't make this one, don't worry. I'll do more.
Bottomman, if he had just landed one more shot, he would have fell here. Now that's gonna get tempo to them. Going on to Levy here. He jumps away to safety. That's gonna reset the positions, but let's just do a quick check on the hypercharges. Bottomman's awfully close to his. Shidetampo does have the slow 2.
Good Lumi.
From him, but immediately picked
Oh, they didn't get anything out of the Lumi Super.
So good for them for a brief second
Oh,
now.
but Kit,
Smoke is closing in. Another
they're cooked.
here from this Kit
Oh,
Ollie combination. Hypnosis
I would have stunned the
flying
Buster
out.
personally.
Shu bangs the air. He
How
knows
is the
he's
Kit
done.
still hanging on?
Yeah, I mean, that looked good for Reject for a second there, but instantly turned back on them by the, as you say, the...
Yo, what's up, Sax? No, you're not late. We're still doing the monthly finals. Then we're gonna go ahead. Just finish your tourney. Cool, cool, cool. You cooked? Did you win?
They've got to find some way to prevent that, and a lovely move from the Kit as well to sweep into that bush and take them off, take them by surprise as well.
This really goes to show you can never count Zeta Division out, even at...
You beat a monthly finalist? Yo!
You know, a minor draft
Oh.
disadvantage for them.
But still.
It just goes to show. With
Shout out.
mechanical brilliance, you can pull off nearly anything. And what better thing to show off than a Kit combination with an Ollie?
Taking some shots now, trying to keep them out the back of this spot.
Turn your PC real quick. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good.
Can't be too far off either. Now, cardboard boxing straight onto the back of him here. Shu takes a heavy hit from that.
Yeah, we're watching this wrap up, and then I'm gonna go grab some food real quick, and then we'll be live again for the tournament.
Continuing this onslaught against them. Can't move anywhere. Such a tough match.
Shu's even gonna commit. And one touch there, the shield just blocking it out. They want to sort of...
Oh, he's got the Nani.
You know, remove themselves from this
Woo!
field. Melty could be trading out here. Now, one more pull. Not really doing anything. Shu's just trying
Oh,
to
the Kid is so good.
end the round as soon as possible.
More details on the 2v2 tourney? Yeah. It's basically just gonna be like a
Another super ready.
well, you've done like the 1v1 tournaments before, but this time it's gonna be power match, so there's gonna be bans. Drafting. There's only 3 maps.
Used a few seconds before the end of that round, or at least before he died. Suzuki moving forwards, jumps onto the Ollie. They didn't know he was moving up with them. Pulled in by Shu, but can't do a lot else. And same position again, back in spawn.
Already healed up to full Levy. That damage done by the hypercharged Shu basically amounted next to nothing. They're forced to, you know, respect this positioning. Yes, Zeta Division can't push any further, but City Tampo now leading the charge with a nice gadget. It forces Shu slightly out of position, but Shizuku didn't have the jump ready, so no fallout from either team. Still neck and neck here in this choke point.
Batsman has a super as well. Melty gets a hypercharge of his own. Surely going to be using it here. Holding on to it at the moment. Now super comes in from Suzuki. What a moment. Melty gets the bounce back though. 3v1, but they're all so low. Super being used to hypnotize.
The Kit goes crazy.
Find the damage, but they can't get it from anywhere.
What can you even do about it? Oh!
Suzuki versus Batman. And he commits so much.
When he's Brawl Pass Plus? Yeah, yeah.
One round for Reject to take it all.
Invite your friend to join the stream? Yeah, that's cool.
Closer.
One man raw, one round more is all that Reject need to bring this one home. But this is the ultimate final boss that they have to slay. Shizuku now no longer jumping onto Levy. It's a different strategy that they are. They've managed to catch Chu here though. They see the opportunity.
Buster has hypercharge.
A little bit too late there to capitalize. We return back to the original position that we've been seeing.
Oh, they're pushed back with the Lumi. They're cooked.
Here. Levy jumps away from Shu's pull there. We remain in a spawn trap.
Yeah, those shots from Suzuki have got to be so perfect. The throws, caught in, but a great bounce back there.
Buster keeps him alive.
With the montage, shield available now. Suzuki going to bounce
Hit,
back
rips
on
it
top of Levy
again.
Melty's going for the jump up, trying to free up some ground. Some good shots coming through.
They're going in on the Buster. Trying to dodge. Oh, it's over. Want to invite your friend, but he's hosting mini games? No worries.
But Zeta Division drag a set back.
Gonna pull up with Masters. It's alright.
From Zeta Division, they remain composed. No,
they're just staying alive.
Sweeps for Reject just yet. They're still firmly in the lead. Don't get me wrong, but at the very least, Zeta show they're not some team you can just come and sweep 3-0.
I'm so glad that Zeta Division finally turned things around here, at least take a single set. The last time Reject won against them, it was also 3-1, so things aren't over yet. Reject can still very much claim this one, the victory in the next set and close it all out, but it would not have felt like a worthy grand final of today if this was a 3-0 sweep here, Trev.
Yeah, I agree. As much as I love my predictions to be right and Reject to win, providing this gameplay, I'd love to see it carry on because it's great. It's back and forward. One round.
Reject is going in. They almost just swept.
And in the end, you know, Zeta Division have managed to drag this back, but every round so close. Comes down to these nail-biting.
Yeah, this monthly finals going crazy.
And in the end, it was Zeta Division to bring it back. Still 2-1 to Reject, and so close overall. Such evenly matched teams.
Every single time that Melty sort of got stunned there by Chichitampo, immediately he would just proceed with damage gear to just one-shot it.
Dueling Beetles.
So many times that happened, but in the very last replay that we saw there, Melty clutched up. I'm sorry, Site clutched up. He actually won it for his team there. A crucial one. Now heading into Dueling Beetles.
The Kid Ollie comp, we've seen it once before today from Navi, and they lost with it. So now finally we do see that comp at least pop off in the hands of Zeta Division. They went with a risky comp on that one and it did work out for them. So sometimes taking risks does pay off. We're heading over to Dueling Beetles now, and I'm super excited to see the draft on this one as well, since this is one of the maps we have not seen at all today yet. So,
Zeta just fell off? No, Zeta's them. It's just Reject's honestly been playing crazy.
Reject wants to close things out here.
Kind of been out drafting too.
Zeta Division wants to throw down and prolong this grand final for a set 5 here, Trev.
Yeah, well, bans should be coming in shortly, but yeah, as you say, real tough position for Zeta to be in. I mean, better than the position they were in last set.
All right, Dueling Beetles.
Still down to Reject.
I'm banning Hank, or I'm banning Gray.
Set more to close this one out and be the grand final winners, and I believe that leapfrogs them over Zeta on the leaderboard as well, thanks to the double points coming in and activating. So Zeta Division are going to want to keep their top spot because it adds the buffer as well of having the second spot, still world final spot. If they slip over the last 2 months, they're still going to be there, but being in second definitely puts you at risk of being leapfrogged.
No ban Gray?
So
Lose banned, Barley's banned, Amber. Amber's kind of a crazy ban.
Amber, Lou,
Lumi, Barry.
For bans. They have the first pick as well, though.
Yeah,
Finks first pick?
Both brawlers kind of slipping through here in the mid. We are seeing some of the hard hitters there.
YouTube Sprout, what's up? What's up? How you doing?
Jackie, all these kind of comps are still very much available for them. Zeta Division, they've shown great versatility when it comes to Dueling Beetles. They really favor aggressive comps above all else. I'm very curious to see whether they interpret this map as one that's favorable enough to draft Kaze on, because we did see it earlier today.
They're taking Gray. B.
Kind of, in the hands of, even in the hands of Shijitambo, mind you.
Kaze?
Okay, we have ourselves a Kaze and hopefully a chance for Shijitambo to redeem himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna
I'm them taking
easier to
Gray Hank
on this map than one that was so open like Shooting Star. Pair that with a B as well. Pretty good combination overall for Zeta Division here. The ability to just kind of slow down and put opponents at risk of being just dashed in on by Kaze, but thinks it's a great brawl to have.
Draco
gets those suits down. Everything's gonna be moving so slowly for the opposing team, so fast for yours, and it can really flip the game in its head so fast.
This Draco selection scares me. Is Reject thinking about the Gray, whether they want to just play out that synergy there? It's not bad with the Finks either. They just need sort of a mid. It will expose them a little bit to the B, so they could opt to, just go back, maybe pick up a thrower instead, maybe pick up a wall break for themselves. Not sure if many
Kenji?
can go for. Kenji is the one. We're gonna have a husband versus wife.
Why would you take Kenji into Kaze? Doesn't Kaze counter Kenji?
I mean, this is a huge game, and I really like Regent's comp, I can't lie. The kind of two very aggressive brawlers with Finks, being able to slow things down and keep them alive in those situations is going to be pretty dangerous. But Zeta Division do still have this last pick, have the possibility of changing things, turning things around, and bringing the draft in their favor. Kaze still yet to be proved as the
Pam?
I'm sure people hope she is, and Pam is going to be the brawler.
I would have gone Griff.
I love a Pam.
It's going to be a tough game for him to play. Every scrap sucker has to count that.
What up, Sax?
Damage coming out from that healing turret is going to be pretty essential.
How many teams do I have so far? I don't know. It's just kind of whoever shows up. I haven't done anything as far as like making teams yet.
Just want to point out one more thing. There's no sort of wall break.
How did he get mod? Sax was here a lot during like the very beginning.
Comes online. Zeta Division are going to have a really, really constant source of sustain that Reject may not be able to break.
Kenji going straight into it.
Getting a really early nice kill there onto Shoot. Batman just trying to work for a super sim with Melty. Really get them in the mix, but so far, all Zeta Division. Melty trying to find some shots, but the movement of Shitampo's too much for him to deal with. Now Shu's coming in and picking up some slack, slicing down this super, or at least trying to. Suzuku solo should be brought down, but killed himself.
Thanks.
And now Suzuku is in a great position to just place turret after turret.
Draco.
Down from Batman here, from Shitampo, sorry, and buys even more time on the zone for the Zeta.
Sushi's back. Welcome back.
Yeah, Shitampo, in theory,
yeah, this is gonna be good.
Be doing pretty well here. He's managed to do so much damage so far on the form, getting another kill onto Batoman as well, just seamlessly toggling between the two forms. Shitampo showing that he has absolute mastery of it. Yet another fan storm going to be chained out here. So much damage flying in onto Shu. Now toggling back to that range.
Hypercharge for Kaze.
He's got the hypercharge active. Melty can't really compete with him. Hypercharge fan storm going to be coming
Here's
out
here.
so
You'll
much
get
of
on.
ammunition away from him. This Kaze is just going absolutely
Yo, Side is just chaining supers. It's insane.
I mean, this was crazy. Kaze supers over and over and over and over again, and they cannot get anywhere near this point. Reject at 37.
Yeah, we might be going set 5.
What was it? A very scrappy mid-battle. It's not like we were pinned in spawn the entire time. It's just Zeta just seems so much better, and you know, earlier I questioned it. Obviously, you know, me and I mentioned at the time, you know, it wasn't Shitampo, it was the brawler on Shu and Star, but here it's incredible.
We're seeing the full might of Kaze here on Dueling Beetles. A real official debut now, going for another kill here in the back. Marks up Shu. That dive didn't really go very well for them. All 3 members of Reject ready this time. And so for the first time that we're seeing Reject, they've managed to take some positioning in the middle. Yet Shitampo's gonna close off the end of that chapter, getting a quick pick there.
Yeah, and slow does a good amount. Shitampo dashing in, dashing out, trying to bait out some shots. A little reversal of time there from Batman as he TP's a bit.
Reject playing a lot better.
Reject are in a decent position now. Melty so low, chooses to use a gadget in there as well. He's surely still going to die, leaving on 1 HP. Shitampo will dash up and get Batman down and reclaim control.
But now Side is hyper.
Get locked in again.
Hypercharge Fan Storm going to be coming down here, just completely isolating both sides of Reject. If they step in there, they can't really see anything. Now the turret from Suzuki just being used to heal himself. Another Fan Storm cycled out here, isolating Melty in the back line. No help for him coming just yet. Here's Shu now with the Sashimi slash, not connecting on anything though. And Zeta Division, they continue their dominance in the mid.
Batman just getting some shots in. Shitampo hit hard, but not going down. Surely he falls now, and he does. Melty and Shu, the 2 aggressive brawlers, having to take this zone alone with no help from the Finks. It's a closer, much closer game, this one. And Reject seem to have some control.
Levi gets hyper.
Batman, Shu, pretty much everyone on the Reject side, they have taken the lead, but it'll quickly be extinguished if
This is Raps, another hypercharge by Side Tempo.
71% triple Fan Storm onto the entirety of Reject. No ammunition for them to add in.
It's over.
Suzuku follows up with a scrap sucker of his own, completely rejecting all advances by Reject. Now 10% less. One more dive there by Shitampo should seal the deal. The shots fired. Suzuku step 5.
That was pretty quick.
That's another set for Zeta Division.
Set 5, reverse sweep.
Away from a reverse sweep.
I mean, this is the game we were promised when we saw these 2 teams in the final. Reject versus Zeta. You get 2-0 up, you start to think, oh, this could be a sweep. We could be a little bit shortchanged here in the grand finals, but that's just not the case. 2-2 now. Zeta bring it back, and it all comes down to the 5th and final. So.
Alright, this is gonna be the last one.
For Melty and his team, that the bridesmaid finally becomes the bride. The Eternal Second finally win their first match in the end. May the better
Yeah, the
team
Draco and the Kenji are kind of throw picks.
Zeta, so let's see. Shitampo absolutely popped off.
Gotta go for now. See you in an hour. Alright, sounds good, Sushi.
A lot of people say she might not be as strong as usually the new bowlers are, but in Shitampo's hands this time around, she definitely looks super good. He did play her before in one of the sets and didn't make her look that strong in Shooting Star against Rival. The start was especially bad, and Shitampo, we usually don't talk about him as the anchor in his team. In that set, he definitely did not look that strong. He redeemed himself. I think that's safe to say now, Spoo.
Yeah, super glad that we didn't walk away with sort of a similar situation when Lumi was first released. 99% ban rate, and then the one game that he was played was an L, right? We don't have that here. Kaze got to show off, and I couldn't be happier to see probably the most mechanically talented player in the whole world, piloting it, a masterclass for us to behold.
We talked about Kaze coming into today, Trev, and we did feel like if anybody's showing us that kind of Kaze gameplay, it's going to be no one other than the Shade pilot in the previous months.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, it's
all right, Jim, grab double swoosh.
See top tier gameplay from Stampo all the time.
Who we banning?
Why his first kind of showing on Kaze was a little bit underwhelming, at least for us to kind of watch and be like, oh, this isn't the usual Stampo we see on these aggressive balls, but that more than makes up for it. So lovely stuff from him, and I'm sure he'll be wanting to get his hands on that again. Honestly, I really want to see Grey banned out here just so we get an actual.
All right, this is for everything.
Just so we get an actual mechanical game to decide the grand finals of East Asia this month, rather than just TP in with a Jackie and hope for the best.
Yes, Grey Jackie. Chester was the comp that Navi has showed us here before on this map, and they did win with it against the Ember, Jaeyoung, and Draco comp. So let's see if Grey is going to be banned out and Trev's wish is going to be fulfilled. Again, this is not potentially our last map this time around. It is the very last set, since both those teams did take it into set number 5. This is going to be the decider now. Whoever wins this set is the winner of the June Monthly Finals. And unfortunately, we have a Kaze double ban, but Grey still open.
All right, we got Kaze, Jaeyoung, Lily, Lumi.
They didn't listen to our wishes. Now I'm going to be praying for it not to be selected.
Amber?
I'm so highly doubted though. Amber comes in first. Good first pick, to be honest. The hypercharge to be able to just absolutely decimate any bush in the way is huge on this map, because the entire playing field rather than the mid is just grass. So nice to have a brawl that can take it out. We flip over to Zeta Division for their next couple of picks, and honestly, I wouldn't even put it past them to just go for how aggressive they are.
Binks?
Yeah, so the downward gesturing
Sure.
team. Well, diving back to that Brawl
Gene,
stability,
good pick.
going in for Finks and Gene.
Right back after the monthly finals. All right, sounds good. Sounds good.
Well, I do believe it's the exact same 2-3 as well as an answer to the Amber here. Now, the bans, what slipped through was Kenji, and that still remains to be seen as whether that hypercharge nerf, will it truly be big enough to warrant that pick just completely being ignored here, even on double swoosh? Will Reject snatch it up, or
Janet?
I'm just going to give it up and go for comfort picks? Janet, now the next selection.
Yeah, Janet.
I take Tara.
Very solid hypercharge was introduced. Was very good, and then was nerfed. So we haven't seen it in a while, but it is
Draco?
completely fine here. Can play it nonetheless. Draco gonna
Everyone, you're here? No worries, no worries.
for the side of Reject.
Pam?
Pam again.
Why are they taking Pam every game? Is she that good?
And I've just seen a tweet from Brawl Esports, and it's like, wasn't expecting Pam to be the most influential brawler in June. And honestly, it might be. If this wins, Pam might be the brawler of June.
It did receive substantial buffs, kind of slept over by many in the Brawl Cup. Maybe the map pool just didn't really support it. Maybe the bans were different. But now, that additional 20% damage given to Pam just makes it such a fantastic
Pam low-key
duelist
OP.
against tanks. And against the likes of Draco, Scrapsucker just completely removes the entirety of the fire-breathing dragon, neutering in its place. A fantastic last pick selection from Zeta Division.
Yeah, really nice shoe placing the drop the base there, getting hit pretty hard by Stampo, who does kind of go back in time. TP's back to a safer place away from Batman and Shoe's grasp. Now the oil is placed, that's going to burn down some of that mid.
Oh, let's see. Draco can't do anything. Draco's useless here.
Before getting rid of it.
Settle down in the mid as well, duking it out, just trading gem for gem at the moment, but the more sort of reliable super to get there is going to be Levy Super. Now sort of breaking the equilibrium of the gems, getting one of his own. The side lanes now are trying to heat up here. City Temple almost getting a kill on to Batoman here. Suzuku getting control of that right lane. We haven't been able to see Melty aggress at all this game.
Yeah, not much out of that push from Stampo there, and he did get pushed back as well.
Gene just needs his pull.
Now aggress, trying to get within range, not able to do so just yet. Has that 1 HP gadget activated and doesn't get too much back from it. Suzuku so low after Shu gets some great shots in. Pinch coming across, drop the base, keeps him low, but the Gene will continue to heal in a little bit.
just felt so desperate there from Melty. He knew
And
he
pull
wanted to
Dragon
just
Bust
diving in, and now
Super.
Scrap Sucker once again in
Janet.
Shidetampo though, such an aggressive position, pushing Bottom all the way back to spawn, perhaps overextending here. Levy now considering the
Try to pull, they miss the pull.
doesn't connect onto Melty. Suzuku doesn't care.
Wonder why they try to pull
And
drag.
in tow, charging in with flames of her own, pinching it out. Melty gonna fall. Now Levy in the mid.
They lost all
Completely in a
position.
dominant spot. Zeta Division now 9-7 in gems.
Real tough position for Reject now. They're waiting for this last one, and it does come. And in a position for them to pick it up as well. Melty gets on the Dragon and starts to go forward. Bushy Tempo and Levy have to survive. Batterman has a super, might be able to burn over the top of this. Thinks super comes down, Suzuki gets some shots in. Stambo's burning, 5 seconds, hypercharge comes
You
in.
got the hyper, but they're not gonna get the kill. Oh, they got the kill!
But he does go down, burn there again. Yeah, I don't know how he's gonna get out. If he gets out, this is miraculous. Well, Suzuki's burning.
Oh!
Hypercharge flying
Oh!
as well. How has he got away?
Highway robbery!
Impossible!
Then Janet just picks up and dips.
But Reject, they managed to execute the perfect daylight robbery, the heist in tow. Hypercharges first, but it doesn't matter.
I'd break my screen.
Somehow, in a complete turn of events, they stop the reverse sweep in its tracks. They take a game of their own. Now at match point.
He's him? Yeah.
How he got away from that. Clearly cycled so much of his super from dropping those hypercharged bombs over and over and over and over, and then hit some shots. Somehow managed to survive. Got out. It's
That was insane.
Like robbery. In no world did Reject deserve to win that.
It's like Zeta played so well the entire game, and at the very end, they just sort of all, you know, at the same time as well, all three players just
Another reasonable
traded
crash
the
out,
biggest
100%.
love of their life, just sold it to Reject. Now pressure on Zeta Division, one game away from potentially failing the three-peat, losing their chance here to Reject. But it's not over yet. Levy now pinching up against Melty, the lane swap from Shidetampo as well to offer a little bit of support, going back to his own lane to deal with Battleman now. Melty is going to be melted down by the entire might of Zeta Division. But the gem lead, it's a small one for Shu, had to drop the base there. Levy was threatening the pull, just way too scary.
Yeah, Levy baited that out really nicely here. Melty having a real tough time against Suzuki, who does turn back, tries to catch him off guard. In a position to possibly pinch tempo, but he's just going to wind back the clock and get...
Sushi, I don't know what you're on about.
Once more. It is still only 5-4, regardless of Zeta having all this mid-control. Now they make it 6, and this is getting increasingly difficult for Reject.
Melty not even going to be popping the last stand there. He kind of just wants to die
Janet
here.
kill.
Now Shu takes to the skies, goes on the offensive. This is the same way that they won.
Janet needs hypercharge.
Every time Shu
You got
pops that
Gene
super,
hyper.
they have a little bit of an opportunity. Now though, Levy with that hypercharge. He's the big gun on their team. A shot clipping Bottomman at the back there. That's really unfortunate from the side of Reject. Now losing one member at a crucial
Just came back.
time.
Zeta come back? Yeah.
86 in gems
Yeah.
now.
Janet ran off like a bandit.
Is available as well. Need 2 more. Batman's going to throw that out.
Gene, hypercharge coming in, going for the pull.
By the burn. And hypercharge used.
Didn't pull? Oh, he missed the pull.
A bit of space in the back if they can get forwards. Just
Janet doesn't have hyper.
They're not going to have the kind of same stopping power as they would have done before. Melty trying to get forwards, but it's not looking likely. Shu unable to find anything.
This one's over.
And this one.
Oh, they just got the hypers. Not enough time.
He does take flight again, but the clock says no. And we're going to a double match point to decide the winner of June.
We're going to go all the way trapped between these two Goliaths in East Asia. I couldn't have asked for a better opening sort of series to our June monthly
This is for everything.
One more game is all it will take to crown ourselves a winner. Is it going to be Zeta Division maintaining their hold of East Asia? Or will we finally see Reject become the bride?
If Zeta Division don't step out of line and make a mistake, they will win this. But Rejects have just got to bank on an incredible play or Zeta Division making a big mistake like they did in that first and dropping some gems. Melty having a real tough time in this matchup, and honestly, you can't blame him for it.
Yeah, no lane swaps coming from either teams. It's really a completely, as you asked for, Trav, mechanical skill diff. We're finally seeing the difference here, though. Suzuku continued to win the right lane, but Battleman, this is the first time I'm seeing him get the burns here on that left lane, getting some advantage of Shidetampo, but immediately just
Janet's kind of cooked.
Levy and Shite. It's looking desolate for
They have full
Reject.
control. Gonna sub on another account? No. Why is Bro on the floor? Yeah, the Japanese, they like the floor, man. I stayed in a couple hotels here, and they like a lot of their beds and stuff are like on the floor.
Melty will be hit by it.
Hold the dragon.
They don't get the kill just yet, but Suzuki takes it.
6 gems now to 4. Reject are on timer. Shu needs that hypercharge if they want to make miracles happen. Melty is so low. The PAM is certainly
I'm pretty sure Zeta's got this.
Brawl Esports, this may just be the first time that we're actually seeing the impact of a monthly final decided by a brawler forgotten by so many.
Paul's going to be missed. Those
Take down the PAM. Take down the PAM. Oh, the PAM's weaving and bobbing.
Somehow survives, and that would have been a big turning point if the PAM had gone down because Levi's not too healthy.
No worries, no worries.
Coming forward and a TP back from Shatampo. The moves need to be made soon, but Melty too low to do anything at the moment.
It's gonna need a miracle.
He can push back. Gene has hyper.
Close to his hypercharge now. 2 supers in. He should be having
Janet needs to get her hyper. Okay, another super.
It's gonna be pinched out here so low. Shu has to take the disguise just to collect the last gem. Levy uses that hypercharge.
Gene pull. It's over. They have 10. They have Janet hyper. They just need one more touch. Oh, Janet uses it. Needs to get a touch. He's gonna lose hyper. They lost it.
No hypercharge, no super, no way to stop.
There's nothing they can do. Zeta won. That was intense.
Always doomed for second. Zeta division just destined to be champions.
That was kind of wild.
Grand final worthy match. Finally, a 3-2, the first one of today, and Zeta Division wins one more time. Means Reject is second for
all right, boys.
time.
I'm gonna go grab some food real quick. We'll be back for the 2v2 tournament in like
very important reminder here.
Like an hour. Is that cool?
Season. A Reject win would have meant
what are we thinking?
a massive leaderboard
Hour gonna work,
and they would have worn the crown of East Asia with just 1 point ahead of Zeta Division. This match would have been so important, Trev, but they did not win in the end. They got reverse sweep. That hurt.
Yeah, crazy performance from Zeta Division. You can kind of just see Reject struggling so much. The draft was not in their favor. Draco.
All right, catch you guys around like 9:30. You guys will see the stream live. You guys have a good one.
Incredible.
See ya.
And Shu